Hello and welcome back to my channel. Make sure you like and subscribe to my channel. Let's begin. Frozen Rage. World of the Living. Ichigo and Toshiro went hunting for any trace of Kusaka, his errand car, or the Oin. They've spent an entire week searching for any leads, hoping that they'd find the trio or at least they'd go after Hitsugaya and leave a trail to follow. No such luck for either of them. Word was that there was an attack in Soul Society with ice attacks on par with Harem. Analysis from the SRDI however noted some very small differences, theorizing that it was more directly offensive than the real Harem. The ultimate difference between the two ice blades. Publicly, Toshiro is now wanted for treason and is to be executed. In reality, it was another ploy to lure out Kusaka and his allies. Ichigo and Toshiro were currently investigating two different areas of the city when they got the order. Toshiro near a shrine and Ichigo near the old Quincy training grounds. He forgot about a few select individuals that would like to speak with him. Well. He heard from above, a light tone that spoke of SDSM and poor attitude. He looked up to see Candace and Bambietta standing amongst the branches. Looks like someone finally took the invitation, said Bambietta, smirking down at the hybrid and winking seductively. Lucky for us, it's the cute one. Ichigo released a disinterested and annoyed sigh. Now her stuck smirk was filled with anger. He's also the more dangerous one. Ichigo turned his head to see Bazby show up behind him. Ichigo, he growled, still angry about last time. Rooster. Ichigo replied, no trace of fear in his voice and earning an angry twitch from the Quincy. I'll be honest, I forgot about you guys completely. He continued, the Sternritters glaring at the hybrid. I've been pretty busy with things. A coming war with hollows and some jackass might destroy time and space. Ichigo's apathetic scowl turned into a threatening glare while his phone rang with a new message. He took a sideways glance to read the message, and he needed to hurry. Toshiro sensed them and they were coming his way. So if you don't mind, I have things to do. He quickly undid his two seals and created a suffocating atmosphere. Yuryu and I will talk to you later. This is more important, he said before disappearing, leaving the Quincy to start breathing harder. Each one was idly wondering what Ichigo was anymore. With Ichigo. Ichigo, come to the old shrine on the edge of the city. They've found me. That's what Toshiro's text said. He sent a message back to Hiyori after undoing his seals saying to increase the spiritual stasis around the city. It's not often he's allowed to release 100%, as he still doesn't have the fine control everyone deems necessary, so he often makes mistakes. He needed to stop 5 times before finally landing in front of the shrine in question after shooting past it over and over. He was in front of the shrine, just as the two errand car finished telling Toshiro something. Time to set the plan into motion. Toshiro Hitsugaya, by order of the head captain of the court guard squads, you are under arrest for treason against Soul Society. Ichigo called out, trying to make it sound like he was about to turn on a friend. The twin sisters got between him and Toshiro. Go on ahead, the red girl said, pulling out a sword of fire. We'll cover you. Just get to Master Kusaka. The blue girl continued, pulling out an electrified whip. He's been waiting for you for long enough. The young captain looked to Ichigo before winking. The hybrid nodded and continued forward. That prompted Yang to attack, blasting a large wave of flames to the fearless hybrid. Ichigo ended up walking through it like it was a warm breeze. This unnerved the girls, but Ian did not falter as she sent ball of lightning at him. The results were the same as he brushed the electricity aside. They then mixed the lightning and fire to hit him with the combined energies, praying for any result. Hitsugaya meanwhile, took his chance to leap over the smoking form of his ally and run to where he was told to meet Kusaka. Ichigo proved himself resilient when he jumped out from the smoke cloud and kicked the boy in the stomach, making the captain puke up blood and bile as he was sent flying into the city. And through a couple buildings it seemed. Whoops. Ichigo winced, not trying to hit so hard he would kill Hitsugaya. This must be why Yamamoto keeps making me practice calligraphy. He thought while hearing something he's only heard when the very captain he just kicked had attacked him. He twisted himself to see multiple Chinese dragons made of purple ice come flying towards him. Seriously? He mentally screamed as he was encased in ice for a second before freeing himself. He looked up to see the same cloaked and masked figure that was supposed to be Kosaka. "Sorry for the cold introduction, but you're in my way," he said, pointing at Ichigo with his blade. "I only take ice puns from one guy and I just kicked him across the city." Ichigo called out fearlessly. "So either PSS off or tell me who you are." All he got was some twisted laughter as Kosaka attacked again. "My name is of no consequence to a dead man." He continued to send dragons at Ichigo. They were faster than Toshiro's, but seemed to lack the same level of flexibility. Since Ichigo was already familiar with Harem's abilities, he swerved and dodged the attacks with high speed and great ease. He was charging toward Kosaka when Yin and Yang attacked him with a stronger combined strike, letting Kosaka gather his dragons to converge on Ichigo again. There was a pause and Kosaka smiled, believing in his victory. He was unaware until Ichigo appeared in front of him and speared him through his stomach with his bare hand. He looked down to the hand embedded in his gut before Ichigo pulled off his mask and looked the rogue in the eyes. Kosaka wore his dark hair in a bun and had a scar on the right side of his face. His red eyes burned with hate for the world he lived in and what happened, the kind of hate that made people become monsters. "Where is the Oin?" Ichigo growled, slowly twisting his hand and making Kosaka groan in pain. Instead of answering, the rogue slashed at Ichigo's face before pulling himself off of Ichigo's hand and disappearing like magic. Ichigo looked around and only saw Yin and Yang, and the massive number of growing hollows behind them. Of course, sending cannon fodder. Ichigo sighed in disappointment before his father and other squad members appeared. "Ichigo, head to Soul Society," Isshin ordered quickly. "We just got confirmation that the Oin can manipulate time and space. We got word that there was a teleportation to Soul Society shortly after you confronted Kosaka." Quick summary, Yuryu said while shooting the hollows with a massive barrage of arrows. "After you beat him he teleported to a previous time to meet Hitsugaya, healed both of them, and teleported to Soul Society for a final stage. Get moving." Ichigo nodded as he created and passed through a garganta. With Toshiro. The young captain of ice struggled through the great pain of his shattered ribs to get to some underground abandoned building, where Yin and Yang told him Kosaka would be waiting. He was standing at the bottom of the vast emptiness that was reminiscent of the Mukan prison, waiting in the damp and dreary environment. Eventually he fell against one of the many support columns holding up the building and sensed what was happening. To his partial surprise, he felt Kosaka's Ryatsu clashing against Ichigo's and getting predictable results. To his complete surprise, he also felt Kosaka in the same room as him. He looked up to see his old former friend, appear before him and looking like he'd been injured before standing upright. "Hello Toshiro." He greeted his old friend. "I've been waiting for this for a long time." He held out his hand, grasping something with a bright golden glow, and Toshiro felt his wounds heal. "I wanted to send a message but things were getting out of hand." "Never thought someone like that was in the Godai." "That would be Ichigo." Hitsugaya answered, feeling fully healed as he stood back up. "He's the new disciple of the captain commander." "And what suffering did he go through for that?" Kosaka asked, disgust evident in his voice. "You know how Soul Society is. What they made us do. Why do you still give them your loyalty?" "Because of that childhood friend of yours." "Momo has nothing to do with this and Soul Society is different." Toshiro countered. "The ones that made us fight are dead and there's been a revolution of progress. The Soul Society you remember is becoming just a memory dash. Don't kid yourself Toshiro." Kosaka roared, unbridled hate showing in his every action. "I swore my loyalty and they killed us simply for having the same Zanpakuto. You expect me to believe that a system that's been the same for millennium could ever change? No. They must pay for what they did to us. The Oin glowed again as everything but them began to shift and move. Come to Shiro. Our vengeance is at hand. Within seconds they were transported to Soul Society, on the Sokayaku Hill, still littered with scars from Ichigo's fight with Aizen. The first step towards change for the land of the Shinigami. Kusaka explained the power of the Oin, allowing control over time and space, but Toshiro only paid attention to the gathering Soul Reapers, armed and ready to strike down both him and Kusaka. Stay back, all of you. He heard a familiar voice call out as Ichigo stood between the army of Soul Reapers and the two friends. This is too dangerous, keep your distance. Let them sort it out. At least someone is smart enough to know when he's outmatched. Kusaka sneered as the Shinigami opened a path and the aged commander came walking down the aisle. Just behind him was Tensai, Hachi, and Ranjaku. He stopped in front of Ichigo, who knelt and took his place behind his teacher, next to Matsumoto. The air was thick with tension as Yamamoto looked at the two ice masters. Sojiro Kusaka, I remember you, boy. The old man spoke, sounding nostalgic and sad, of one of the more promising students of his academy. Such a sad fate that befell you, boy. Sentenced to death by a bunch of fools that overstepped their limits. And the old man that accepted their words. Yes, sentenced to die simply because there can't be two of the same Zanpakuto. Kusaka sneered at the military leader. And now for my. What do you mean, overstepped their limits? He asked as the words finally registered with him. You were told that it was against the law for there to be two of the same Zanpakuto, and that is true. The ancient dragon explained. But not because of written law, by fact. Zanpakuto are solely unique to their wielder, and the only way for there to be two of the same weapon is if that Soul Reaper was cloned or got a second Zanpakuto. Central 46 is not made up of any Shinigami, but of 40 wise men and 6 judges. People that know only of the law but not much else. Their ruling was to create order for the people in Soul Society, but that has changed into them being a bunch of self-serving fools. Leading to many failures and unnecessary deaths and crimes. You were put into an unfavorable position and executed. All for a Zanpakuto you didn't even have. Kusaka looked like he was going insane with anger and disbelief. Lies. He cried out, the Oin reacting violently to the shifting emotions of its current holder. I wield Hyarinmaru. He told me himself his name was Hyarinmaru. I call out his name and he attacks. Zanpakuto are fickle things. Yamamoto replied, calm as ever. Ask it now, what is its name? Kusaka looked at his blade, and from the look on his face he finally cracked. He began screaming out in anger and denial, crying out that he was the master of Hyarinmaru. Such a pathetic sight. Genryusai sighed out. Though I disagree with their methods, what they found was undeniable. Sojiro Kusaka, you do not deserve to be a Soul Reaper. Willing to kill your own best friend for the sake of power makes you unworthy of any power. Captain Hitsugaya, you have permission to execute this villain. For the crime of stealing the Oin. Kusaka looked up at his best friend with anger and despair. No. Not again. I will have my vengeance. He cried out, raising the hand that held the Oin. When nothing happened he looked at his hand to see an orange prism at his wrist, beyond was nothing. His hand and the Oin was lost to him. Hako Okuri. He heard from Hachi as he held an orange box made of Kido that contained his severed hand and the Oin. Tensai and Hachi then turned to leave the area. We shall seal this away. The leader of the Kido Corps said. It's far too dangerous to leave out for anyone to grab. They disappeared, intent on locking away the royal relic. Maintain what is left of your dignity, Kusaka. Yamamoto said as he raised his cane. Toshiro prepared himself to duel his former friend, resolved to let him die the way he deserved. Kusaka actually took the advice and prepared himself as well. Fight. The Captain Commander ordered, starting the final battle between the two. It ended as quickly as it began, with Kusaka impaled on Harem. In his dying moments, he remembered that day he betrayed his best friend. All for a sword that was never his to begin with. Never wanted to be back here again. Kusaka weakly spoke as he slowly died. But, in the end, I guess I was always jealous of you. I'm sorry for being such a terrible friend. He weakly hugged Toshiro with his remaining hand as he apologized. Kusaka, I will always remember you as my friend. Toshiro said as the robe began to fade. I forgive you for what you did. Kusaka faded from the world and the Shinigami left the young captain, alone to mourn the loss of his best friend. Ranjiku's office. The chaos slowly died down and things began to shift to normal again. Hitsugaya was declared innocent of everything that occurred, Tensai and the Kido Corps locked away the Oin, Squad 10 was recovering from the whole mess, and Ranjiku was just happy to have her captain back alive and well. She was sitting alone in her office with a contented smile as she drank some booze from her hidden stash. All of her usual drinking buddies were actually busy with other stuff, so she was left alone. Until she got herself a surprise visitor. Hey! Ichigo called out from behind her, making her jump in surprise. That seat taken. She turned to the hybrid, recognizing the smell from the bag he carried. More dried persimmons, he did care. You really know how to make a girl happy. She said excitedly while pulling out a chair next to her. She snatched the bag away and began to nibble on one of the dried fruits as Ichigo sat next to her. Once he got settled, she leaned against him with a happy smile. Thank you. Ichigo wrapped a comforting arm around her. I told you I'd bring him back. She would have made a joke, something about him being after her magnificent BRSTS, but she just wanted to enjoy the moment. Enjoy his presence. He really was a great guy. Central 46 Chambers. It had been a few months since Aizen struck down and took control of their predecessors, and appointing the proper successors had proven an arduous task. Figures that knew the law, figures that seemed worthy, people that would be concerned with the desire of the nobility rather than anything else. As of now, there are only 14 sages and 3 judges. They were currently deliberating on the single subject that has been on their minds since his appearance. What to do about Ichigo Kurosaki? Suddenly the doors to their chambers blew open to reveal the current leader of Soul Society, Genryosei Yamamoto. Suteicho, this is unusual. One of the judges said. And you understand that it's forbidden for anyone to barge into these chambers. Regardless of who they are. I'm the captain commander of the 15 court guard squads, he stated simply, I go where I want. And I have something to say to you. The various members that made up the leading authority in Soul Society watched the man, the ancient captain that always did as the law commanded, made his voice heard. Your predecessors determined the law, and without question, the members of the Godii 13 followed and obeyed. Because of that, no one questioned when Aizen orchestrated his conspiracy and did as they were told. Before that, good captains had to go into hiding because they were not given an investigation. They saw the law broken and ordered death. He raised his cane and slammed it into the floor, creating a large spider web fracture throughout the chamber. No more. Your decisions will not go without question, your command will not be obeyed mindlessly, and your word is no longer law. The announcement filled the members with shock and anger, immediately arguing against his rule. The Central 46 was created by the Soul King. One of the sages yelled out. We act on his authority. There was a suffocating and crushing pressure as Genryosei silenced them all with his power. The Central 46 are the judges and the lawmakers. The ancient dragon conceded. That much will never change. But we of the court guard squads are the ones to enact justice. We will examine a case and we will act on what we deem is right. Under martial law, I lead the Soul Society, and I will trust my captains in their judgments. The pressure left and the chamber was filled with fear of the man. Genryosei turned and began to walk out the door. Before I forget. I know you're all planning something concerning my new student, Ichigo Kurosaki. I'd advise you end such thoughts. That boy will not bow to anyone that tries to control him. If the Soul King has a problem with my decision, then let the Zero Squad come to me. I dare you. He said before disappearing, leaving the Central 46 to wallow in their fear. Illustrated Guide to Soul Reapers. Pranks finally begin. Kisuke gets marrowed. Urahara was making his way from his office after doing many grueling hours of paperwork. Justifying experiments, budgets increases, double-checking reports, all things he didn't miss about being a captain. Now he was tired and wanted to just get away from his work building. He was so out of it, he actually didn't notice Soifon running at him. Never. The petite assassin yelled out, running into him and making the captain spin dizzily. When he stopped, he felt something missing. Get back here. Ichigo yelled out as he also caused Urahara to spin rapidly. When he finally settled, he felt his hat and calmed down. Wonder what got into them? He asked, not realizing they switched out his hat with a Mario cap. Shortly after that switch, Yoruchi jumped on his head with a loud ping, with Urahara getting squished comically. How? He muffled out loudly. Why Unohana doesn't have a problem with the men's association? I can't believe this. Nanao yelled in anger. Yeah. Unohana absently agreed, her nose buried in a picture book. I finally managed to become the president of the Women's Association and all of Yachiru's deeds fall on me. Unohana just hummed in agreement, not even paying attention. And Captain Kuchiki was annoyed but never filed charges. Bet if I asked Rukia she'd convince him to let us back in. Unohana still just hummed. And the Women's Association did more than the men's ever did. Sure, I abused my authority a little, but IBA only used that club to show off or slide his ego. Captain Unohana, what are you reading? She asked when she finally noticed the chairwoman wasn't paying attention. In the picture book was Zaraki, Ikaku, and Ichigo, all looking like they were trying to kill each other with their blades, shirtless, and covered in cuts, blood, and sweat. The book was titled, Fierce Warriors, published by the Men's Association. The motherly captain had a fierce blush and a happy gaze in her eyes. Yachiru likes. She ummed, making Nanao cry. Progression forward. Karakura outskirts. The twins ran through the remains of the forest, cut, bruised, and beaten from the battle with the other members of the 15th squad. In the instant they began to fight, it was over. The swarms of hollows were wiped out in storms and torrents of light, fire, and energy. The Arrancar themselves suffocated under the pressure of the captain, leaving them helpless against their foes. Just like against that orange-haired lieutenant that came for Toshiro, there was nothing they could do against the other members of the squad. They were thoroughly crushed. DMN it. Yang yelled as they stopped. Ian almost fell as she kept losing blood from a hole in her side. The red twin ripped her vest to use as an improvised bandage for her sister, hoping to stanch the bleeding. Then she froze suddenly, feeling a disturbance in the air. Somehow she knew, her master lost the Oin and was now dead. This whole thing was a trap, and they fell for it. Now here she was, losing everything all over again. Rejected by Lord Aizen for being a weak Ajucha's Arrancar with only herself and her sister to rely on, only to find their new master in Kusaka. He gave them strength and purpose, he attained godly power, and now he's gone. And if she can't escape to Hueco Mundo, she'll lose her sister too. She'll be all alone in the entire world. DMN it, DMN it, DMN it. DMN that Soul Reaper. She cried out, tears pouring from her eyes as fate seemed to condemn them for merely being in the world. She felt a hand brush away the tears, calming her down, and she saw her blue twin. Ian was smiling through the pain and exhaustion as she cupped her sister's cheek. Don't worry, she said quietly, holding on to the remains of her strength. We'll always have each other. She smiled, coaxing one out of her teary-eyed sister as they hoped to bask in the sense of hope that came back. Only for it to soon die. Ah. I almost feel bad for ruining this. They heard a cruel voice call out, looking up to see a brown-haired girl with a white beret wearing a sadistic smile, sitting on a branch in the trees above them. But I doubt you'll be missed for what you did. She held up her arm and flicked her wrist, sending down a couple ball of racier. Yang pulled her sister out of the way and jumped back, narrowly dodging the ball as it sank into the ground in front of her. Bye-bye, hollows. The girls sneered as the ground exploded, covering them both in a wave of fire and debris. And that's that. Bambietta said with cheer as she jumped out of the tree, finding no trace of the two Arrancar they saw with the rogue Shinigami they believed was Ichigo's target. DMN it Bambi. We needed evidence. She heard her fellow female Sternritter yell at her. She turned to see Basby and Candace glaring at her for completely destroying their targets. Oh come on. She groaned, annoyed with her colleagues. Candy, you were wasting your time with your freaking makeup, and Basby was afraid to burn down the forest. She yelled in her defense. Besides, you heard Ichigo. Some jackass was going to destroy space-time, and they were helping him. They deserved it. Both of you shut up. Basby groaned, annoyed by the two friends and their constant bickering. When things settle, they'll come to us. We can make our offers then. He said, making them shut up. The Quincy never noticed the closing tear in the air. Hueco Mundo, Forest of Minos. Yang barely managed to get herself and Ian to safety, tearing an imperfect and very risky garganta at the very same instant the explosion happened. They drifted for hours until finally ending up back in the land of the hollows. Just barely after exiting into the dead forest they collapsed, feeling the last of their life leave. The final sounds she heard were the hungry cry of hollows. Please. Anyone. Help. She managed to whisper as her eyes shut, certain that she and her sister were going to die. The only one to hear her plea was a figure cloaked in fur and hollow masks, the one he wore on his face looking like a gazelle. Karakura Hospital, Underground Training Hall. The cold lifeless room was filled with the loud hums and screeches of the vibrating racier arrows and blades created by the Quincy pair. Ryukin was continuing to train his son and pushed him to the limits. The ambient racier in the silver room was next to non-existent and Yuryu had only one objective. Dodge. He is certainly improving, Ryukin thought as he continued to chase his son with the arrows, but not fast enough. Not with those Sternritters in the city. He knew the special power of Yawacha's chosen elite. The power of those with a script. The heat, the explode, and the thunder, all powerful abilities granted by those with the soul-carved letter. The ace for many of Yawacha's slaves. Yuryu needed to have a greater mastery over racier manipulation to fight on par with them, but even then he feared it would not be enough against certain scripts. He forgot to control his own strength and shot an arrow through Yuryu's leg, making the boy stumble and collapse to the ground. Yuryu! Kane cried out as she restored the ambient racier to normal levels and ran to her precious child. Yuryu, are you alright? I'm fine, mother. Yuryu said through gritted teeth. The arrow dispelled from his leg as the parents got around to patching up their son. Guess I need to work harder, right father? Yuryu chuckled out, trying to liven up the situation. Kane merely glared at her husband for hurting their son. Ryukin, he needs a break. She said adamantly. You've been doing this non-stop for 2 days and you're being much harder than when he crippled his powers. Yuryu tried to say something but his father started before he could. I know, but we can't afford that. He said, berating himself as he defended his stance. Yawach already sent his spies and they'll try to take him and Ichigo by force if they can't convince them. Yuryu tried again, but his mother already had her rebuttal. He can't defend himself if he's dead on his feet exhausted. She returned heatedly. Screw it. The archer thought as his parents began to argue in earnest. He brought his fingers to his mouth and loosed an ear-splitting whistle, getting the desired result of shutting up. His parents. Thank you. Firstly, mother, I appreciate the concern. But father's right, time is running out and I need to get as strong as I can as fast as I can. He then turned to his father and used common medical knowledge. And father, you know, constantly pushing me like this will have the opposite effect. I need some time to rest and recover. And don't worry about the other Quincy. Ichigo and I already have an idea on what to do with them. He said, with an evil smirk as he thought over their simple but effective plan. Inoue apartment. Sora watched his sister sitting in the lotus position and meditating into a trance, balancing her inner self and gaining full control on her emotions, the main key to utilizing contract spirits. The Shun Rika were easy for her to practice with as they only went to someone with a certain purity and kindness. Infinitely powerful, but hard to fully utilize because of the constraints of emotional ties. All she really needed was the strength of will to fight back and she'd be nigh unstoppable. Sora knew that and promised to help her have the strength to fight back. Alright Orihime, time for the first step of the Onmyoji. He said, snapping her out of the meditative trance. He sat in front of his sister as she watched him with full attentiveness. Contracting spirits is a rather difficult task. In order to do this, you must show your resolve to the spirit you're creating the contract with. They can issue any number of tests to see that resolve, either through combat, philosophical questions, or illusions. If you pass their test, you share with them a fragment of your soul and they become bound to you. Mostly, their strength becomes reliant on the amount of spiritual power they use from you. The white serpent he summoned earlier when revealing himself appeared and coiled around his body. The more you can give, the stronger they become. He explained as Hebe went from a white python with horns and grew until the apartment became claustrophobic. However, that is a dangerous line because not all spirits are amicable. You must build your bond with them and see them as your partners. The serpent faded from the physical world as he finished. Remove your hairpins and let's start with you contracting the Shun Rika. Okay. She did as was requested while he slowly waved his hand over the pins, the small script slowly disappearing. Flower of the Heavenly Princess, the petals that reject events, attacks, and enemies, you are freed from your service of this human master. Sora chanted as a paper tag manifested in front of Orihime. On it was a 6-petaled flower with each one being a different color that signified the Shun Rika. Now concentrate your soul into your hand and call them out. Following her brother's command, she did so and summoned out the 6 fairies. Flower of the Heavenly Dash, she started the incantation for the contract before she was interrupted. We accept. Shun'o said with a smile, the other sprites nodding in agreement. The sibling felt a sweat drop at the disregard of normal ceremony these contracts were supposed to be following. Orihime already passed our test when we first manifested to fight that hollow at school. And from there she's only proven herself more and more. Tsubaki chimed in. I was worried she would just be a pushover but that fear was unfounded. He said, looking at the auburn-haired girl with pride. We of the Shun Rika, accept this contract. They said at once before disappearing onto the hairpins, with the contract script returning. There was a pause between the brother and sister as they processed what occurred. Well, Orihime said as she got up, that was Iza Dash, then collapsed from exhaustion from having the 6 sprites bound to her personally. Yeah, that happened to me too. Sora sighed, feeling a little jealous of his sister passing this test so easily. And she's already got some of the best spirits too. With Tatsuki. Ha! The fire-wielding martial artist yelled out as she practiced her forms. She didn't want to say it, but the encounter with the Arrancar rattled her. The hollows she first encountered. They weren't human anymore and she had her friends. The Soul Reapers. That became a game of combat hide and seek and no one was trying to kill the other. Except Aizen. But these Arrancar. They weren't animals, there wasn't any stopping at unconscious. Now it was kill or be killed. She was fighting someone that wanted to kill her. That threw her off her game and put her on the receiving end before she got her head out of her butt. What if she came across another Arrancar like the first two that came to scout the area? Ichigo said that the strongest hollow he knew became the fourth-ranked Arrancar, and she was never more afraid in her life when she saw that piercing green-eyed stare. Like everything before him was nothing but trash. She had to get stronger, needed to get stronger. Looks like you're trying to push yourself. She heard her teacher say, looking over to a tree branch to find Yoruchi in human form just watching her. Beside her were two short swords, a wakizashi, with a simple round guard, and was otherwise unimpressive, and a kodachi with a rectangular guard. Don't you know the concept of trying too hard? Yeah, putting forth too much effort that it becomes counterproductive instead of helpful. Tatsuki replied, relaxing and catching her breath. She was a stubborn girl, but not stubborn enough to discount the advice of her teacher. What were you doing these past months? Ugh. Yoruchi sighed tiredly. Dealing with my relatives. Some were okay with me returning, others were ecstatic, but a good number were still set at me defying traditions. She explained as she grabbed the two swords and jumped down towards her fiery disciple. But it wasn't all reunions and trying to not punch a bunch of old people in the face. I was thinking about your next lesson. She threw the unimpressive wakizashi to Tatsuki, who caught it with ease. I was thinking of your next lesson should be swordplay. Tatsuki looked at Yoruchi and the sword in her hand with evident confusion on her face. But, sensei, I've never seen you with a sword. You're a martial artist. Tatsuki said, trying to understand the logic in this new lesson. I was also the leader of the Onmitsukido, the Black Ops of Soul Society, and captain of the second squad. Yoruchi explained to her student. Zanjutsu was one of the required fields of being a Shinigami. I eventually got so good with my martial arts I didn't need it. Especially since I had over a century to practice. Had to leave it behind when we had to go into exile. She said, reminiscing on a dark day in her and her friend's life. Yashiro kept my Zanpakuto for safekeeping until I returned. She unsheathed her short blade and held it in a reverse grip. Now, I'm going to teach you how to fight with a blade, so you will learn how to adapt and fight opponents with swords. Tatsuki nodded and unsheathed her new sword. That is an aswachi, a blank Zanpakuto. The more you use it, the more it will adapt to a weapon fitting for you. So let's see what becomes of it. Yoruchi said with a smirk as she began Tatsuki's new lessons. Las noches, Aizen study. Aizen tapped his fingers on his desk, watching the fool Kusaka die because of his jealousy and madness. Both terrible traits if one wanted to accomplish a plan as lofty as his. He'll admit to playing with the idea of stealing the Oin, but even he knows better than to mess with something like that. Creating a tool to break down the barriers of limitations was one thing, but manipulating time and space came with a heavier price than he was willing to abuse. The temptation would be too great and the eventual cost would be too much. Sure, he'd have the chance to kill Ichigo, but some innate pride in the boy's progress stopped that. The one perfect culmination of his work that he needed to copy onto himself. So, you just left it at that? Jin asked, coming into the study and avoiding some discarded mask fragments, clothes, and Arrancar Zanpakutos. You had a mini rebellion and just fed them to the Hogyoku. What about Baragon? Aizen let out an amused chuckle as he thought about Arrancar under his command. Baragon is patient and will wait until Soul Society is beaten before trying to rebel. Aizen explained, watching Ichigo's battle with Kusaka and his forces. Patras and his cronies didn't even wait for that. They wouldn't be able to get me any new data against Kurosaki and his squad, but they did become useful in feeding the Hogyoku. He said, prompting Jin to glance at the shifting black sphere. How's training the loyal Arrancar coming along? Grimmjow is making some real progress. Jin told his hated enemy, wishing he could run him through with his Bankai. The various fraction are improving as well. The rest of the Espada might make some headway if they actually trained with each other, but they still kind of hate one another. Aizen hummed as he continued his plotting, waiting for the chance to make his move. Ichigo would pay for humiliating him, but he needed to be careful with that. His lone scar from their fight still burned on his chest. Soon Kurosaki. He thought, feeling the burning sensation spread slightly. Soon. Seoul Society, Division 1 Training Grounds. Yamamoto was enjoying a small respite of peace with his two oldest pupils, Yukitake and Kairaku, with Urahara joining them for tea, all while watching his current disciple spar with his Fullbringer friend. The two were exchanging blows, testing their strength, speed, and skill in their martial arts. The ancient dragon believed in a firm foundation to build on, so Ichigo had to fully master his basics before moving on to the more complicated move sets while Urahara was gathering data on the two. According to the other Fullbringers, Chad reached his peak evolution with his arm Fullbring and they had to check how much he improved. Ichigo was in a state of constant growth, so they needed all the data they could get with his development. Hey! Shunsui called out to the two friends. Lighten up. You can afford to take it easy for now. He advised. Ichigo and Chad were already dripping in sweat after just a few minutes of sparring. Take a little break, you two. Making me feel old. He does have a point. Yukitake chuckled slightly, pouring himself another cup. Take a moment to breath and relax. You heard your seniors. Yamamoto said with a rare smile, actually joking with his students. Take your break. Ichigo and Chad looked at each other before going to join some of the longest-serving captains of the Godai. Chad shared a drink with Kairaku while Yamamoto had Ichigo make him tea. Again. After he finished, Toshiro came by. Ichigo. The young captain called out to the hybrid. With a nod from his teacher, Ichigo went to meet the ice wielder. I just wanted to say thanks. Thanks for helping me out. Talking with you those past few days really helped. Hey, I understand. Ichigo told him. I'd feel conflicted if I was in your situation. Probably do the same things too. Get into so much trouble. He mumbled the last part, not wanting to feel the old man's walking stick on his skull again. Anything else troubling you? I'd like to spar again. Hitsugaya said with a determined look in his eyes. I can't be solely reliant on my ice abilities in a fight. I need to practice my swordsmanship. He said as Ichigo pulled out his sword suddenly, forcing Hitsugaya to react desperately. And they've started again. Kairaku sighed as Chad got up to join in. Really making me feel old. I can't complain. Urahara said with a smile. I'm getting so much data from this. Yamamoto merely smiled as he enjoyed the tea he had Ichigo make. Finally tasting a balance and harmony in the warm drink. Now for the harder lessons. Karakura Funfeld. The two gem-edged cousins wandered throughout the heavier forest section of their old Quincy training grounds, almost upset that they were meeting any of the enemy in the place where they built happy memories with grandfather Soken. But, they had to do this, see what they could learn from the other Quincy and keep things in their favor. There was no way they'd ever side with the Quincy Emperor unless it was to serve their mission to kill him. Ichigo lit up his Ryatsu to act like a beacon, signaling that they were ready to meet their fellow Quincy. They waited until Bambietta finally revealed herself. About time you finally came to this meeting. She said, mildly annoyed. Her two companions and herself saw how powerful the two were, but being a stern ritter gave her a measure of arrogant confidence. She was convinced she could blow them away before they figured out her power. Now, let's dash. All three of you together, in front of us, or no deal. Yuryu demanded, breaking her stride as he laid down their terms for the meeting. I'm not exactly keen on meeting other Quincy, especially ones that have been in hiding for who knows how long. Either all three of you are together in front of us. Or we leave. There was a pause for a couple of seconds before the two began to turn and walk away. Wait. The Explode called out. Fine. You win. She said as Bazby and Candace appeared at her side. They planned to ambush them, but the two never dropped their guard. It was going to be a race between reaction times, and they didn't like their chances. There, all three of us from the Vandenrake, sent to return you to your proper family. But why are you siding with the Shinigami? She demanded, working with the, making them see the light objective of their mission. They had committed genocide on our race. Because they had to. Yuryu said, completely stone-faced as he explained their stance. When they kill hollows, they purify souls for the cycle of reincarnation. When Quincy kill hollows, they are completely destroyed. They may have been murderers and thugs, but it was our pride that led to that massacre. They forced us into inaction when we would have been more useful against the hollows. Basby defended. And even after the war, where are the rest of the Quincy in this world? All killed by the Soul Society. All done by one man. Ichigo responded, knowing what Mayuri did. Who was very careful in how he did it and played the right strings. And all the Quincy happened to be mixed blood, so where were any of you or your almighty emperor and father? He said, stunning the three stern Ritter. All dead, by his command. Yuryu continued. The Soul Reapers acted on orders to preserve the balance, but what about all the ones dead by Yawacha's own hands? He saw a flinch in Basby, probably a victim of the Quincy Emperor himself. He almost killed our mothers years ago, simply because they weren't pure Quincy to him. Don't talk to us about serving the Emperor when he cares about nothing but himself. Ichigo said as a sudden gust of wind came by and the three-act Quincy seemed to stagger a little. They brought their hands to their necks, almost like something was there. Hope you understand. We have no love for His Majesty. Trust us, he's not worth it. Yuryu said, talking like they were friends suddenly. You might want to leave too. The cousins then left the three to their own devices, smirking as the plan seemed to work. Up in the higher parts of the forest canopy, a well-dressed but scarred individual was putting a bookmark in a book. What a fascinating read. Tsukishima said, closing his new book. Illustrated Guide to Soul Reapers. Future Dress-Up. After their honeymoon was cut short, due to classified information, Rukia decided to stop by the SWA's new meeting place. A normal meeting room that they used for storage. They still didn't remove all of Yachiru's candy or all of their spare. Not important. It was just a major scale down from their former glory. The only other person that was in the room was Ranjaku with a magazine, making use of her break time, i.e. avoiding paperwork. Rukia thought that was a good idea after what she and her husband did last night. She was still limping from the activities, something Ranjaku noticed. Sue, when should we expect the baby? The busty lieutenant asked teasingly, making Rukia blush heavily. Ranjaku. Now's not the time for us to even think about kids. Rukia protested, happy that she had a plentiful supply of birth control medication. Besides, I'm a lieutenant. I can't just abandon that duty, especially in the midst of a war. Ah, Ranjaku whined, and here I was hoping to play dress-up with my future. Would it be stepchild or? She said, not really knowing the link with future sister wives. And this chappy onesie looks so cute. She said, looking back at her catalog with a fox-like grin as curiosity gripped the married noble. Rukia caved and took a look, eyes sparking at the cute baby outfits for her future children with Ichigo. Then a thought occurred to her. She's teasing me. She smiled as she figured how she might turn it around. Well, I'm too busy to think about kids. But you can do it if you want. She said, believing she got the drop on the lazy lieutenant. Thanks for that. Ranjaku cheered. I'll go look for him now. Already got the dress and ring. She said before running off. Rukia blinked her eyes in confusion. Did I just give her permission to be his next bride? Pacifying Nanao. The current president of the Shinigami's Women Association, Lieutenant Nanao Ise, was currently drowning her sorrows in the emergency chocolate stash of the former president. It just wasn't fair. She put up with Yachiru's childish antics for years, ensured that their club was well funded, tried to help morale by selling quality merchandise of the captains whom the other Soul Reapers saw as celebrities. Everything was fine. When Yachiru became Zaraki's Zanpakuto full-time, she had her chance. And then that Quincy ruined it all. She'll admit that abusing her authority in the budget committee was her fault, but Yachiru's crimes should not be her responsibility. Then he got Unohana's support with a gore-filled picture book that she for some reason likes. Most of her members are dating the poster boy of the Men Association, and their club now has the same budget as every other one. As it stands, their usual way of getting things done was no longer an option. They couldn't force their ways anymore. "Hello, Nanao," she heard someone say. She looked to the door and saw the reason for her misfortune, Yuryu Ishida. "What do you want?" She practically growled at him through a mouthful of chocolate. He held up what seemed like a book. "I wanted to give you this as a present," he said calmly, almost hypnotically as he walked toward her. "Captain Kairaku told me you were feeling stressed, so I thought I should give you this since I am probably the reason you're so stressed." Nanao swallowed the mouthful of chocolate before snatching the book from his hand. "You think I'll forgive you with just a single present?" she roared. "You could have said no to joining the Men's Association and everything would have turned out great. But no, you had to ruin everything I worked for with this club." She opened up the picture book and scrolled through the contents. "You think you can make it up to me with?" She trailed off, seeing image after image of her captain in suggestive, almost X-rated scenes. "Looks like you like the Sleeping Flowers book," Yuryu teased, seeing a slight nosebleed form with a heavy blush. "It's the chocolate. Ghosts of the Past. Squad 1 Meeting Hall." It was moments like these that many of the main forces of the Shinigami were glad that the Fullbringers became allies. Tsukishima's Fullbring, Book of the End, allows him to alter a person's memories to his liking and gain comprehensive knowledge of their memories. He didn't need to interrogate anyone, just cut into them. Using this, Ichigo and Yuryu distracted the Spiriters while Tsukishima did his thing, letting them figure out what some of the enemy's abilities were and how to manipulate them. Tsukishima took some time to fill out a report on the useful information he collected, then Yamamoto called a meeting to go over the data and figure out what to do next. "Okay, this is what I got from those three." Tsukishima started, almost acting like a teacher with how he was presenting the information. "The Quincy have been plotting for the past 1,000 years on their revenge, against the Soul Society and the Soul King himself. For many, the aging process was slowed down immensely to keep them as able fighters when they could begin their assault. The bulk of the army is made of soldats, who seem on par with your average seated officer, a separate hunting group called Jagdarmi, and 26 elites called the Sternritters, 4 of which serve as the personal guard of Yawach himself, and 1 is the Grandmaster, second only to the Emperor. At minimum, they're as strong as powerful lieutenants, but what really sets them apart is their abilities." Urahara started up the hologram table to show images reconstructed from Tsukishima's descriptions. Firstly, the strongest state of a Quincy was their let still form but came as the cost of their powers. The image showed Yuryu in that state during the fight on Sokayaku Hill. They have since changed that to attain a form called the Volstandig. The image shifted to show Yuryu with wings of Rapier and a halo. Not as strong as the let still, its power is still significant enough to make them powerful opponents. Not without drawbacks, the technique is not natural and one must train in order to attain it. Imagine let still as using 100% of one's strength while being so full of adrenaline you can't feel the damage you do to yourself. Volstandig is using close to the same level of power, but they feel the strain of using that power. Ichigo looked over to Yuryu, who seemed to be contemplating how he could attain that level of power. Something he had to admit was very tempting. They use that form along with their unique ability called the Script, powers based on the letter Yawach writes on their soul. That's why there's that many Sternritters, 1 for each letter. Yawach seems to have A, and here's the rest in the order of rank. Jugram Hashwalth is B and is the Sternritter Grandmaster, second only to Yawach. A blond man appeared while the Foolbringer started. He was switched with a dark-skinned man with an X over his left eye. Leal Barrow, Sternritter X and leader of Yhwach's royal guard. Next were a hooded figure, a man with a thin face and pronounced cheekbones, and some kind of Nordic gladiator. C. Pranita Parnkyas. D. A skin Nak Lovar, who seems to have something to do with poison if what I've seen is any indication. N.M. Gerard Valkyrie. They are the royal guard, so we can assume they are the most dangerous. Then a man with round glasses and cropped black hair appeared. J. Quil Jopi, who is the leader of the Jagdarmi. He continued, showing a description, name, and letter for each major member of the Vandenreka's army, before getting to the 3 spies. Bambietta Basterbine, E. the Explode, the Foolbringer said as the spies were displayed, Candace Catnip, T. the Thunder, and Bazard Black, H. the Heat. Bambietta can release ball of Rasher that can turn anything they come into contact with into bombs. She acts sadistic and lures guys to her bedroom in order to kill them to vent her frustration. Her weakness is that she hates being alone, puts up a strong front when she's really quite SBMSSV and is afraid to die. Candace Catnip can manipulate electricity to fry her opponents, easy to anger, and is incredibly vain about her appearance, taking hours to make sure she looks the way she does every day. Advise that you manipulate that to your advantage. Through these 2 I identified the powers of the other female Sternritters. Meninus is the power, gaining incredible strength. Liltado is the glutton, able to eat anything and manipulate her mouth to devour anything she wants, much like Ichigo's hollow tendrils. Finally, Giselle, the zombie, able to manipulate corpses and uses her blood to gain control of her opponents. She's the most disturbing one among them so far, so crazy that I'm not sure how to properly manipulate her. He explained before bringing up Bazb. This guy is Bazard Black, the Heat. Able to manipulate fire to devastating effects and is the one I know we can get to change sides. He said, making everyone look closer as he explained. He was once the scion of a noble family and childhood friends with Jugram. Believed himself to be a talented Quincy while Jugram wasn't, and they vowed to kill the emperor after an incident caused Bazard's home to burn down. He wanted to kill Yhwach for years until actually meeting him, where slowly he became a loyal Quincy and Jugram became devoted as Yhwach's other half. But he is not blindly loyal, as he already begins to doubt Yhwach after his little talk with Ichigo and Yuryu. All 3 are beginning to doubt, some might not be swayed, but if we play certain cards right, we can break the Vandenrake. He said, finishing the explanation of their soldiers and what powers they knew. However, they have also created a special tool, Quincy Medallions, which they plan to use to steal the Bankai of the Shinigami that have those, so caution is advised. They plan to infiltrate Soul Society with Gates of the Sun, portals that allow fast travel throughout their city and into Soul Society while they were still one place. As of now, they remain stuck in their own separate dimension. Tsukishima said, taking a seat to show that he had nothing left to report. The gathered captains and people of interest took a moment to try to plan for the coming war with the Quincy. I think I know how to neutralize the medallions. Urahara said after a few moments of silence. Mayuri came up with this theory a while ago in regards to why Quincy simply destroy hollows and kept doing so despite the threat to the balance. Yuryu and Ichigo looked confused as they thought it was simply that way, because hollows preyed on the Quincy in great numbers. I actually saw evidence that supported that theory with Masaki Kurosaki. That the reason the Quincy used to hunt the hollows was not because of a grudge, but because of fear. The scientist said, earning a look of shock among the people in the room. The reason is because they are the most vulnerable to hollows. Just as they destroy hollows, hollows can destroy them. Hollow Rasher is toxic to Quincy and they have to way to defend against it naturally. If only we could test it. He said, before slowly looking over to Ichigo and Yuryu. Screw you. They yelled simultaneously. Not unless you can ensure Yuryu won't die. Yamamoto slammed his cane to restore order. Enough. Everyone continue to strengthen yourselves to prepare for the war with Aizen, then the Quincy. He yelled out, making the assembled nod in affirmation to their orders. Ichigo Kurosaki, you stay. Everyone else, dismissed. He ordered with another tap of his cane, making everyone but his student leave. If Urahara is correct about the relationship between Quincy and Hollows, then you might have a special mission to perform. Tell me Ichigo, do you think you can gather the Arrancar as allies? He asked, making Ichigo think over his encounters with Ulquiorra, Yami, and Grimmjow. Maybe a few, but I'm unsure. Ichigo answered his teacher. If necessary, I'll share my hollow rapier to the whole of Soul Society. Yamamoto nodded his head in approval. Return to the living world. The dragon commanded. It's been a stressful day for all. Get your rest. His student left the building and returned back to his home with his father and cousin. Yamamoto returned to his desk to pull out a file. The file was labeled Ichigo Kurosaki's training, which he was using to chronicle and plan his students' training. He prepared to make the ink to write out the next lesson plan, when his Suzuri split in half. His good humor faded as he looked at the two halves of his broken ink stone, getting a bad feeling about events to come. He abandoned his calligraphy to write a Kido message telling him to check the records of the day Ichigo warned him of Yawacha's return. Squad 12 SRDI, Tower 7. Now let's see, what else should I include? Mayuri was at one of his computers in one of the major areas of the Institute of Research and Development. One hand was typing away and documenting a record of the major projects that he and Kisuke was working on while the other was putting finishing touching on another project. He would never admit it, but he was glad Kisuke returned the way he did, letting him research and experiment to his heart's content so long as he follows certain easy rules. Subject Senna, body is now fully formed, will continue to monitor in case of cognition and to ease concerns on where she is. Subject BG9, ready to attempt to restore as a Soul Reaper under precautions. Project Dash, he stopped when a sudden burst of electricity formed and the sound of cracking ground alerted him to the completion of the project he was working on, seeing a biomechanical flower incubator rise from the floor in the room that was next to a generator. He flashed to it as the flower opened to reveal a glowing vial. Project Rapier is completed. He said as he grabbed it, just in time for the alarms to go off. Intruder alert. Intruder alert. Intruder alert. The speakers sounded off with a siren howling. Mayuri flicked his wrist and caught the inhaler that was inside his sleeve and took in the medication, while also putting down the vial and drawing his sword. He tried to find the unidentified target until everything went blank. All of his thoughts ended in an instant as he looked around in confusion. Mayuri. What's happening? Urahara demanded, coming into the room after hearing the alarms go off. Where are the intruders? He looked to his lieutenant who seemed to knock out of his daze and being uncharacteristically scared. Kisuke? What is this? Where am I? Stay back. The skeletal clown yelled, pointing his blade at the master assassin. Get away from me. Urahara gave the man a hard look before getting behind him and knocking him unconscious with a quick strike of his hilt. Deal with that later. He made a mental note before scanning the room. He sensed his intruders and saw what was out of place. The rapier convergence device is done. He said, sounding pleasantly surprised. And missing. That's not good. From their hiding place, the intruders were about to activate the stolen device before Urahara appeared before them. A tall, lean, pale man with dark lavender hair that was wielding a large red double-edged scythe, and a shorter spiky, blonde-haired girl. Both wearing tattered and ragged kimonos. Without saying anything, Urahara lashed out with Beneheim, forcing the scythe wielder on the defensive before grabbing the pole weapon and bringing his blade to the intruder's neck. Neither are the Ives. He said, glaring at his opponent, who seemed to be struggling with staying up. Let go of him. He heard the girl cry out before black energy flared slightly, making the scythe wielder disappear. Honing his instincts, He charged off just as the guy reappeared and got behind him to deliver a swift palm strike. The duo's breathing became labored and they disappeared again, this time out of the tower. As Kisuke relaxed, the generator for the erasure machine started to activate. Tower 7 erasure generator, shut down. He ordered quickly, shutting down practically everything inside the tower. Divert all power to the main computer, he said, keeping the pseudo-pipe organ computer online. Looks like we'll have to enhance the potency of the sleeping gas, he said, displeased with the failure of the security measure. He made his way to the computer as Nimue entered the room. Captain Urahara, all squad members are now accounted for, she said, before noticing her creator on the ground. Is Master Mayuri alright? He'll be fine, Kisuke said as he began typing at the computer. Lock him in an examination room and I'll check him out later. Put everyone else on high alert. He typed out commands at near blinding speeds as he unlocked a copy of Mayuri's brain, a capsule full of hollow erasure, and sent out a message to all captains. ICOA. Check dates and records. With Rukia. Lieutenant Rukia Kurosaki ne Kuchiki of Squad 13 was on her patrols when the sirens rang out. Earlier she found a letter, telling her to meet someone at the castle ruins at East 15 of Siriidii. She was wandering around for a few minutes before the commotion started. Acting on her instincts, she pocketed the letter and began to make her way to Squad 12, when a tired voice stopped her. No, you can't go. It was a girl, echoing in the distance of her mind. She stopped to look around, her hand on her blade and ready to fight. Who's there? She called out, glaring into the darkness. It was quiet until the same ghostly laugh returned and a pale girl in ragged clothes appeared, looking as if she was about to fall asleep. It was odd, but Rukia thought she looked familiar. The girl flew in front of the lieutenant and suddenly said, in a kind and gentle tone, "We came to erase your existence." Then her eyes became harder and malevolent. "Rukia," she whispered before floating out of range. Another figure appeared behind Rukia, wielding a white and red scythe. She turned, just in time to watch the blade cut through her neck. She slowly collapsed as her mind went blank and was caught by the male just as the girl returned. "Let's go. We have to hide," she said, earning a nod from her brother as the duo took Rukia away. With Ichigo. Ichigo was drying out his hair after a nice, hot shower. The day got hectic as they dealt with trying to figure out plans to fight the scripts and what the other letters could mean. He tossed the towel into the laundry hamper as he froze, feeling something was wrong in the universe. Am I forgetting something? Illustrated Guide to Soul Reapers. What Ichigo did to Mayuri after learning he killed Soken. Hey Mayuri. Ichigo greeted the scientist, carrying with him a large capsule filled halfway with thumbtacks. Ah, Lieutenant Kurosaki. Just who I wanted to see. Mayuri returned, wanting to focus on the experiment he was planning. There are some theories I have about Dash. He was cut off when Ichigo grabbed his Zanpakuto, broke it at half a foot out of the sheath, stabbed him in the throat and quickly created a barrier around the man before he exploded into blood and goo. Ichigo then raised the barrier and opened the capsule before pouring the deranged scientist into the pointy pile, closed the lid, and shook it like crazy to spread the tacks around. Ichigo then left the contents hidden in the ceiling of the female staff's changing room and left. How Urahara got back at Soifon. The petite commander of the stealth force had a long, fruitful day of training her troops and sparring with her idol. Now she wanted to return to one of the most secure rooms under her control for some needed R&R. Her bedroom that was filled to the brim with Yoruchi and black cat decor. She was so absent-minded at the moment that she was just happy to cuddle with her plush Yoruchi, only to notice something wrong. When she looked again, she saw that her Yoruchi and cat stuff was replaced with Yashiro and dogs. She searched her room furiously before finding a few pictures, purposefully hidden in her room, showing her Urahara while he raided her room with a smile. "I've taken your stuff and hid it," the note said, and she swore she could hear his irritating voice. You won't get it back till I feel like it. My Yoruchi. Soifon cried out. Missing links. Squad 8. Kairaku looked out his window as the alarms blared at the 12th Division, signaling intruders in one of the facilities. Nothing else notable was happening until a hell butterfly came into his room to deliver a message. He was pondering its meaning as his lieutenant's secretary came into his office. Captain Kairaku, should we go? She asked urgently, ready to act on her duties as a Soul Reaper. Kairaku only spoke with calm and confusion. No. Do I have a file labeled, ICOA? He asked, surprising Nanao. Wordlessly she went to his records shelf and double-checked, sure that she would have known about such a file. She was surprised to actually find it before giving it to her captain. ICOA, in case of amnesia. Right here, sir. He opened it up and looked through the contents. Well, this is shocking. He said, as calm as ever. Squad 13. Aizen betrayed us and we were saved by this, Ichigo Kurosaki. Yukitake said in confusion as he read through the files and records of the past few months. And my new lieutenant is this, Rukia Kachiki. He was so busy trying to wrap his head around the situation that he didn't notice his 2/3 seats come in with another file. Sir. We found it. Kaion shouted, ruffled from rushing to get back with the information. Evidence that Rukia Kachiki, or Kurosaki, is in fact your lieutenant. Sentaro continued, giving the sickly captain the confirmation he needed. Squad 4. It also says we got married about a month ago after we restored you to your true strength. Unohana said to her husband, barely stopping their aggressive actions. Well, that explains this situation. Kenpachi said, just as calmly. Should we meet with the other captains? Later, I'm almost done. She said with a lustful smirk. Squad 2. All right, Stealth Force, listen up. Soifon shouted to her assembled scouts and patrol squads. We're searching for an unknown person. Subject is female, cropped black hair, on the petite side, 4'8" 1/2. Her name is Rukia and she is supposed to be the lieutenant of squad. Our memories are altered to forget her and there's a possibility that whoever she is with is likely responsible for that and is a danger to Soul Society. Find anything you can, dismissed. Ma'am. The gathered troops shouted before running off to search for the lost lieutenant. Omida, hold down the fort. Soifon ordered as she began to head for the head captain's barracks. Alert me if they find anything worthwhile. Squad 6. Byakuya was standing in front of the picture of his late wife, set in a new altar for those he's come to consider his family. On it were two faces he no longer recognized until hearing the order to check certain files. After reading his ICOA files, he visited the altar to give a silent prayer to the only woman he loved. Forgive me, his Anna. He whispered as he steeled his resolve. I may have forgotten my promise, but I will keep it. He finished his prayer before leaving for the meeting. Squad 10. Can you trust this? Ranjiku asked her captain after he relayed his orders. They lost their memories about major allies and a key figure in their future. What if someone forged your writing? Then they knew that I'd trust Captain Shiba with my life. Toshiro said as he fastened his blade to his back. Any child of his is worth that same trust. He finished before making his way to the meeting. Squad 7. Tosen. The werewolf thought as he finished reading his reminder records. I imagine I was this shocked and angry when you first betrayed us. But I do not have the time to hate you now. He disappeared in a burst of speed. I pity you, old friend. Squad 5. What do you know? Shinji said, reading his own backwards upside down writing in his own version of the ICOA files. He was sharing a few drinks with Kensei and Rose when it happened. There was a moment of shock and surprise that quickly died after they got the message. Kid got us back to Soul Society. And to think you doubted him, Kensei. Rose teased as he and his fellow Vizard captains prepared to return to Squad 1 for when Yamamoto made the plan of action. He was shaking like a small dog, terrified out of his wits. The stern man argued back. Of course, I never thought much of him. Anyone who saw that smile of Lisa's would be terrified. Rose returned in Ichigo's defense. That was a weird Shota phase for her. I wonder how Love is doing. Shinji thought to himself while his old friends got back to the old argument they had regarding their favorite freak of nature. Squad 14. All of you shut the hell up. Love yelled out over the gathered masses of raging Shinigami and citizens of the Rukon districts. His voice echoed throughout every area under his authority with the aid of hundreds of hell butterflies. Normally, Love Ikawa was pretty chill. Now he was said and laying down the law in the Rukon. All Soul Reapers are to act as impartial police. You help the helpless, not abuse them. If I hear about any abuse of authority, I will find you and kick your butt. Now do your jobs. His cries made the entire area shake as every person in the district calmed down and went about their business. Getting clean pants. With Ichigo. What the hell is it? Ichigo asked, knowing something was wrong, just not what. He tried to think of anything that might be the answer. Idly he heard his mother call him down for dinner, so he got up to join the women of his family before something clicked. When did Mom wake up? He bolted downstairs to see and hear his sisters crying out in surprise and joy, similar to his own feelings, except he knew she was awake for a while. But when it was eluded him. Mom, when did you wake up? Well, it was just after you. She started to answer, despite Karen muffled cries of, who cares? After you. Who did you go rescue again? She asked in return, feeling the gap in her own memory. Ichigo groaned in frustration, bringing his hand to his head when he saw it. A silver wedding band on his ring finger. At that moment, memories of Rukia came flashing through his head. Meeting her, fighting alongside her, rescuing her, dating her, marrying her, and now he remembered everything. Something happened to Rukia. Ichigo said suddenly as he got a text from his father, saying to get to the Shoten immediately. He looked at Kon, who immediately got the idea and proceeded to extract the soul pill. Who? The girls asked as Ichigo ejected from his physical body and stretched his body. My wife. Ichigo said as he flashed toward the squad's base, leaving a shocked Karen, a happy Yuzu, and a catatonic Masaki. He got to his squad's base of operations where his friends and Yoruchi were waiting. He expected the squad to be a mess, but they seemed pretty functional. What happened? Lisa was cataloging some files and papers when apparently, everyone forgot where they were or what they were doing. Yuryu explained as they made their way through to the monitoring station, where Isshin and Hiyori waited. Isshin decided to act like a captain, and despite not knowing him, got the entire squad back on track. Yoruchi continued for them. A few late patrols, but he got things running again. Can't help but ponder the frightful headway we'd make if Dad took his job seriously. Ichigo mumbled as they got to the room. He saw Isshin with a serious and focused look on his face while Hiyori was snacking on chips. Dad, do you remember Rukia? The hybrid asked, getting a raised eyebrow from his father. No, I don't. He said before turning to Hiyori. How does he remember this, Rukia? Best ask Kisuke. Hiyori said with a shrug. Meanwhile, watch this. Hiyori tapped a key and the screen showed a recording of Hiyori. Okay, video log Hiyori Saragaki. Intel Support and Comms Officer of Squad 12, working with Squad. It's been a week since Aizen defected from Soul Society and our base was finished. Shortly after, Kisuke informed all the captains of the Godei squads of this hollow he called subject, Memo Eater. Some stupid name after a monster in this game, Dark Chronicle I think. Don't care, Kisuke's a dork. The pastor said, earning a few giggles from some of the people in the room. Anyway, this hollow is a parasitic type. Very rare nowadays as they tend to get killed fast for being weak. According to him, It latches onto a host with weak Ryatsu or is vulnerable and slowly degrades the memories while draining the host's erasure. Normally, this wouldn't be a problem as we've been improving security throughout the whole of Soul Society. But something always has to screw things up for the rest of us because Kisuk had a theory and wanted a contingency plan for it. If this hollow could merge with a soul with a great amount of potential Ryatsu and possibly a special erasure, then the normal rules of Memo Eater no longer apply. Since this hollow affects memories, we've been advised to keep a record of major events to keep us all on track should something memory-based happen. And since the captain here is an ID-, Hiyori shut off the recording. I think we all understand what is happening. Hiyori said, trying to focus on the mission present. Yeah, Memo Eater is on the loose and erased memories of Rukia. Ichigo said, giving a short explanation of who she was. But why Rukia? I doubt it's anyone in Soul Society trying to seize power. Yoruchi said while Hiyori was checking the monitors. This is too risky a plan for anyone there. Aizen wouldn't let anything he couldn't control go. Isshin said, rubbing his stubble. He doesn't take risks without guaranteed success. Maybe Memo Eater is acting on its own. Hiyori said, getting everyone's attention. Or rather, its hosts are. Seems like Kisuk confronted two intruders that had erasure signatures similar to Memo Eater. Now the commander's calling for all captains and Ichigo. Seems the old man wants Ichigo to get all the experience he can get in a variety of situations. That suits me just fine. Ichigo said, flicking his wrist to make a garganta. This is my mission. Isshin and Ichigo jumped into the abyss and made their way to Soul Society. With Rukia. She slowly roused herself from slumber feeling a sharp pain in her head, almost like something was trying to force itself free in her consciousness. She was in an aged building with noticeable wear on the walls but it seemed like it would last a good long while. She found herself in a purple floral kimono, but she felt like so much of her life just disappeared. She stumbled onto her feet and made her way to the window to look over the city, one of the nicer Rukon cities in the lower districts. She recognized the place as where she grew up, a flash of memory of how she met her friends while stealing water. She heard someone enter the room and saw two figures in ragged clothes, a man and woman. Rukia. The girl cried as she tackled her in a tight hug. The two fell over as Rukia tried to rack her mind, trying to remember things she knows is missing. Hey! What's your problem? Rukia demanded as she tried to get the girl off her. Who are you? She stopped when she noticed the girl crying out of relief. Who are you people? She asked, more gently after seeing the girl. Sister, the guy started as he joined them, she's never going to recognize you if she can't see your face. She slowly calmed down and sat up. Yes, I know that. She looked Rukia in the eyes with a happy look on both their faces. Look at me Rukia. Do you remember me now? Rukia stared at the two, trying to rack her mind to remember the two. They seemed familiar, memories of a time long past, but something else was struggling to come back to her. A man with hair of fire and clad in shadow and darkness. Squad 1, Captain's Meeting. The captains arrived, each one delivering a report on what they knew and remembered, who seemed to be missing, and what was currently going on. It wasn't until the very space at the end of the hall opened up to reveal Isshin and Ichigo did they really begin to plan. We shall skip the formalities as this is a very tense situation. Yamamoto declared loudly. Captain Urahara, what can you tell us about the matter at hand? The scientist stepped up and activated the holograms, showing a recording of the intruder's attack. During the night, Mayuri was finishing up reports and another project. A erasure convergence device that we were planning to use to combat the Quincy, according to our files anyway. It was supposed to mix with hollow erasure to make the air like a toxin for them, but before we could proceed to that stage of testing, the attack came. The scythe-wielding intruder attacked and disappeared after taking the control vial. I came onto the scene too late and Mayuri had lost his memories. I attacked them, but when they saw it was a losing battle they fled. Being who I am, I got a tracking device on the guy. The scene of the attack played out like he described, surprising the captains with some of the display. It seems like our worries are realized as this is Memo Eater's Racier signature, and that scythe is like its tail. These two are powerful souls, the male has the attack capabilities and can seemingly cut out memories, but the girl seems to be able to teleport. The hologram deactivated as Kisuk continued to voice his opinion. If possible, I'd like to capture them alive for study, they may become useful allies. But how can they remove our memories to such an extent? Ichigo asked, a question everyone had. If I had to guess, they attacked Rukia because I completely forgot about her. Everyone did. Kisuk continued. We former exiles even forgot what we were doing in Soul Society before checking that message I sent. It's puzzling because we didn't forget Mayuri, but there's a difference. Much like how we all left video logs or files to record these matters, Mayuri made his own backup reminder. Unlike us sane people, he made a backup brain with recordings of his memories. Everyone looked at him with disgust and prayer that he was joking. No, I am not kidding. Yes, it is disgusting. The guy is deranged, as I'm sure you all remember. Back to the important stuff, Rukia didn't have a backup brain to protect her memories and these two seemed to defy physics on some level. Possibly due to their innate potential that mixed with the hollow. So we ended up forgetting about Rukia, you disappeared from their minds, and if I wasn't who I am we'd be in the middle of a crisis. Just another day in Soul Society. Is there anything else important to add? Kairaku asked, prompting Soifon to speak up. After I read my ICOA files, I sent out a few teams to look for Rukia. It was a spur-of-the-moment call since I didn't recognize her or Lieutenant Kurosaki and he would be in the world of the living. She said as a black butterfly flew in before landing on her finger. They've reached the edge of Soul Reaper protected districts, District 25 on all sides. No such luck so far. Rukia was my wife's sister. Byakuya said, getting everyone's attention. She came from South 78, in Izuri. Same place as my lieutenant. Soifon began relaying the orders to check out the Hanging Dog district. Kisuk confirms the return signal coming from that area. I also remembered Rukia. Ichigo said, getting everyone's attention. When I looked at this ring, I remembered everything. What and how is that possible? He asked, turning his attention to Urahara. The man took a second to think, remembering the details he read in his files. Well, back when you first became a Shinigami, you absorbed some of her racier. Kisuk theorized, scratching his scraggly beard. Maybe because of that, you are more closely linked to her than the rest of us. Or you two had one hell of a wedding night. Zaraki said, completely calm about what he suggested. Also that. Kisuk conceded, prompting Byakuya to glare while Ichigo blushed. Enough. Yamamoto shouted. This hollow is too great a threat to leave alone. We must recover Rukia and deal with this hollow. Someone must go to Inazuri and find them. It will have to be a small cell, Love needs all the help he can get to keep the peace in the Rukon districts. No one killed anybody yet, but the tension is still way too thick for anyone to be happy. Love confirmed, having reported that his own squad was about to break into a civil war. Some wanting to help the Rukon folk and others that wanted to rule the Rukon folk. I'll go. Ichigo said, stepping up to the plate. Rukia is my wife and I will save her. Take Rinji with you. Byakuya told him, feeling an innate trust in the boy. He came from that district, so he should be able to guide you. The hybrid nodded in acknowledgement as Genryusai closed the meeting. With Rukia. The day continued on as she slowly remembered the brother and sister she was currently with. It was long ago and they had no one in the cruel lower districts, so she took them in, cared for them. She was even going to name them. But they never got the names, her memory becomes hazy and painful trying to think back on what she came up with. Something attacked them and her memories become blank after that. Bits and pieces that seemed foreign keep coming to her, particularly that dark figure. But something about him made her feel safe. Illustrated Guide to Soul Reapers. What Don Kananji has been doing. Be purified and rest in peace. The exorcist yelled out as he planted the bottom of his staff on an earthbound soul's forehead. Konso. The area around him and the chained spirit swirled with a gale of wind for his spectators and camera crew. Some would believe that it was part of the show despite seeing it live and no special effects crew near the site. Kananji watched with a smile as the angry glare of the demi-hollow turned to one of serenity as the chains faded and light consumed him. Once everything settled down, he took his signature pose. Boha-ha-ha-ha. Another trapped soul freed. May the spirits always be with you, he said as the show ended. Later he returned to his trailer for his personalized training regime that Urahara made. After meeting with Ichigo and Urahara, he learned how to properly send souls to the afterlife and he could actually feel the difference in what he was doing. Another great show, Don Kananji. His agent cheered on the speaker, reflecting the rise in his ratings after taking on the new methods. What are you planning to do next? The exorcist paused in his hanging sit-ups to think about that question. How about we head back to Karakura town? He said, considering a visit to the person that set his path of redemption. What's happening with the Fullbringers? Is everything alright out there? Jackie asked her fellow empowered individuals. Tsukishima looked at her with a shrug. If they aren't calling us then Ichigo is handling it. Jinjo said as they all went back to their usual thing. No one noticed the forced amnesia set on everyone else because they weren't affected by forgetting Rukia. The reason? She had nothing to do with them. Momo's current progress. Shinji hurried back to his office, needing to find ready and able men to help out Love keep the peace in the Rukon districts. Some questioned his presence in place of Aizen, but they were military grunts and their job was to follow orders from their superior officer. He returned to his office to see a petite girl with black hair that was tied in a bun. She looked at him like a lost puppy, scared and confused. Who are you? She asked, seeing his Haori and glaring at him. Where's Captain Aizen? She screamed, demanding to know where her idol was. Shinji finally saw the armband that signified her as his squad's lieutenant. He knows he visited her in the hospital on occasion, but since the Memo Eater attack he forgot what she looked like. Looks like she forgot about Aizen's betrayal. He thought to himself as she continued to glare at him. This will probably help with her recovery, but... He flashed in front of her and put his hand to her face. This is not the time for that. Tanma Otoshi. He said as his hand glowed and the poor girl dropped unconscious. Since when did my squad become such a pain? He sighed as he had the girl brought to her room. Eternal bonds. With Rukia. She was sitting on the rooftop of the ramshackle hut she and the siblings were using as a home, shifting through the memories she had to try and remember their names and who that dark figure was. The thick morning fog was slowly dispersing, revealing the destitute buildings in the district. For some reason she just felt empty, like so much was lost. Part of her felt like the siblings were lying when they said she was simply asleep after an accident, but she couldn't think of them doing such a thing from the sweet kids she knew. That dark figure is the key to whatever is going on with her, now if only she knew where he was. Rukia. The girl called as she joined Rukia on the roof. Can I join you? She asked timidly. Rukia nodded and the girl went to her said. Rukia, is something wrong? She asked, concern deep in her voice. So many things. Part of Rukia wanted to scream out. Her headaches were mild dull throbs, but when she thought she got close to something that might resemble an answer they became unbearable. It's odd that I've come home to this town for the first time in ages. She said, trying to coax something out of the girl. I feel like a stranger, because I know almost nothing about myself. The girl laid her head on Rukia's shoulder, looking worried for her or maybe guilt the amnesiac soul reaper had to wonder. The two of you waited for me, waited for the names I said I would give you after so many years. The girl looked up to her sister figure, tears threatening to spill from her eyes. I will give you those names. I promise. She said, confident that her memories would return. Thank you. The girl whispered as she wiped the wetness from her eyes as the morning sun rose. The fog dispersed under its rays as the scenery became clearer. The most important to Rukia was a plateau that overlooked the district. What is it? The girl asked as Rukia stood up, memories of her other friends coming back to her. The friends she had to bury after they were lost to the cruel life of the lower districts. That place, I remember it. She said, looking at the steep earthly formation. The girl's brother revealed himself and came out to join them after patrolling the area as Rukia turned to face the two. I have to go there, I might remember something. She said, pointing at where she remembered burying her other friends. The siblings looked nervous before nodding in agreement. With Ichigo. I heard the lower districts were the worst, but actually seeing it. Ichigo started as he and Renji were walking through his old hometown. I can understand the animosity between the Rukon and Siriidii. The people were giving them a wide berth and many were glaring daggers at the two, some with actual daggers out and ready. I almost forgot how bad it was. Ichigo said, only going through the renovated districts that was Squad 14's territory. Every day was a struggle for survival. Renji said, less than happy to be back in the district. Stealing and killing was common here. You could only rely on the few friends you made. Kids risk their lives every day, just to get enough food and water to survive. I'd be lying if I said I missed this place. Lot of bad memories here. He looked up to an overlooking plateau that stood watch over the entire district. Like a silent guardian, for all the good it did for the street rats and bums that littered the district of Hanging Dog. That spot, he said, pointing at the extended ledge of the formation, is where I had to build graves for my friends and where I swore to become a soul reaper. Ichigo looked to where he pointed, and took a wild guess. Rukia told me you were childhood friends. Think she'd be there? She did tell him about growing up in the slums of the Rukon districts, how harsh it was, how Renji was happy for her when she had a chance to live the life of luxury being a Kuchiki could give. The day she and Renji buried their friends and swore to become soul reapers. If what you said is true, then it's possible. Renji said, crossing his arms in thought. Thinking back, there was someone else with me when I decided to become a Shinigami. The two lieutenants looked at each other and nodded, flash stepping their way to the old graves to try and find clues. It took the two little time to reach the path that led to the overlook and a little more to reach the old grave site. Once they reached it, they found Rukia, praying over the stakes that served as the gravestones of her and Renji's friends. She stood up and saw them, her eyes widening in recognition of the two. Ichigo stepped forward with a smile on his face. I was getting worried about you. Are you okay? He asked as she nodded. Just then, smoke appeared in front of Rukia as the sibling appeared and took an aggressive stance. The brother with the scythe and the sister with her teleportation abilities. Soul Reaper. She growled accusingly. Why did you come here? The brother asked, far more calmly. Ichigo felt the hollow erasure within them, almost perfectly tied to their souls. Almost like a wizard with hollowification, almost. Renji glared and got ready to attack before Ichigo raised his hand, making him relax albeit unwillingly. Ichigo wanted to resolve this peacefully, but he doubted that would happen. He needed to destroy the hollow that infected those two. We've seen the video recording of you two in action. Ichigo said, trying to appeal to them. From their recent actions and the fact that Rukia was unharmed, he judged that they weren't bad and simply desperate. He needed them calm, then they could do something about that hollow infecting them. Had it been anyone but Kisuke guarding what you attacked, then Siriidii would be a mess right now. The two tensed up just a little more, while Rukia looked at them in confusion. We can offer you two a place among the Shinigami. Stable lives, income, home, and you can stay by Rukia's side after she gets her memories back. The look on the two's faces were almost comical with their disbelief. The brother was considering it while the sister soon became enraged. You think you can trick us, Soul Reaper? She roared, looking furious at the two. All you do is take and take. She was about to say more, but the next words just slipped out of Ichigo's mouth. Like how you took Rukia's memories, he said, making everyone widen their eyes in shock. Rukia out of a sense of betrayal, the siblings for realizing that Rukia might not trust them anymore, and Ichigo and Renji for just how stupid it was to say that. Crap. He groaned as he facepalmed, letting Rukia see a glint on his finger. Wordlessly she charged forward, past the siblings and grabbed his hand. She looked at his ring, her own, and then back to him. She started before her head threatened to split apart. The siblings rushed to her side. Rukia! The sister cried, going to her side, hugging her and pulling her back. DMN Soul Reaper! The brother cried, charging and teleporting in front of Ichigo. Renji, watch and analyze. Ichigo yelled out as he drew his blade to block the scythe. There was a loud clang as the two weapons clashed, the calcified matter of that red and white scythe against the rapier construct of Ichigo's Zanpakuto. The scythe wielder suddenly disappeared and everything in Ichigo screamed to turn and dodge. He obeyed his instinct just in time to dodge the crimson blade from cutting off his head. Roar, Zabumaru! Ichigo heard Renji whisper as the segmented blade attacked the boy. He blocked and jumped back using the force of the blow to join his sister. DMN it! He cursed as he joined Ichigo's side. I thought I said stay back and watch. Ichigo growled as the siblings disappeared, taking Rukia with them. That ain't good. He groaned as his mission became so much harder than it needed to be. Any ideas where they might have gone? Renji asked, taking a small moment to go to his friends' graves and pray. No, but I can find out. Ichigo sighed, hating the incoming headache. I can sense people's rapier if I'm familiar enough with it, but whatever those two did messed up Rukia so I can't find her specifically. My alternative is my pesquisa. Renji took a moment to look at him with confusion, spirit sonar, to try and find them. Problem is there are so many strong spirits around us and I'll get a beach of a headache doing it. Do you have any other option? Renji asked, prompting a sigh from Ichigo. He closed his eyes and sent out a pulse of rapier. He found dozens of potential recruits, but it wasn't until he felt something traveling through the districts to the SRDI at high spreads. Found them. Ichigo grunted as he grasped his head in agony. They're heading for Tower 7. Ichigo said as Renji supported the hybrid and began moving as fast as he could to their destination. SRDA, Tower 7. DMN it. The girl cursed as she and her brother carried Rukia and flew through the air, back to where they tried to attain a powerful weapon, back to where they were proven to be vulnerable. She thought they were unstoppable, they could teleport across the battlefield on their own, she could displace practically anything, and he could undo memories and bonds with a swing of his scythe. They were forced to flee by that one captain as he matched their combat prowess and crippled them with a drag that filled the air. They were stonewalled by a single lieutenant before his friend decided to help. They weren't going to be able to keep Rukia to themselves, get the names she promised, if things continued this way. They had to get that weapon under their control, then they would be invincible. They had the key, they just had to activate it. The tower came into sight when she noticed her brother slowing down. What's wrong? She asked, calmer now that they escaped the Shinigami for the moment. Maybe we went too far. He finally said, looking back at their elder sister figure he carried and earning a gasp from his sister. Maybe we took so much of her memories that she'd never remember our names for all eternity. He wondered as he looked to his sister. That would be horrible. Stop it. She yelled, looking on the verge of tears. She can't remember what happened that day, no matter what. She shivered from the thought of losing her sister, already a giant risk from that Soul Reaper accusing them of taking Rukia's memories. They couldn't let her remember how they died, how they lost her to a Soul Reaper with some weird creature. She'd abandon them, they'd lose her again and she couldn't live with that. Even if it meant never getting their names. The offer that lieutenant made seemed tempting, but she couldn't remove her hate for the Shinigami. They took their sister and they would pay for it. We can't take that chance. We must destroy the Soul Reapers, she said with conviction as they teleported inside the tower, to where the erasure device was located. Oddly enough, completely vacant, but they just counted that as a blessing. They made their way to the device as the brother tried to activate it with the vial. Seems like it works, he said, after watching electricity spark from the machine. He went closer and closer to the machine, ready to do whatever it took to activate it and stop the Shinigami. Then a voice called out that made them pause. Stop, Rukia said as she came into the room, clutching her head in pain. The girl was simply happy to see their sister awake and worried about her health. Rukia, are you alright? She said, going to the Soul Reaper's side. I'm fine. I'm remembering so much, she said through gritted teeth, scaring the siblings. You can't activate whatever that is. It'll destroy the whole Siriidii. The sibling reeled in shock at her statement, not so much of the potential destruction but that she cared so much about the Shinigami that made their lives miserable. Rukia the girl said as she started crying. I can't. They must be destroyed. They'll take you away again. I can't bear that, she said as she started breaking down, only to be enveloped in a hug by the petite Soul Reaper. I won't abandon you, she said reassuringly, rubbing the girl's back soothingly. Ichigo said you'd be with us. Trust me, my husband would never lie, she said, hoping to calm the girl down. She never saw the look of shock and betrayal on their faces. You're what? The girl asked, grasping Rukia tighter and tighter as her Ryatsu started fluctuating out of control. Oh no, Rukia thought as the girl's Ryatsu exploded as she screamed in sorrow and madness. Her embrace was becoming almost painful as she continued screaming. Sister. Rukia. The brother called out, worried about the both of them. Scared that his sister cracked and scared that Rukia was going to get badly hurt. They won't take you away. We won't lose you again, she cried out, her voice becoming twisted with a distortion. The brother felt a spike of agony as if something tried to force him under control. The wall exploded as Ichigo came through, accompanied by Renji and Byakuya, who came as soon as buildings started disappearing and fall from the sky. Rukia. The three yelled out as the torrent of power blew a powerful gust of wind. Rukia is our Soul Reapers. The girl screamed through her warped voice. You hear me? Mine. The swirling power grew more violent as the brother went to his sister's side, moving like a marionette on strings. Insight Zangetsu. Ichigo called out to his inner spirit, hoping that the hollow side could come up with something. Clearly that pathetic hollow that infected those two was driving them insane. Zangetsu said, watching the creature he found disgusting perform its wretched acts. Chances are it's behind everything and it scrapped away enough of their sanity to make them do its bidding. And you should stop this right now, he said with urgency as the brother reached his sister and Rukia, exploding in a torrent of dark erasure. The last Ichigo saw of them was their eyes, screaming for help. The energy soon settled to reveal a dark version of Rukia. She wore a tattered white kimono with a high collar, with a red cape and gold obi. She had lavender hair and eyes that were cat-like in appearance, looking at them with no emotion other than cold hate, wielding that large white and crimson scythe. Crap. Ichigo muttered under his breath as the figure before him ripped off the control vial and was about to slam it back into the pedestal of its creation, surely to cause an overload to the systems. Acting quickly, Ichigo shot a bala at the control panel and destroyed it, which prompted Rukia to turn and glare at him before attacking. The strike was harder than he expected, sending him flying back as the corrupted Rukia followed. Deeming this as an emergency situation, he undid his second seal and met his wife on the battlefield. They danced a violent dance, she attacked, he dodged, she teleported, he kept up with her, she struck him with a violent blast of energy from a swing of that scythe, he weathered it, grabbed it, and tossed it aside. She tried to impale him and he blocked, locking the blades to each other. Any ideas how to stop this without killing her? Ichigo asked his Zanpakuto spirit. One, but it involves you implanting your rapier into her. Zangetsu said, sounding bloodthirsty at the prospect of a coming battle. Go as you will. He said, leaving Ichigo to figure out how to do as his blade suggested. He tried to ponder as the ground beneath them cracked under the combined pressure, until he looked at his dear wife's eyes. Beyond the hollow's control, they were screaming for help. DMN clichés. He thought as he grabbed her behind the neck. His hollow rapier flaring to its maximum to match and overpower Rukia's own as he pulled her in for a kiss, pouring his rapier into her. The last sound anyone heard was a twisted laughing in Ichigo's own tone. Illustrated Guide to Soul Reapers. Dark Rukia alternative line. The energy soon settled to reveal a dark version of Rukia. She wore a tattered white kimono with a high collar, with a red cape and gold obi. She had lavender hair and eyes that were cat-like in appearance, looking at them with no emotion other than cold hate, wielding that large white and crimson scythe. Holy! Byakuya exclaimed in shock. Sheet! Ichigo cursed at being too late. Exclamation mark. Renji said, prompting the other two to look at him before punching him in his face. Masaki's current state. After Ichigo ran off to do whatever mission is was to save the world or whatever, Masaki needed time to process what happened. She was frozen in place and stayed like that through dinner. And then through family time with her daughters. Then they had a bath where they had to clean her and put her to bed. Morning came and she was still frozen by the time Isshin returned. After a few hours they called Ryukin who came by to take a look. You know what's wrong? Isshin asked, having to put his clinic doctor skills on hold as Ryukin was a higher authority there. It's less medical and more psychological. Ryukin said as he finished his examination. She must have heard something that was too shocking for her to handle. The doctors turned to the girls. Any idea what it was? Well, Ichi and I did mention he was married. Karen suggested. This caught Masaki's attention as she began to choke and shake Isshin, demanding what happened to her baby boy. Well, she's better now. The senior Quincy said, packing up his things. Let's get some ice cream before we become witnesses to a murder. The two that shine bright. Squad 4, Hospital. Rukia laid sleeping, recovering after the events of the whole memory theft debacle. After Ichigo destroyed the hollow parasite, everyone moved as fast as they could to keep the situation in the best possible condition. Tensai had permission to use the Forbidden Time Kido to freeze the siblings and Rukia in time while Urahara finished stasis pods for each of them. After the initial calamity with hollowification, Urahara did not want any chances. It was expected that Rukia and the siblings would eventually hollowify, the last attack of the parasite. Ichigo never once left Rukia's side at all in that time. Eventually, she began to wake up inside the stasis field. Hey Rukia. Ichigo whispered as her eyes began to open. Nice to see you awake. She hummed as she slowly roused herself from the sleep she was in. Ichigo. What happened? She asked as she slowly sat up, confused by his lack of action. Ichigo. What is this? She finally noticed the stasis Kido she was in. She looked scared as she stared her lover in the eye, his expression was filled with concern for her as he sympathizes with her worries. The memory-eating hollow is dead Rukia. He started, hoping the good news would keep her calm. You and the siblings are safe for the moment. His expression became more somber as he got to the bad news. But your souls had bonded with hollow rapier. The parasites, and then mine. You three are being kept in these fields until Urahara can determine your safety. He explained as she examined the glowing glass-like barrier. How did we get your hollow rapier? She finally asked, almost accusingly. Well. Ichigo started as he averted his eyes. Flashback, Rukia's inner world. It was a vast landscape of ice and snow, shining like crystals in the light of a sun, never disturbed, new flakes always coming down and keeping it in the beautiful white and rainbow lights. Only two beings ever occupied this land, this beautiful icy wasteland, Rukia and her Zanpakuto, Sodi no Shiraiki. Rukia and many others saw her as the most beautiful of the ice-type Zanpakuto, and her world reflected that beauty and the dangers of the cold. Now that beautiful frozen landscape was in disarray by a harsh blizzard, covering everything in a biting gust and darkness. What once housed only two beings now held three more. The siblings Rukia wanted to protect and keep safe, and the parasite that craved her life. So much power. The hungry beast cried out as it bashed against the ice wall Shiraiki made to protect Rukia and the siblings, all unconscious as the hollow forced the fusion. Give it to me. Its warped screams crashed against the Zanpakuto's ears, needing to restore the wall after another slash from its tail. She would have no problem against such a pathetic leech, but after gorging itself on so much raisure from the siblings and Rukia's own before they escaped, it grew to gigantic proportions and her own power was crippled. This ice wall was all she could do for now. I will have it, give me my power. It roared and prepared a zero to destroy the only barrier between it and its meal. That's enough out of you. A calm voice called out, overpowering the storm and the monster's cries. The both looked over to see a humanoid figure that was almost entirely white, a skull mask with sharp, angular bull horns, long hair, and tribal lines coming to a single black spot on his chest that seemed like an endless abyss. That lovely lady you want to eat happens to be a queen, and my king wants her safe and snug. He said while looking at the hollow like it was no concern, not even worth eating. That's also my woman you're attacking, so I'm a little miffed about that. Shirayuki would be furious at the claim, but he felt so familiar until her eyes widened in recognition. Zangetsu. She thought as she realized who the figure was. Getting annoyed, the hollow unleashed its zero on the other Zanpakuto, believing that nothing could challenge it now. Through the torrent of power, Shiraiki saw Zangetsu's silhouette standing strong and weathering the onslaught. Shaking but in an amused fashion, like he found the attack almost comical. As the zero ended, Zangetsu stood tall and unharmed. Is that the best you've got? He asked, prompting an angry growl from the hollow. It slithered to Zangetsu quickly and tried to slash him with its scythe tail blade. It attacked with a speed that belied its size, which still failed to hit Zangetsu. Growing more and more frustrated, the hollow tried again and again, slashing, biting, zeros, anything it could muster to try and harm the hollow Zanpakuto. Suddenly the bladed tail hit true and struck Zangetsu, right into the spirit's hand in crushing grip. Do you know the definition of insanity? He asked, letting his Ryatsu seep out and grow little by little. Clinically, it's a state of being unwell mentally. Other people said that it's doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results. His hand released the hollow's tail as it back up and looked at Zangetsu with a growing terror. Can you relate to that? Your blade can't scratch me. Your zero dash, the hollow released another blast at Zangetsu, and Shiraiki watched his hand rise to grab the blast and destroy it in his grip, doesn't even faze me. So are you crazy? Ichigo's blade whispered to the parasite, fear pouring forth from the hollow like a waterfall as it tried one more desperate swing of its blade. Faster than anyone there saw, the second the crimson blade came within an inch of his face, his jaws clamped onto the tail. The blade cracked and splintered in his vicious maw, drawing out blood from crushed nerves, before he shook his head and tore off the tail itself. The parasite screamed in agony while Zangetsu spat out the crimson scythe. Do you know the definition of insanity? Zangetsu whispered one more time. The parasite began to flee, running as fast as it could to get away. Zangetsu. Shiraiki started, somewhat fearful of the other hollow. He merely held up a hand and stopped her. Take care of those three. I'll be done soon. He said before disappearing in a burst of speed. The hollow was a distant, lost in the storm, as it tried to flee. Its hopes died when it felt a hand slam into its side and pinned it to the ground, and saw the empty black gaze of Zangetsu. "Let's tenderize the meat, shall we?" he asked madly as his claws dug into the hollow's body. Without warning he started running at top speeds while grinding the parasite into the ground and ice, tearing its body apart piece by piece. Once half of its body was gone, Zangetsu let go and watched as the remains tumbled another few miles down the path. He slowly walked to the creature while it barely clung to life. He found it, shrunk to its original size of half a foot long. He grabbed it and held it in front of his face. "You're a pathetic excuse of a hollow and you taste bland. You were not worth the effort to eat," he said before devouring the parasite, absorbing its reisha and making it his own. After changing the hollow reisha to his own Zanpakuto mix he returned to Sodi no Shiraiki, who dropped her ice wall and restored the calm of the snowy landscape. "It's done?" she asked, earning a nod from the other Zanpakuto. "I still feel that dark, empty, chaotic energy." The snow woman clutched her chest. "But now it feels calmer." She watched the dark blade come to her and remove his mask, revealing the bone-white copy of Ichigo. "This is you," she whispered as he kissed her. She closed her eyes to embrace it for the precious few seconds they were connected. "It will not change you and she won't have complete hollowification," Zangetsu explained to his snow woman lover, "for now anyways. But she will have to learn how to control it," he said before embracing her one more time. "Time for me to go," he said before he faded from the inner world. Present, Squad 4. "So yeah, you're going to need to talk with the other wizards," Ichigo said, not looking at Rukia, who was currently glaring at him. She was safe, but at the cost of being infected with hollow reisha. It would be beneficial to have the powers, but unless it was her own then it was just going to throw her soul out of balance. Meaning she was bedridden in that stasis field for the foreseeable future until Kisuk could whip something up. She just accepted the state of her life and scanned the room, finding the siblings on life support in their own stasis fields. She gasped in shock and concern, seeing the two she cared for in such a state. Ichigo followed her gaze and sighed at the sight. "After Zangetsu destroyed that parasite and separated the three of you, they explained what happened," Ichigo told her while she kept looking at the two. "It was a little over a century ago when the parasite attacked you through a Soul Reaper host. You told them to run but they refused to abandon you, staying to try and protect you. It mortally wounded them just as her teleportation powers activated and fused the hollow to them. It fed on their power and shaved away their sanity until it deemed them ready. They never healed and were back to almost dying before Tessai and Kisuk put them there. Hachi tried to reverse their time with a Kido he made, but it was too far back for him to restore." He finished just as the girl's eyes opened up, slowly and weak, but she was awake. She saw her sister figure and smiled through the pain and exhaustion. "Rukia," she said weakly, her voice muffled by a breathing mask. "I'm sorry for the trouble we dash." Her breathing was labored, still weak from the disconnection from the hollow parasite. "It's all right," Rukia said, interrupting the girl. "You two did nothing wrong. Just get some rest and recover." The door opened to reveal Unohana, who smiled brightly at her patients. "Good, you three are awake," she said, keeping up that motherly attitude. "That means you're recovering just fine," she said before going to the siblings and picking up the sister's clipboard. "Now to get your names." The captain looked at them expectantly, even when they turned away with a look of shame. "Her name is Hamura," Rukia said, earning a look of surprise from the siblings before tears of joy began to form. "And his name is Shizuku. I promised, didn't I?" Rukia smiled to the siblings, who were crying in joy. "The two of you shine brightly, HM," Unohana said thoughtfully. "Those are wonderful names, Rukia. Good choice." The senior captain smiled approvingly while the now named siblings tried to reach each other through the stasis field. "Last names?" Unohana asked again while writing the names down. You can put them down as Shiba, Retsu. A rough tomboy called out as Kakaku barged in, showing the apathy for authority or formality that was common amongst the Shiba. The captain merely took it in stride and wrote down the names. Hopefully you can be discharged soon so we can meet on more pleasant circumstances. Unohana said as she finished the checkup. Welcome, Hamura and Shizuku Shiba. I hope to get to know the both of you later on. She then left them with Kakaku, who gave her trademark smirk to the people in the room. Byakuya told me what you promised the kids, so it stood to reason that they'd want to stay with you as family. Kakaku began explaining her actions. Problem is that the Kuchiki elders are breathing down his neck, just waiting for an excuse to get rid of him. He already broke the law with you and your sister Rukia, then he spat in their faces at your wedding, so I decided, what the hell, and got them registered in my clan. She turned her gaze to the stunned sibling and smiled as bright as her fireworks. The clan she married into when she got hitched to my cousin. Hamura and Shizuku's eyes widened as they put the pieces together. That's right, kiddos, you are now legally related to Rukia. Welcome to the family. The waterworks returned, but Kakaku decided to let it pass. The kids finally had family, she'd let them celebrate. I'll have Shiraganahiko pick them up after they recover. She said as she began to depart. Rest up you two. I don't like slackers in the family. She yelled before shutting the door. She really believes in tough love. Ichigo muttered under his breath, causing Rukia to giggle. They stayed like that a few more hours, talking about how order was being restored throughout the Godei squads. Love Squad still needed work as there was still chaos among the ranks and the Rukon folk. After a while, Urahara, Tessai, Hachi, and Yamamoto entered the room, carrying a small box that was riddled with seals. Ichigo bowed respectfully, Rukia tried but was unable in her seated position, and the siblings were completely lost, only knowing to feel nervous when the old man looked at them directly. Though not entirely your fault, you both caused no small measure of trouble for all of us. Yamamoto scolded the two, making them flinch reflexively. You have potential, but are undisciplined. That is something I will not abide. After you are fully recovered, you will both attend Shin'o Academy to refine your skills. He spoke roughly, shocking the two that they weren't getting punished. Lieutenant Rukia, she jumped as the head captain addressed her, you are to tutor the two of them in your spare time. Understood? Yes, sir. She said, over-enthusiastically. I won't let you down. He merely grunted in approval before letting Kisuke come forward with the box. Ichigo, within this box is the Hogyoku. Urahara started, surprising Ichigo with that small detail. I used it before to try and reverse the holification that Shinji and the others were going through. Instead, it stabilized them into the wizards you know today, so we're doing that. Tessai and Hachi are going to dispel the stasis barriers while you activate the Hogyoku with the central thought of, I want to save them. That should fix things. He explained, making Ichigo nod a little nervously. Light flashed from the box as the seal was undone, revealing the black jeweled ball. The barriers dropped slowly as Ichigo charged his hand full of rapier. Make them better. Ichigo thought as his hand drew near the sphere, an inky blackness reaching out to meet his finger. Don't let them die. He connected to the Hogyoku and the room was engulfed in an explosion of light. Vandenreich, throne room. Basby delivered his report to the Quincy King about Ichigo and Yuryu's response to their meeting. How they bore resentment to the emperor for what happened to their mothers and that they wanted no part with the Quincy. He didn't reveal the extent of their hate for the man, just that they were different from the prideful Quincy that fought the Soul Reapers. He never let it slip that he considered they might be right, that Yawatch was not the savior or ally the Vandenreich saw him as. That old grudges Baz had were slowly coming back to him. He stuck around because of his friend Jugram, but what would be the point if the entirety of the Quincy were expendable? My poor naive sons. Yawatch said after Bazard finished. If only they knew the truth of the Shinigami and their depravity. No matter. He gave a dismissive wave of his hand to the Heat, who bowed as he backed away. They will learn the truth soon enough. All my children are equally precious to me. Precious as what? Bazard thought to himself as he left, only sparing a slight glance to his old friend. Ichigo and Yuryu, we will talk more about this matter. He made his way for the Sun Gate to depart back to the world of the living. Las Noches, Aizen study. Now, how to go about it and who to send? Aizen asked himself as he plotted. He needed a way to get Ichigo to Hueco Mundo and keep him there, meaning a hostage or two. He considered Oriheim but nothing about her proved useful. He learned about her being an exorcist but then she disappeared from his radar. Tatsuki would likely die before being brought in and hostages are only good when they're alive. Masaki was an excellent choice, but he didn't know if her powers returned. The final choice was obvious, a pair of little sisters that he would fight anything for. On the other side of the room was a loyal bat and a traitorous snake. What is going through Lord Aizen's head right now? Ulquiorra asked, looking at the images on the screen and seeing the siblings. They almost reminded him of his old friend at that age. If I know Aizen, and I do for the most part, he's thinking of bringing Ichigo's sisters as our guests. Jin said, emphasizing guests to let the implications sit in. There was the barest hint of the Hollow's eyes widening before setting to normal. A decision that might destroy Las Noches. Ulquiorra stated, knowing full well what chaos might come of those fights. Depends on who goes, and who he fights. Jin said before leaving the Arrancar with his thoughts. Grimmjow finally embraced his destructive self and has shown a lack of care for rank so long as he could fight. Even without that ace Ulquiorra taught him, he'd still be assured the 5th rank when he returns to his place among the Espada. No one likes his replacement. Ulquiorra looked at the image of Ichigo's sisters with a strange feeling in his chest. What is this heavy feeling? West Rukon 25. I'm going to do one more sweep and then head back. Ganju reported to his patrol unit in the 14th Squad. When people started losing their memories, he did a few things that he was not particularly proud of and Love did not appreciate. It ended with a fist to his face and more than a few broken teeth, an issue that plenty of people need resolved. He was going through alleys and back roads, trying to find anything out of the ordinary, when he heard a familiar voice. It worked splendidly, the voice sounded out, definitely an improvement over the previous form. Is that 3rd seat Kibyun? Ganju asked himself as he hit himself and followed the direction of Kibyun's voice until he found the 3rd seat of his squad, talking to a man with a scar and a mask covering from his nose to his neck with purple hair and dressed like an armored ninja. Finally, the dirt Captain Love wanted. He thought in excitement as he watched the two. Since we got our new benefactors, we've been able to improve the Bakodo to greater strengths than before. The ninja said, sounding pleased. But, it seems like the princess is becoming aware of the situation. If we fail to kill her, she may flee to the world of the living. Ganju's eyes widened as he couldn't believe his ears. The idea was that Makoto just wanted power for himself, but this was political cloak and dagger stuff. I heard about the prowess of Kurosaki Ichigo, but what about his weaknesses? Bahaha. Makoto laughed, almost like he considered the whole thing like it was a bad joke. From what that idiot Ganju said, anything concerning his family could be considered his weakness. Pacifying him should be easy from there. Ganju struggled to keep himself hidden, from the initial outrage of them threatening his family, to laughing at the idea of them fighting his cousin, then terror and what Ichigo would do if his family was threatened. I need to get to the captain. Ganju thought as he utilized what flash step he could manage to reach the leader of his squad. Illustrated Guide to Soul Reapers. Hiyori trains the new wizards. Alright, listen up. Hiyori yelled out to the trio of Rukia and the siblings. It took a couple days but they recovered enough to begin wizard training. Since the other wizards are busy with their squads and my job can be done by any of Kisuk's stupid monkeys, I get the wonderful job of training you ungrateful jackasses. The siblings were cowering behind Rukia while the lieutenant glared at the foul-tempered girl. My training is simple and comes in 3 easy steps. Step 1, Endurance. She said before pointing at 3 old-fashioned walker exercise machines. The Super Hiyori Walker V2. Get on and don't stop till I say so. The trio stared at the machines like they were some kind of joke. Rose came walking by, planning to have tea with Jushiro after the 5th invite he got from the sickly man. He saw the people and the machines and merely let out a sorrowful sigh. You have my condolences, Rukia. Hiyori's temp replacement. The meek, brown-haired member of Squad 12 sent to handle Hiyori's job made his way into the shop that served as Squad 15's base of operations. He almost tripped over his feet a couple of times, but the frontline soldiers of the 15th were ready and able to catch him. Particularly before he broke something expensive. Again. The top-notch scientist made his way deeper into the compound and was met by third seat Lisa. Ah, you must be our temporary comms officer sent to replace Hiyori. She stated, looking through her schedule log. Yes. The boy responded with a shy nod. I'm Rin Tsubokura, man. I dash. Follow me. Lisa ordered quickly, not letting the boy continue as she led him into the monitoring room. Once they got there, Rin's eyes started to sparkle as he saw piles of candies and sweets littering the room. His sweet tooth ached to try each and every kind in front of him, but as he reached for the first pile his hand was smacked by Lisa's booklet. Eating snacks here is forbidden. This job requires constant vigilance and no distractions, no matter how minor. Not even bathroom breaks. She scolded sternly, showing a cold and evil side that lectured the newbie until he felt like a shriveled-up worm. So how long is she going to indulge in this SDST phase? One of the Soul Reapers that was in the know asked his coworker. Probably until the lieutenant gives her a spanking like she keeps asking. She responded, wishing they kept the Sand stuff out of the pervert's hands. Shameless Avengers reference. I have an army. Aizen boasted to the upstart hybrid that dared to invade his fortress of Las Noches. We have Zaraki. Ichigo returned, making Aizen's eyes widen in recognition and shock. Outside the throne room, in the desert expanse within the massive fortress, was the Kenpachi who just bisected a skeleton wearing a crown and mist-like cloak with a large axe. Puny god. He growled as the body faded away. Danger within the ranks. Squad 14 HQ base, Love's office. So Makoto was talking to this shady figure on the edges of our jurisdiction and it might involve the assassination of a princess, and they might target Ichigo. Love summarized after Ganju delivered his report. After many of the squad lost chunks of their memory, the Rukon became a nightmare. Various riots, infighting amongst the squad, the whole thing went to hell until he started punching people. He preferred the more peaceful solutions, but he was no stranger to using violence. Ichigo defeated the memory-eating hollow and started to restore peace, which still took a while. The chaos made everyone get sloppy, including the suspected traitors among his squad. Who is the princess, and what are these Makoto exactly? Should I continue watching Third Seat Makoto? Ganju asked, eager to do whatever to help his cousin. Ever since he joined the Rukon squad, Ganju had trained himself almost constantly. Determined to never be a burden on his allies again. Something Captain Love was happy to help with, along with a SDSM to rival his big sis. Yeah, but we'll have to put more eyes on him. The Vizard said after a moment of thought. Part of him thought about how easy it would be with that foolbringer, Tsukishima, but that ability rubbed him the wrong way and he needed proof for his suspicions of Makoto and Amagai. He spied a proposal on his desk that he never had the time to get around to that seemed to be the perfect chance. And a team exercise might be the best chance. He snatched up the paperwork that his lieutenant made after reviewing the Ryoka invasion by Ichigo and his friends. The biggest failing was a lack of teamwork and coordination among the squads that left most confused while the captains and lieutenants were the only capable soldiers. Keep your eye to the ground, Ganju, I'll take this to the head captain and we'll see what happens. He got up to leave and saw a troubled look on his subordinate's face. Don't worry about Ichigo. People that underestimate him tend to end up in terrible condition. Remember? He still doesn't like killing people, Captain. Ganju countered. But I'll do whatever I can to help. The Shiba won't lose any more family. Rukia's Wizard Training. Rukia took a few deep breaths as she prepared for the harder stage of her new training, attaining that hollow power. According to Hiyori and the others, this part was about dominating the inner hollow originally. Ichigo, never being one for tradition or predictability, had to prove that he was capable of controlling that power. It doesn't change much about the process, but the difference was that his life wasn't at risk. Most of the wizards, Mayuri, and Urahara believe this is the same with Rukia and the siblings, but they would still run wild until they managed to gain control of the hollow. "Alright, bunny girl." Hiyori called out, leading Rukia to the field where Hachijin waited. "We'd usually get the other wizards to gather up and take turns fighting you until you succeeded in this phase. Instead, we've got this cocky jackass who said he'd handle it." Almost an instant later, Ichigo appeared in the field and started stretching. "While you duke it out in your inner world, he'll fight you outside. Now get in there and he'll handle the rest," she said, roughly pushing Rukia toward her husband while a barrier grew around them. "So, Rukia started when she got in front of the hybrid, what now?" The second she asked, Ichigo had his hand in front of her with light emanating from his hand. "Try to be quick. I don't want to hurt you too much," Ichigo said while using the Kido spell, Tanmao Toshi, and forcing her into her inner world. Rukia's inner world. Rukia found herself back in her inner world, the serene frozen landscape restored after that med parasite dug its way into her mind and soul. She looked around, trying to find either Sodi no Shiraiki or the hollow that now occupied her soul. "Why are you here?" She heard a warped version of her Zanpakuto's voice call out. She eventually saw a figure, wearing Shiraiki's kimono with an expressionless mask and a long icy blue line curved to her chin from her right eye. "To what end are you here?" Rukia was stunned before taking a second to compose herself. The similarity between her hollow and her Zanpakuto was staggering. "I have come for the power that belongs to me," she said, trying to sound strong and confident. "The power you will grant me for taking residence in my soul." To her annoyance, the hollow being began laughing. "Why? So you can fail to fully utilize it?" the figure asked sarcastically. "You can't even wield your own Zanpakuto properly. You merely boast about its beauty but never its strength." She scolded the Shinigami, making Rukia wince as some points hit home. "You want to convince me you can HRNSS my power, you need to prove you can actually use yours." The hollow yelled as it unsheathed a blue version of Rukia's Shirkai and charged, barely giving her enough time to block the strong attack. With Ichigo, he gently lowered her down, took a step back and waited for the battle to begin. Soon enough, the white substance that formed the hollow's calcified masks began to form on her face. Soon she rose with half being an expressionless, featureless mask and the other being a manic grin. I was expecting a demonic rabbit. Like one of those crappy bunny drawings of hers," Ichigo said to himself as she charged at him. He raised his arm to block the blade and winced as the blade was lodged halfway in his forearm. "Not enough to break my seal, but enough that I shouldn't play around," he thought before striking her chest with his palm and pushing her back quite a ways. She flipped and recovered before releasing her blade's Shirkai. "Ha! Dance! Sodi no Shiraiki," she called out in a frenzied and warped voice as an icy breeze swept the area before a circle around Ichigo glowed. "With Rukia. She's so strong," Rukia thought as she barely managed to block another attack from her hollow, even with her release of her sword. "And what is she talking about?" She hastily jumped away from another wave of ice that came at her. "I know my dances, the freezing touch, what does she mean?" she asked herself as her hollow swung her blade and the space Rukia was standing in began to glow. She jumped to the side, just barely avoiding the pillar of ice that erupted. "Tsukishiro. But dash. I didn't draw the circle." Her hollow asked as it appeared behind her before slapping her away. Are you doubting me or your sword? She asked the Soul Reaper. But then again, what would you know? It's not like you actually proved your strength or anything. Rukia spat out some blood from a cut inside her cheek. What do you mean? She demanded as she pulled herself to her feet. I'm the lieutenant of Squad 13. The one chosen to guard the world of the living before that. I was one of the top students at the academy. This only got a mocking laugh in response. Yes, you have a paper that says you know the skills and a station that was vacant for years after your mentor died. The hollow returned. You hesitated when Ichigo was surrounded by hollows and took your place as the city defender. You barely fought back when you were arrested. Now you live with another clan because you can't protect yourself. All you've ever done, Rukia, is rely on others. You have no ambition to get stronger, else you could let Yukitake retire and take his place. At least stop getting saved by everyone else. You're useless on your own. Rukia practically lost balance under the verbal assault. You can't protect anyone, let alone yourself. You're dead weight, Rukia. Even Hamura and Shizuku know that. At the mention of the siblings, she froze. Memories of her time with the two flooded her mind. With Ichigo. Bala! Ichigo shouted as he punched the blast of Racier at the hollowfying Rukia. After getting frozen solid and still healing from minor frostbite, Ichigo was a little annoyed. Rukia was developing bony ribs wrapping along her chest and hips while getting coated in a skin-tight suit of bone armor covering half of her right side. She kept up the barrage of attacks, ice pillars, ice torrents, and he could swear that the area around him was getting colder by the second. He dodged another torrents of freezing air and Rukia got behind him and slashed him across his back, leaving a gash in ice where she cut. Ah damn it. Ichigo cursed as he staggered away and regenerated from the attack. I'm starting to lose patience here. There's an easier way to handle this king. Zangetsu chimed in, sounding more amused than anything. I'm always ready to hear your advice, Zangetsu. There was a silence, hinting that Zangetsu found that line to be false. When it comes to fighting. There we go. Zangetsu said in agreement. If you listened to me at other times, you would have lost that V-card a lot sooner. Ichigo had to dodge another strike and even drew his sword to block. Anytime, Zangetsu. Ichigo roared as he blocked a Hakuren with a Getsuga. Dude, it's a hollow. The Zanpakuto explained. Appeal to animal instincts. He offered as Ichigo thought about that. He broke his second seal and unleashed his full spiritual pressure, Quincy, Hollow, and Soul Reaper. Rukia froze in place before adopting a different grin. With Rukia. The white blade of Sodi no Shireiki fell from her fingers as she let her fingers go numb. The Hollow watched as the Soul Reaper appeared to give up. She only stared in disappointment as the image of the strong and confident Rukia was shattered by realizing how weak she was. The Hollow lifted up her blue sword and prepared to strike down the failure of a master. Heido number 31. Shikaho. Rukia yelled out while bringing up her hands for the spell. She shot the fireball spell point blank in the Hollow's stomach, forcing her back several feet. The reflection of the Zanpakuto glared at Rukia with grim approval as her foot spun her sword away and she flashed in front of the Hollow. I refuse to be a burden any longer. Rukia roared as she engaged in a swift barrage of punches and kicks, throwing her opponent off with the unexpected switch in tactics. I will master my blade. I will control these hollow powers. And I will become strong. The Hollow soon took control of the flow again and landed a cut on Rukia's cheek, forcing her back. How will you master your sword if it's out of your hands? The Hollow asked as the two circled around the other, Rukia getting further from her sword. Simple. Some no mai, Tsukishiro. Rukia answered as a massive glowing circle appeared, with Rukia out of it and the Hollow inside it. You can draw circles in places, but there was never a defined radius for that circle, is there? Clever. The hollow conceded, flashing out of range just before the pillar formed. But not fast enough. She was in front of Rukia again, ready to cut her down, until she felt a cold stab in her stomach. San no mai, Shirafune. Rukia held her hands like she was holding a sword, and a blade of ice formed in her hands, which went through the hollow. I told you. I will master my sword and take my powers. Rukia growled at her opponent. You were right about me being a burden. No more. The mask remained unreadable, but the eyes shone a happy brightness to them. You'd best keep that promise. Lady Rukia. She said while Rukia's eyes widened in shock before awakening. With Ichigo. Ichigo laid on his back, victorious against his hollowified wife, just waiting for her to wake up. After unleashing his power, she stopped trying to kill him. Instead, she tackled him to the ground, bit him on the neck, and was now purring on his chest. He was unsure of how to feel at that moment. Soon enough, Rukia began to wake up. Evidenced by the armor crumbling to dust and leaving her with a featureless mask with an icy blue talon down her right eye. She pushed herself up and looked around, questioningly, before removing her mask. Congratulations. Ichigo said with a happy smirk. You can now HRNSS your mask. She looked down at him, surprised at first before gaining an arrogant smirk. I certainly didn't expect you to be under me. She hummed in approval of her apparent love bite. Can't say I'm disappointed though. I didn't expect you to purr like a cat. Ichigo countered with his own grin. Or go into heat. Rukia froze, and not out of chill. Speaking of which, Ichigo took a few sniffs. You should probably change your underwear. Rukia was steaming for a few seconds before encasing Ichigo in another pillar of ice. First Division Barracks. The possible assassination of a noble. Yamamoto noted from the report Love gave him. A potential conflict with Squad 15 should the noble flee to the world of the living. Bakoto, something I never wanted to hear about again. He let out a tired sigh, feeling the weight of his years. I should have continued those investigations. Commander, you knew about this? Love asked his superior. He informed the old man of his suspicions and offered the idea Amagai presented to try to get more eyes on Makoto Kibune and others in his squad. He never let up on his suspicions of his lieutenant. What's going on, sir? I've had a long-standing suspicion that something was not right with the Kasumiyaji family, but I was denied access by the Central 46. Yamamoto explained, digging up some of his old regrets. I had one squad member that was willing to infiltrate and find anything he could on the possible coup that was brewing. Unfortunately, he was discovered and captured, then forced to wield a Bakoto and attack me. The ancient dragon's eyes drifted to a list of names labeled Kia. His name was Shinetsu Kisaragi, and he was a good and loyal soldier. The two held a moment of silence for the fallen before returning to the crux of the matter. Bakoto are parasitic weapons, feeding on the wielder's ryatsu while giving power before completely consuming them. These weapons became illegal when their threat was revealed. So either the entire family is planning to revolt, Love said as he tried to put the pieces together, or someone is trying to usurp the family. Likely the second, as Makoto and his contact discussed killing of Princess. Which means the current head is unaware of what's happening. I'll have someone do a more thorough background check on your lieutenant and third seat. Yamamoto stated as he rose from his chair. And we'll need to alert Isshin that he'll be playing host to Rurikayo Kasumiyaji. You go and do what your lieutenant proposed as a test. If what Yoruchi told us about when she and Ichigo infiltrated is at all true, then this should be both embarrassing and fun to watch. Love noted as he left the leader of the Godai. Yes. It probably will. With Ichigo. Well, that was a day. Ichigo groaned, stretching himself after breaking free of the ice and soaking in a hot spring at the 4th Division barracks. He figured he'd help the siblings, but apparently having a hollow parasite possessing you for years made it like riding a bike for them, and they naturally harnessed their masks. Kisuke put trackers and inhibitors on them to record their progress as they undergo Shinigami training. Ichigo was about to leave when he noticed a hell butterfly flying around and making an urgent announcement. Urgent message. Urgent message. A female announcer called out. Minos have been detected entering the Siriidii. Ichigo was shocked before reason kicked in. Wait, if there are Minos, then we should have seen or at least heard them. He thought as the announcer ordered everyone to mobilize. He reached out with his senses and did find traces of hollow Raisher, but nothing on the level of a Minos. Something's not right here. Ichigo jumped into the air and kept himself aloft with a Raisher platform and began to survey the area. He found the various squads mobilizing, but some were in chaos. The 7th and 11th squad seemed to be competing with Iba and Ikkiku racing each other. Mayuri had the 12th close off a large section and was arguing with Ranjaku, and the 10th, the 3rd and 9th were getting along but ended up butting heads with the 6th, 8th, and 13th squads. The 14th had to calm down the civilian population, and the 5th was missing while the 2nd and 4th were just waiting around confused. This is our army. The next announcement shouted that the Minos were located in the northeast section of the Siriidii, leaving the army of Soul Reapers to scramble like headless chickens toward that area or to keep fighting each other. We're screwed. He released a pulse to find Yamamoto and felt him walking with Yukitake and some of the other captains. He immediately made his fastest jumps to them and listened in from above. I authorized this false alarm and Captain Ikawa acted on that order. He heard his sensei explain to his direct subordinates. In order to see the worth in his lieutenant's proposal of joint training exercises to prevent the same mess Ichigo and his friends made on their infiltration. He said, looking over the city and the army of Shinigami while several Jillians appeared. So far, I am greatly disappointed in what we've seen. If they can't handle these false hollows, then we are ill-prepared for any real battle. Then this is where I come in. Ichigo thought as he flashed above the assembly of Soul Reapers and painting out a Kido spell pattern on his arms. Bakudo number 77, Tentikura. Ichigo initiated the broadcasting message spell and let his voice be heard. Listen up, dumbass. Instead of fighting each other, do your DMN jobs. He roared, loudly enough that the people could feel the sound waves through their bodies. We have 6 Jillians and no one going for them. Squad 11, break into groups and go on the attack. At his orders, the thugs of the 11th began making their way, over the walls and other barriers, toward the hollows. Squad 4, send your medics with them while squads 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 join in either Kido support, distractions, or evac. Squads 2 and 12, I want intel. Outfit the patrol units with scanners and get some answers. Squads 13 and 14, ensure the safety of the civilians. He finished delivering as the various units broke into teams consisting of various different squad members, all led by the battle-ready lieutenants, while Mayuri, reluctantly, did as commanded. Rukia led a team to the Rukon while Ganju and Amagai were making progress. He even thought he saw Hamura and Shizuku with their sister figure. Soon the others began destroying the fake hollows and he made his way to the other captains. He landed in front of Yamamoto as the last Jillian fell. Your results. Yamamoto nodded in approval of his disciple. After your eavesdropping, you took good command of the situation. Ichigo winced and chuckled nervously. The joint training exercises have my blessing. Lieutenant Amagai will handle that while you return to your station. Be ready, Ichigo. Ichigo nodded as he opened a Garganta. Illustrated Guide to Soul Reapers. Byakuya's brother Sense. Captain Byakuya Kachiki is a man of refined tastes, particularly of art. One of the bonding activities he did with his sister-in-law was pursuing that art of drawing and even sculpture, a favorite subject being rabbits. He was indulging in making a sketch of what he thought his dear sister's elegant hollow mask would look like when he thought he heard something. Crappy bunny drawings dash. Why do I want to hurt Ichigo all of a sudden? Hamura and Shizuku helping. Listen here, Soul Reaper. A Rukon citizen was yelling. Look, it's for your own protection. A Shinigami returned. The warning about the Mino sent the whole Rukon into a flux. Everyone was fighting, demanding protection or getting people to follow orders. The whole thing was a mess. In front of the two groups, a pale blonde girl in the white and red student uniform appeared. "Everyone, please." Hamura looked up with teary eyes. "Please stop fighting," she said as she slowly broke down crying. Shizuku appeared by her side in the male's white and blue uniform and held her close. "Please, my sister hates conflict," he said, trying to sound strong for Hamura. "Can't you work together for your own sake?" Hamura gave them one more teary-eyed pleading look, making all the men blush at the cuteness while feeling terrible about making her cry. "Well, you are trying to help," a shop owner said, looking away from the siblings. "We also want to make sure our favorite vendors can open shop," a Soul Reaper said as the group dispersed for the safety bunkers. Once they were gone, the siblings looked up to Rukia, who received a thumbs up from the two. "I have taught you well." What Squad 5 was doing. "You have got to be freaking kidding me." Shinji groaned, rubbing his forehead in annoyance while standing in front of his locked office door. "I have work to do in there, now let me in." "No." A woman inside cried out. "There's a message in here for me." "There has to be. Captain Aizen must be hiding something. Something to explain all this madness." "Momo, we looked everywhere and found nothing," Shinji explained for the third time. "Now get out of there before you start going through my underwear again." "I thought that drawer was supposed to be for files," she said, clearly embarrassed. Preparations. With Tatsuki. Everything around her was burning, a field of flames that devoured everything in their wake. It was scorching hot and the air was suffocating with the heat. She thought she understood the power of the flames, wielding them in her hands and feet with every punch and kick. Now she felt vulnerable to fire for the first time in so long. She was in her inner world after training to the point that her Aswachi became her Zanpakuto. Now she searches for the name of her weapon. She went into her meditative trance, proud and confident, before finding herself in her current situation, feeling herself submit to the fires all around her. "Is this really my world?" she thought in confusion as she felt her skin burn. "How is this my inner world? Fire does not always mean destruction." A voice called out as a massive bright red and orange hawk flew in above her. "It can mean that when control is lost, but it can be so much more." She spoke in a gentle tone that hid a fierceness to it. "Something you have yet to understand." Tatsuki stared at the majestic and beautiful creature, entranced by the dancing flames of its body. When it finished talking, she asked her questions. "Are you my Zanpakuto spirit?" She started, staring directly into the bird's eyes. "I am," she responded, quickly and simply. "My name is dash dot." She spoke, but the final words were lost to Tatsuki. "I guess you don't think I'm ready to learn your name," she said, somewhere between angry, insulted, and disappointed. "Figures it wouldn't be that easy. It's not entirely whether I think that, more whether you do," the bird said, earning confusion from her wielder. "You're still haunted from that day you first encountered the Arrancar." Tatsuki listened as the spirit continued. "You envy the others in your squad for being able to charge in without hesitation or fear, their confidence in their strength. You even believe you're weaker than Orihime." Tatsuki's eyes widened at that statement. "That's dash." She began in anger, forcing the flames to become more intense and burn her harshly. "What are you in this group?" her spirit asked, still calm in spite of the growing inferno. "The girl that punches things, the straight martial artist. There's a small list of what Ichigo is not capable of. Yuryu can keep up with him, Chad can do what you do and is able to tank almost anything, even Orihime is matching you as a fighter who can summon spirits to do most any task." Tatsuki could only listen, her fury feeding the fires around her as each statement reminded her of something she didn't like to think about. "You consider yourself the weak link. I'm not denying you anything, you are. You are a glass cannon, a tower built on a poor foundation. A single good strike will break you. She said as Tatsuki felt herself break out of her trance and onto her back, gasping for breath. Not a pleasant experience, I take it. Yoruchi asked, looking at her shaken disciple on the ground. Tatsuki didn't respond as she struggled to her feet, her short zanpakuto blade in hand as she faced her teacher with a look of shaky determination. Again. With Chad. Enough. Chad said as he dispelled his fullbring, his fingers rubbing his medallion and smiling at the progress they've made. He and the other Fullbringers returned to the world of the living to continue their search for others like them and training their developing skills. This has been good progress, Sato. Jackie said, examining her boots. Jackie's dirty boots enveloped her entire body, along with the ability to make them as dirty as possible on her own, as well as a new power. A perfect defense to match her offense, which unfortunately must reset every time she switches modes. As much as I am glad to enhance my own abilities, I must admit my skepticism to simply turning into a hulking brute. Jericho said as he looked over his new armor, white plating on his left shoulder and right thigh with a single arrow pointing up and down respectively on them. He was also curious about the many floating clocks floating behind him like a halo, wondering their meaning. Maybe it has something to do with my contracts with time. Sato was stronger than you anyway. Riruka said, wearing bunny ears on her hat and wearing white armor on her legs and chest with large fist guards on her arms with yellow prongs and heart emblems on the fists. Not sure how much help I'll be in a fight. All I seem to do is stick things in plushies. Ever thought that you could be the squad's jailer? Yukio suggested, having come over to simply give them a new training area while the others worked. He gave them a copy of the training room under the Shoten where they trained themselves to unlock their potential. That would be useful. No way. Jailers aren't cute. Riruka denied almost immediately, earning a groan of annoyance from her fellow Fullbringers. Cute doesn't stuck the strawberry. Cece does. Jackie yelled out. You should try being Cece. They two women soon devolved to what amounted to pointless arguing while the guys did their best to ignore them. I could probably take them off your hands too if you wanted. Yukio suggested, causing Chad to shake his head. You're doing us enough favors by taking that Shishigawara guy. He said, standing up while the game room dissipated. Things seem to be coming to a head out there anyway. The air itself feels tense. With Orihime. I got this. Orihime panted, covered in sweat, dirt, and bruises, while keeping her focus on two floating orbs. One that was fire while the other was water, both working in tandem against her. Flying at her side was the Shun Shun Rika spirits, fully grown to human size in response to a proper bond with their mistress. Each shield was able to act independently with each able to split into multiple sprites. The ball of raging fire and swirling water reacted to her boast by starting their next attack. Hinajuku. Lily. Right. The two defensive spirits called out as each turned into a shield to block a torrent of water or flare of fire. Keeping her will steadfast as she managed to hold the attack off, though she did feel a drain on her energy. Kenten Koshun. Orihime recited as Bagan and Tsubaki turned into sprites and reassembled into Orihime's reflective blade. Come on. She yelled out, raising her blade to the elemental spheres, glaring at them confident and defiant. The fire and water dissipated to reveal androgynous humanoid figures, red and blue and dressed in their respective elements of fire and water. There was a playful glint in their eyes as the fire spirit charged first, a blade made of flames in its hand as it charged at the budding exorcist. She blocked the attack and reflected the force and fire, only managing to make the spirit bounce back with its twin attacking her from behind. She barely had time to react as a trident made of water found its mark and sent her tumbling with a torrent of water. Ayam was immediately at her side and restoring her to a healthier state. Orihime racked her brain, trying to think of something while Tsubaki's 5 other sprites tried attacking the two elementals, which was proving ineffective. Elemental spirits are always upper echelon spirits, Shuno explained as she joined Oriheim's side, perhaps. You should stop and try again later. Oriheim grit her teeth in anger, at the thought that she was still weak. She was next to useless in Soul Society, couldn't bring herself to fight the Arrancar, and wasn't even that involved with everything else that happened. She swore to herself that she was going to be helpful to her allies, useful to Ichigo, become someone that was worth standing by her friends. It was then she noticed something while Tsubaki's many attacks were flying around the two elementals. They got close but never touched, even flinching when they almost brushed against the other. Duh. She mentally admonished herself before lifting up her sword again and charging into the fray. The two spirits noticed her and fired a sphere of their elements at her, making her stop as the attacks came to her. Gotta do this right, she told herself as she focused. Time seemed to slow to a crawl as the ball of fire and water came within range of her. She swung her blade at the ball of flames first. The second she felt the attack be reflected, she guided it towards the water elemental. Once she was satisfied with the alteration of the attack's reflection, she repeated with the other sphere, just barely managing to catch it before it struck her. Time returned to normal for her as the attacks went to their elemental opposite, exploding into clouds of steam filled with ethereal screams. Bagan, Lily. Santen Keshin, Prism. She called out, causing the two to split into their shield sprites and turning into a triangular prism, trapping the elementals inside. Tsubaki, Koten Zanshuan, Waltz. She called out, determined to make this the finale of the fight. Tsubaki's 6 sprites entered the prism and struck with lightning speed to the two elementals, passing through both to ensure damage to each spirit. Oriheim powered the attack for as long as she felt comfortable with before ending the assault and freeing the two, letting them drop in a weakened unconscious heap. She flicked her wrist and brought out 2 sealing paper charms before throwing them at the two. The papers attached to their head while Oriheim finished her spell. Seal, she said simply as the two were absorbed into the sealing tags. She watched as the paper floated to the ground harmlessly. She dropped to her knees and tried to catch her breath. Did you have to make it so hard, you two? She cried out with a pout as many versions of the elementals appeared before her. Yes. Yes, we did. The fire spirit said as it looked at its twin. You wanted to contract us, and you're the first person to make any use out of those 6. The water spirit said, pointing to the Shun Rika as they shrunk down. We can't remember the last time someone realized their true strength. Had to make sure you were the real deal. The fiery one said with a chuckle. That's because there was no last time. Tsubaki said with evident anger. The two elementals merely nodding in response. Anyway, you passed our test. The blue spirit said with a bow. Ignis and Aqua, accept this contract. He said as a pair of rings, blue and red, appeared on Oriheim's right index and middle fingers. Be sure to get the other 2 soon, master. I hope we get along. Oriheim said with a smile before falling over from exhaustion. Shano. I am. Soten Kishun. She called out, making the healing shield sigh. With Yuryu. You're offering to help? Yuryu asked, standing across from Bazard Black. Why? Bazb gave Yuryu the message that he wanted to talk to him alone, having a bit more faith in a fellow Quincy rather than the hybrid cousin currently in Soul Society. They were back in the Funfeld and away from prying eyes for Baz's sake. He felt safer there, free to talk. I'll be honest, I still feel loyalty to His Majesty, but I'm not so blind to simply accept whatever he does. The Heat said as he looked the mixed blood in the face. What you said about Yawach and what he did. It kind of hit a little close to home for me. So, in the event you are right about him, I'd rather be on a side that ensures I'll live. He said, earning a raised eyebrow from Yuryu. The bespectacled teen looked up to the trees in thought, wondering how to move the situation to his team's benefit. Okay, he said after making his plan, let's talk. What are some of the Sternritter's abilities? He got the full overview from Tsukishima, but there was something else to this conversation for him. Any new techniques we should be aware of? What makes a Sternritter? What is it about you guys that make you elites? We have medallion seals that can take away a Bankai, Bazard started, a power-up state called the Volstandig, and a letter script. That's what we believe will tip the scales in our favor. Script? Yuryu asked, trying to press for more information. Yes, we drink in some of His Majesty's blood which allows him to carve a letter onto our soul. That becomes our script. So is that why only pure-blooded Quincy were spared from the holy selection? He asked, glancing to the trees. Yep, we were born with our power. Bazard answered before looking confused. Wait, was that it? Yeah, you drink Yhwach's blood and he carves in your script. Yuryu said, trying to keep the Sternritter focused. That's what you just said. Bazby looked confused before shrugging it off. Yeah. Okay. He continued, though he was slightly shaken. He carves the letter onto our soul and determines what that letter is for. My own is the H, which is for the heat, and I can utilize fire and heat hotter than the sun. And he determined that? Yuryu asked again while glancing upwards. I was always a hothead and I just loved fire. He said with a nostalgic smile before looking confused again. That's not right. What was I? How did you obtain this Volstandig? Yuryu quickly changed the subject, knocking the H out of his confusion. Each and every one of us have used the Let Still and had our powers restored. He said, grimacing in pain slightly. Trying to mimic that feeling of the Let Still, we try to manipulate the ambient ratio to bring us to a higher powered state. Reaching out with every bit of ourselves to clothe ourselves in energy. There's a theoretical higher level, but no one even knows how to get to it. That or no one thinks it matters now. Well, this has been interesting. Yuryu said, trying to end the talk while looking at the trees. I'll be sure to let Ichigo and the others know what you told me. You sure you're alright with spying on Yhwach? Why not? Bazard scoffed. He's not my king. Wait. He said before grasping his head in pain. Why did I say that? Yuryu placed a hand on the Sternritter's shoulder. That headache seems pretty severe. Maybe you should go lay down. Yuryu suggested, getting a nod from the heat. Yeah. That sounds good. He said, stumbling for a second before disappearing in a burst of speed. Yuryu waited for a couple of seconds before nodding and Tsukishima appearing at his side. Was that a success? He asked the Foolbringer as he returned his bookmark to his book. It gave some credence to my theory, but I can't be too sure if it'll work or not. Tsukishima told him as he mulled over his personal findings. I've always done some memories to suit my desires, but nothing on this scale. If it works, then Ichigo and myself will be better equipped to fight Yhwach. Yuryu reminded him, stressing the importance of the test. You said Ichigo can manifest his Quincy powers, correct? The reader asked the archer, earning a nod of confirmation. Tsukishima let a devious smile cross his features. I might have an idea. The next day. Same day as Yamamoto's surprise test. Yuryu was flying through the air, sniping down masses of low-level hollows that came out of nowhere. That was a mild annoyance to what else was going on. According to reports, there were 2 instances of an unsanctioned Senkamen opening, with an investigation finding 3 different Gigace with Ryatsu suppression properties while the other revealed a trio with a carriage that was making a great effort to stay hidden. Adding to that was the recent information that Isshin got from the commander, a scion of nobility was in danger of an illegal weapons dealers that could put all of Seoul society at risk. They just got their memories back and now they had another mess to deal with. To make matters worse, he was ordered by Isshin to look more like a Shinigami Quincy. And no, Isshin had no reason other than, because. A black version of what he wore when infiltrating Seoul society with blue lines. It was too hot for form-fitting black. At least the squad is really coming into its own. Yuryu remarked, watching the battalion of Soul Reapers cutting down the hollows with ease. Even some of the Foolbringers were helping, Jackie backing up Chad as they crushed their enemies. But where did that bait come from? He said, thinking back to another unexplained racial buildup that was reminiscent of hollow bait. Are those three unknowns involved? Excuse me. He heard a young girl's voice call out to him. He looked down to see a person with a wide brim hat with a veil hiding her face wearing a pink floral kimono that seemed to be of high quality. Are you one of the Soul Reapers of this town? Yuryu felt his eye twitch, not sure how he was supposed to feel about being called a Soul Reaper, but he dropped down to speak to the girl. My name is Yuryu Ishida, and I am the third seat of Squad 15. The archer greeted her calmly. Would I be correct in assuming that you are Rurikayo Kasumiyaji? The girl nodded before walking towards him. Since you know who I am, I require your assistance in bringing me something to eaaah. She started, showing disregard to his position before tripping over her feet and onto the ground. Ow wow. She groaned as her veil came off, revealing her long blonde hair held back by a band and green eyes. Cute kid. That veil looked ridiculous anyway. Yuryu quipped, making his way to the noble and helping her up. She quickly realized her situation before trying to look as dignified as possible to the Quincy and making her demands known as dozens more hollows cried out in hunger. Now, bring me something to eat and quickly. She ordered, not realizing he wasn't paying attention as he scanned the sky. Are you listening to me? The noble demanded furiously. People usually say please before asking for something. He said dryly as he spotted two Shinigami, not belonging to his squad, being chased by several hollows, and I don't play cater to a selfish brat that can't say one simple word. I'm more of a tailor. He conjured his bow as took aim, trying to ignore the girl's whining about her hunger and demands for food. Shut up. He growled, releasing part of his Ryatsu and quieting down the girl so he could focus. Two in front to avoid killing, roughly 20 hollows behind them, closing in the distance from almost half a kilometer. Child's play without distractions. He released his shot and multiple arrows flew fast and true, grazing the two Shinigami to the limit of trimming their hair and light scratches. They landed in front of Yuryu as he stood protectively in front of Rurikayo. One had short hair and icy blue eyes while the other had a small patch of hair in the shape of a lightning bolt and looked bigger than Chad. Rurikayo Kasumiyaji, you are to be taken into the protective custody of Squad 15 during your stay in the world of the living. He said to the princess, earning a glare from the two likely bodyguards of the noble. Who do you think you are, peasant? The smaller of the two growled. They then felt a crushing spiritual pressure as someone they couldn't refuse came to the scene. He is one of my third seats, and he is acting on my orders. The pair looked behind them to see the mildly annoyed captain of the 15th squad. And I'm acting on orders from the old man. Illustrated Guide to Soul Reapers. Zombie thriller. Maybe I should take some pain meds before going to bed. Bazby sighed as he made his way home, occasional throbs of pain hitting him as he tried to figure out what happened to him earlier with Yuryu. Man, what a headache. He reached his shared home with his fellow and pulled the door open. 'Cause this is thriller. Thriller night. He watched the scene in front of him, which he didn't think was real. Giselle was dressed like the king of pop and doing the thriller dance, in the hideout, with an army of zombie animal critters. He simply shut the door and started walking towards the hospital. Or I have a brain tumor. Better go check. Training continues. Urahara and Mayuri were at the training site where Rukia, Hormura, and Shizuku were training to control their hollow masks along with the other wizards. The siblings were able to hold their masks for minutes while Rukia barely managed half of one. They were watching, gathering data, when an important question was asked. I thought you said you had a new training method for them. Rose asked, flinching when Rukia took a hard kick to the face. I told Hiyori about it earlier. Kisuke admitted. Drinking some tea. It's called, grievously injure someone until they leave you alone, or get stronger and take credit for it. Hiyori then kicked Rukia into a crater that was followed by a low groan of pain. Ichigo's going to kill you later. Shinji warned, happy to not be on the receiving end of Hiyori's tantrums for once. I know. Still fun to watch. Attacks in Darkness. Squad 15 Base, Urahara Shoten. It was late and Isshin was mulling over the information he had at the moment. 1. The Kasumiyaji family was in a difficult situation that may end in bloodshed. 2. Someone within the family, likely a high-ranking member, was manufacturing dangerous and illegal weapons. 3. The heir to the family was brought to the world of the living with the intention of hiding under their noses, a plan that came crashing down. 4. He was going to kill Kenryu with that stick up his butt if he kept annoying him. Captain Isshin, the smaller of the two guards and the aptly named Kenryu said, I know I mustn't bother but I must insist on better accommodations for Lady Rurikayo. The larger Enryu nodded in agreement, moving his hands about frantically. Surely a captain, and a noble, such as yourself understand the importance of dash. For the last time, Kenryu. Isshin growled out. Shut up and let them play ball. He yelled while pointing to Rurikayo, dressed in blue shorts and a white t-shirt, kicking a ball around with Yuzu and Karen, laughing the whole while. To you, she's a princess, to the squad and myself, she's just a little girl. Let her enjoy herself a little bit. If you're worried about her protection, remember this. She is in the most secure area in the world of the living to anything spiritual. My fourth seat has orders to not let anyone without clearance go near them. Suddenly Rurikayo tripped and fell, prompting Enryu to freak out and rush outside. And was sent flying back in when Chad punched him. Like that. How do we not have clearance to be by her side? The attendate demanded as a garganta opened in the room. Kenryu immediately got ready to attack when Ichigo finally came through. Because I don't want you anywhere near my daughters. The captain said, shoving the attendant aside to give his son his full attention. How's things in Soul Society, Ichigo? Other than seeing how poorly prepared Soul Society is in the event of an invasion, Rukia and the siblings seem to be doing rather well. Ichigo answered, just now noticing the two new figures in the barracks. New recruits. New mess. The father responded before pointing to the three girls. The new kid is Rurikayo Kasumiyaji, heir to the Kasumiyaji family. A noble family just under our own in ranking because they once supplied the people with weapons before the Godai formed and Zanpakuto became the weapons of choice. They were thanked with noble status, but none of the responsibilities of the great noble houses. Just playing the noble's game, so long as they keep a lid on something dangerous they control. And they screwed up? Ichigo asked, sensing where the conversation was heading. No, or not yet at least. Isshin responded, sensing Kenryu's growing anxiety at how much the Godai knew. We only got speculation and guesses, the most probable being that someone high up in the family is trying to take it over. His name is Gyokaku Kumoi. Kenryu said, giving the Soul Reapers what they wanted and needed, knowing it was their best chance. Lady Rurikayo's mother died giving birth to her while illness took her father soon after. Kumoi has been serving as the temporary viceroy for the clan until Lady Rurikayo comes of age. Lately vassals under his service, mainly people that seem to disagree with him, have begun to disappear. Anyone that doesn't fall in line with his ruling is soon disposed of and weird incidents have begun to happen around Lady Rurikayo. Using what few people we could trust, we had Gig Ace made and planted for us to retrieve when we came to hide in the world of the living. He released a sigh as the weight of the past few days seemed to appear on his shoulders. We have no evidence to prove these suspicions, so we wanted to avoid involving the Godai. Avoid it, by going into the most active squad's territory, where some of the most observant Soul Reapers are supposed to be. Ichigo restated needing to understand what was going through this guy's head. Hoping to slip by in the confusion of us doing our jobs. You passed through the private Senkaman of the Kasumiyaji because the old Soul phones couldn't get any data from private Senkaman, didn't you? The attendant nodded to the captain's question. Tough luck there, security measures had to become stricter, so now nothing spiritual occurs without our knowing. So now, what to do about this little coup of yours? Isshin leaned back to think. He needed someone that could protect Rurikayo when worst came to worst while also maintaining her calm and not RSNG suspicions. His nose caught the scent of fresh cookies as he looked idly toward the kitchen where Orihime made a fresh batch and was sharing it with Rurikayo, Karen, and Yuzu. An idea popped into his head at that moment. "Hey Orihime," he called, getting the exorcist's attention. "How about you and Ichigo becoming parents?" he suggested, knowing his son was about to beat his skull in. Safe house, temporary living quarters for the Kasumiichi. The next day came and Ichigo was helping Kenryu and Enryu move his new family into their new home. After punching his father enough times to get rid of his embarrassment, Isshin explained the reasoning for this. It was to give Rurikayo a more proper disguise while keeping a healer and bodyguard around her at all times, a last line of defense. Rurikayo was supposed to remain ignorant of the goings-on, so the explanation of the family cover was to help her integrate into the living world much easier. Isshin promised sentries around the clock and Ichigo would only have to fight when truly necessary. Ichigo forgot his dad could be mature sometimes, and he ruined the moment with, "Besides, it'd be good for you to get ready for all my future grandkids." Chad had to carry the old man back to his home after Ichigo was done with him. "And you promise that this will stay under wraps?" Kenryu asked, his concern being in keeping the Kasumiichi family stable and strong. If word of this got out, it'd put the family at risk with the other nobles. "I shouldn't ask much but dash. Listen pal, I don't give a DMN about this nobility game you seem to think matters." Ichigo growled out, finally getting the sofa in place. "The only thing we care about is keeping her safe and the security of Seoul society as a whole. You worry about the nobility crap if it worries you that much." Kenryu had to hold himself back from talking back, reminding himself that Ichigo is of nobility with the Shiba and their return as a great noble house as well as being a lieutenant and disciple of the head captain in the Godai. He heard tales of Ichigo's prowess and crass behavior, but he needed to really see to understand, and while he had yet to really see his strength, his crude behavior was the genuine article. Not too long after, Rurikayo appeared with Orihime not far behind. "Onie-chan." Rurikayo sang out, running to Ichigo aglomping him. After the decision to have Ichigo and Orihime pose as her parents, her jigai was altered to have orange hair and lighter brown eyes. Ichigo looked down to the girl hugging him with slight confusion. "Context. I need context please," the hybrid said, looking at his lover and ignoring the crying attendants in the corner. "Well, Rurikayo told me that while she understood that it was for her protection she refused to think of us as her parents." Orihime explained with a smile as she looked at the young noble. "So I told her to think of us as her older siblings, if that helped." Ichigo looked down at the kid who was still hugging him before adopting a gentle smile and patting her head. "So, after school tomorrow, we're going to the mall," Orihime announced, with Ichigo simply accepting. He wasn't spending enough time with Orihime or Tatsuki lately. Later that night, Yuryu sat on the edge of a roof, quite a ways from the safe house, but still with a near-perfect vantage point to be a sniper. He was back in his white Quincy robes after a general consensus. He looked better in white, and ready to keep first watch. There was some goofing around with the new family, but it seemed like Ichigo was actually enjoying himself. Orihime was almost always happy, and the kid seemed to like the arrangements herself. Hours passed with little incident as the trio found themselves asleep. That was when he felt it. "Feels like one guy," said Riruka, as she joined Yuryu's side. The Foolbringers were becoming eager to test their new skills, so they were assisting, and Riruka pulled the short straw. "What's the plan?" "I'll engage while you watch and record," Yuryu said, standing up and tensing to move. The second red flashes appeared on the barrier. "The second he starts to run, seal him up in one of your dolls." He ignored her whining about it being uncute as the assailant broke through. The archer immediately shot several bolts at the attacker and forcing him back. The Quincy took the chance to make it to the roof with his Hirenkyaku and attacked with a seal Schneider. The assassin wore dark concealing clothes with reddish-pink armor and wielding a blade mounted on his wrist with an odd mirror in the center of the guard. He was immediately cautious of whatever properties the mirror might have held, some instinct telling him that part was the main issue. "I'm guessing it'd be pointless to ask you who your masters are," he said, only getting the assassin to raise his blade for combat. "Never that easy." The assassin charged at him, intent on cutting through the Quincy, and Yuryu simply evaded. Every swing was met with a dodge as the archer gracefully moved, keeping his eyes on the weapon he suspected was a Bakoto. His attacker backed off when he saw his attempts were proving fruitless and took a change of tactics. He caught the moon's light in the mirror on the guard and reflected it directly to Yuryu's face. Everything seemed to go black until he returned to consciousness with the assassin directly in front of him. He managed to dodge the stab and chopped the guy in the throat and back of his neck, making the assassin stumble. "I've been knocked out enough times to know that sensation," Yuryu thought as he analyzed what happened as his opponent caught his breath. Since that thing has a mirror, he probably needs light to make it work and reflect a specific light wavelength to make someone temporarily blackout. Yuryu straightened himself out and stretched his back before shutting his eyes. Not risking another glance. "I'll let the Squad 12 squints do the study." Utilizing his years of blind archery training and racier sense, he tracked the movements of the assassin as he tried the light reflection method again. Yuryu became dizzy as a result of the light shining into his face, but with his eyes shut the effect was weakened greatly. The assassin charged again and Yuryu leaped into action, using his blood to power his defense and strength as he grabbed the blade and tore the whole thing off his opponent before punching him in the stomach. The assassin collapsed, barely conscious, and Ruruka showed up behind him. "Addiction shot," she said, shooting him in the back with a heart and placing her tag on him. "I permit you." The Foolbringer pulled out a teddy bear and, in an aura of pink energy, the assassin was absorbed into the doll. "Now what?" the girl asked the Quincy, who held up the weapon. "Now we get this to Urahara and see what he can find out," he said, feeling the weapon react as if it was alive. "Since he won't talk, take him to Tsukishima. That'll be the easiest way to get an answer out of him." "Roger that, Yuryu." "What the?" Ruruka said as she felt something warm and wet soaking her doll. "Gross!" she cried as a red liquid was spreading through the fabric. Yuryu's eyes widened as he recognized the blood, with his mind working overtime to figure out what was happening. Keto seal? No, I'd sense that. Hidden dagger? He wouldn't be able to use that. Did he? Sheet. He thought as he figured out what the assassin did. Get him out. He bit off his tongue. He ordered as Ruruka took a second to get over her shock and use her hair to tickle her nose before sneezing on the doll. The assassin came out, blood dripping through his face mask and onto the ground as the sound of breathing could be heard. "He's making himself drown in his own blood," he said in shock as he approached the dying man, who was doing everything in his power to keep Yuryu back. Soon the assassin passed out from blood loss and fell off the roof. Yuryu felt the man disappear as his life faded and he cursed. A dead body couldn't give any answers that they needed, especially if Kumoi was being as careful as they thought he was. "Failure, I take it?" Ruruka asked, trying to keep her lunch down. Yuryu glared at the dead body that laid on the ground. He wondered if this was how Ichigo felt when Aizen managed to escape him, because Yuryu felt sad. "Partially," he answered as he felt the attendant settle down and some of his squad mates came for the corpse before it burst into fire. A very well hidden Keto deadman switched to eliminate all traces of the assassin. "We protected the girl, now they'll be sending the big guns and we do have something from all this." He looked at the blade in his hand with disgust before heading back to base, Chad coming over to take his shift. Squad 15 base. After his capture, he killed himself, Isshin said, finishing his report to the leader of the Godai. Yamamoto stroked his beard in thought, contemplating the next course of action to take. Without the assassin to interrogate, they wouldn't get a confession. Kibyun was become much more cautious around his squad, and the only thing they found on Amagai was that he joined the Onmitsukido at a young age. He cursed the lackadaisical lifestyle that put them in such an unprepared state, and though he could force an investigation of the Kasumiyaji grounds, he refused to become a full tyrant as he had centuries ago. Continue protecting young Rurikayo. Yamamoto finally responded. I have full faith in your squad's abilities to keep her safe. Sooner or later, Kumoi's side will slip up and then we'll end this. The connection was cut as Isshin looked back to the Bakoto behind its sealed display box. The weapon was indeed confirmed to be alive when it tried to attach to Rin until one of his squad forced it down. That, and the creepy yellow eye that was looking at everyone gave it away. The squad 12 member was supposed to return to his division with the weapon, along with an armed escort, and they would get Hiyori back. She claimed that they can spar with each now to strengthen their masks, and she missed her job. Mostly her snacks and sitting on her butt. The biggest threat so far is the hidden abilities a Bakoto might have. Yuryu said, speaking up from behind his captain. Similar to secret trump cards Zanpakuto may have for their wielders. The obvious solution there is to stop them from using those abilities by defeating them quickly. Isshin plotted. The problem there is that they'll kill themselves quickly, and Tsukishima can't extract memories from corpses. But he can do so while they are distracted. They heard said Fullbringer say as he came back. I got back from Urahara and he agrees there's an 85% chance of success with my idea about Ichigo. On this Kasumiyaji matter, one cut is all I need. He said with a sinister smile. Man, that guy's creepy. The two officers thought. With Rurikayo. The sounds of yelling and muffled combat roused the young noble girl from her slumber. The young girl rubbed the sleep from her eyes as she looked at her current situation. She was used to waking up alone, Enryu and Kenryu nearby to offer any comfort they could. Now, her attendants were gone and she was between a beautiful older woman and a handsome man. For a second, they looked like the pictures of her parents that were around the Kasumiyaji house before her eyes adjusted and she recognized her new bodyguards. Remembering her parents were gone brought up some old pains she's tried to hide as her eyes began to water. Bad dream? She heard Oriheim ask tiredly as the exorcist pulled the noble in for a hug. There. I'm here, Ruri-chan. Oriheim said before softly humming while stroking the girl's hair. What? What is this warmth? She asked herself as Ichigo's arm reached over both of them, cocooning her in their embrace. Is this what it would have been like with my parents? She listened to Oriheim humming her lullaby, her eyes growing heavy with every note. It feels nice. She thought just before sleep claimed her. Kasumiyaji's secret compound. So she's already under Squad 15's protection. An elderly man spoke in a gravely tone. This was Gyokaku Kumoi, wrinkly and weathered with his gray hair in a bushy topknot. And the agent you sent was felled by that squad's third seat? His name is Yuryu Ishida, the Quincy. The man across from him stated. He was dressed in dark concealing clothes with layered plate armor on his left shoulder, purple hair, and a scar from his hair to over his right eye. He was captured by one of the Fullbringers, but he successfully ended his life before he could be interrogated. This is aggravating, but also fortuitous. Kumoi said with a dark smile on his face. Our new partners made it clear that they are very interested in seeing a certain lieutenant in that squad disappear. Two birds with one stone. But, if even half of the rumors concerning him is true, then it will be a hard-fought battle. The assassin spoke. No chances. It'll have to be a full assault. You have your improved Bakoto. Do whatever it takes to kill that freak and the brat. The viceroy ordered, earning a nod from his subordinate. Understood, sir. Illustrated Guide to Soul Reapers. Poor Rin. Haven't slept in days. Rin ummed out as he worked. Never got to have any of those World of the Living sweets. Just watching the screens with that pile of candies waiting in that corner. He shuddered as he remembered Lisa attacking him with a riding crop when he got too close. But it'll be worth it. Captain Isshin promised me that jawbreaker thing if I fix up these crappy excuses for Gigace. He said, sparing a glance as the ball of sugar as he finished the final steps in the Kasumiyaji clan's Gigace. He never moved so fast in his life as he tore off the wrapping and watched the multicolored ball as if it was a holy relic. He slowly brought it to his mouth drooling and eyes watering. How about you and Ichigo becoming parents? Rin's eyes bulged out of his skull. He was barely paying attention but he knew he now had more work. Lisa was already in the corner with her DSPLN stick. Kidnapped princess. With Isshin. A few hours after the first attack was when Hiyori finally returned and Rin left. Why the kid was crying as he ran through the Senkamen, he wasn't sure but he felt like he should blame Lisa. It was also good that Urahara was a fast and efficient worker. Rin was able to fix and modify Gigace, but he didn't have the materials to make them. That's one thing he regrets not asking for when he took his station. And here you go dumbass. Hiyori said as she revealed Ichigo and Oriheim's new disguise Gigace. The only distinguishing difference was that they were older-looking versions of themselves. With different hairstyles. Ichigo's was still his messy, spiky look but it was longer, like he went a couple months without a haircut, and Oriheim's was shortened to a ponytail with a bob cut. Now they can pass for adults. I know this wouldn't fool the neighbors, but Karakura's a big place and we're only trying to fool people that don't know them. Isshin said, feeling like this was a mistake somewhere but not sure where. Ah well, someone deliver these to Ichigo and Oriheim. He ordered as one of his squad members saluted and took the bodies. Now to wait for those assassins to try again. He said as he spared a glance to Tsukishima. We'll end this soon enough. At the safe house. That was so much fun. The young princess cheered as she sat down at the table. She was enrolled in a nearby middle school, Urahara being some kind of miracle worker with plenty of connections still around, with a constant watch of her attendance. The excuse there was pretty much the truth in that she was sheltered and they were her attendants to make sure nothing bad happened. The school system simply accepted it when the principal gave the okay. And then his creepy insistence that it was okay. After classes let out, she was picked up by Ichigo and Oriheim who were both in their disguise Gigace, and earning the attention of all the students there solely on their looks. Feeling a small bit of jealousy she actually ran to them yelling mom and dad. Afterward, they kept their word and went to the mall, going into various stores and spending a little time in the arcade. The world of the living is filled with so much wonder. You're lucky to be here. She said to her two false parents, with Kenryu and Enryu crying tears of joy. It truly is a wonderful world. Oriheim said as she passed out the curry dinner she made. Now, eat up while it's hot. Rurikayo quickly gave thanks and took a big spoonful of the rice and curry. Wow! This is delicious. She said with elation. This is the best meal I've ever had. I can relax and enjoy it, so much better than those stuffy aristocratic dinners. Kenryu looked like he wanted to protest to Rurikayo's actions but stayed his voice as she continued to enjoy her meal. Until she stopped when she noticed something she didn't like. Rurikayo, is everything okay? Oriheim asked, prompting the princess to scoop up a slice of carrot. I do not like these. She answered, looking down at the vegetable on her spoon. That's too bad. Ichigo said, not sternly but not too gentle either. Eat everything on your plate Rurikayo, it's rude to everyone that worked hard to make that meal. From the farmers that grew those vegetables all the way to Oriheim cooking it. This earned a look of surprise from the girl he was protecting. Farmers grow all of these? Ichigo could only look at the young soul in surprise. Yeah, and it takes a lot of work to grow even a single plant. He told her before turning his glare to the two attendants who starting sweating under his gaze. What have you two been telling her? Well, we didn't want to. Kenryu stammered while Enryu started signing like crazy. Don't bother Ichigo. Rurikayo spoke out, tired but also hurt. They never tell me the whole truth about anything. Everyone looked at her with surprise, and guilt in the case of the Kasumiyaji attendants. I may not have ever given any thought as to where my food comes from, but I am not a fool. I know that the Kasumiyaji don't warrant the full-time protection of a lieutenant-class Soul Reaper, but you're still here, so it must be something terrible. She looked at the two with tear-filled eyes as she demanded answers. Why do you two still try to keep me in the dark? She was soon pulled into a warm and enveloping hug by Orihime. There, Ruri-chan, she said, stroking the girl's hair soothingly. How about you and I go out for ice cream and we can talk? Does that sound good? Rurikayo slowly felt herself cling to Orihime as she slowly nodded. The exorcist smiled and took the girl by the hand as she guided the princess outside to get them both some ice cream. Ichigo, would you mind having a chat with Kenryu and Enryu? She suggested before leaving. The two attendants were torn between being devastated that they hurt their charge so much, and utterly terrified as Ichigo sported a malicious grin. With Orihime. I know they mean well, but I'm tired of being treated like a child. Rurikayo said, idly liking her frozen treat while talking about her troubles to Orihime as she sat in her lap. She never thought about anything because she was never told about anything. If she knew about how much effort and care went into anything in her life, she wouldn't have been so selfish. Now they're lying to her about her safety, that a lieutenant's protection was normal for a noble like herself, but even she's heard about the hybrid that brought change to the Soul Society. I know what that is like, Rurikayo, she said with a nostalgic and sad smile. When I was younger, all I had was my older brother. We were in a terrible situation with our parents and he took me away from them the first chance he had. From there, he was my version of your attendants. We didn't have the same luxuries that you've enjoyed, but he made sure I was happy with what I had. Eventually, I was tired of him treating me like a child and I yelled at him when he gave me these hairpins. Later that same day, he was in a terrible accident. Rurikayo turned to look at her protector as a thought of losing Enryu and Kenryu passed through her mind. I was never more scared in my life, terrified that I would lose my brother, and the last thing he would remember of me was that I yelled at him. All because he wanted to see me happy. I never thought of it that way. The princess said as she looked down at her ice cream and thought about the happy memories she had with her two attendants. You're important to them, Rurikayo, you just need to remember that they care for you. The exorcist said with a caring smile. As for why we're protecting you, Bagan. She started before immediately calling out one of her shields and blocking an attack from another dark-clothed man. He had a regular katana blade, but Orihime was more concerned with the large cloth-wrapped paddle-shaped thing on his back. Word of our squad protecting you should have reached these people, she said with an edge to her voice. I'm guessing they need to be reminded on why it's a bad decision to attack Squad 15. She flicked her wrist and the shield pushed against the assassin, sending him back several feet. Orihime. Rurikayo cried out as the sixth seat set her aside and strode out confidently to their attacker. Please be careful, she whispered before she was trapped in a triangular pyramid of Orihime's shield barriers. Don't worry, Rurikayo, she said as her Kenten Koshuin blade appeared. We've got this. The assassin threw away his sword to reveal the thing on his back. A large Guandao spear with buzzsaw teeth on the top of the blade. What was odd about it was the short handle with a large bent portion at the end. Orihime watched in disgust as the thing spat out a fleshy tendril with several smaller tentacles, and the assassin plunged his hand directly into the monstrosity, becoming one with the blade. That was gross, Tsubaki said to no one in particular. The assassin slammed the blade into the ground and sent a torrent of green energy at her. Orihime took a breath and swung her reflection blade and managed to send the energy back to the assassin, just as the energy solidified into stone. I'll be honest, I'm surprised we could do that, Orihime said, blinking in surprise. The power wave broke through the stone wall it created with twice its original force and mixed with the debris to become a shrapnel-filled wave of pain as the attack returned to the assassin. Orihime felt sick to her stomach as she heard the pained cries of her attacker. The dust slowly settled as Orihime saw the mangled and bloody wreck of the assassin. Behind her, she heard Rurokayo gg and puke as she felt her own stomach turn at the sight. Hollows were one thing, this was not what she ever wanted. Isshin and Tatsuki soon arrived on the scene. Tatsuki froze while Isshin went to the healer. "What happened?" he asked, not harshly, not demanding. He was gentle and trying to help Orihime get herself back together, lest she break. I reflected his attack back to him. And she said, numbly as she tried to process what happened. Isshin. I didn't. She went silent as Isshin pulled her in for a hug. Breath Orihime. In and out, I'm right here. He instructed, guiding her to calm down and gather her wits. You did your job Orihime. You kept Rurokayo safe. It's going to be okay. Maybe I can still heal him. Orihime said, knowing she was grasping at straws. Isshin was going to say something when Shuno and Iam showed up at their mistress's side. You can definitely do that. Iam told her, making Orihime look hopeful while Isshin was gobsmacked. Our barriers never really healed per se Orihime. Shuno continued for her fellow spirit. We just rejected the damage. We're the flower petals of rejection. Rejecting attacks, enemies, and events was part of our title for the contract. If you wanted, you could reject someone's entire existence. So, as long as there's remains, you can even reverse death. She finished with a smile while everyone was looking at the spirits in shock and awe. We haven't met anyone that had that kind of heart and will though. Wanna be the first? It took her a second to shake herself out of her shock but Orihime sprinted towards the corpse with the others close behind her. Shuno, Iam, Soten Kiss-hun. She knelt by the body and called out to both spirits, making them split into twos to double the healing effect as she got to the assassin just as Keto flames began to erupt on his body. Just as progress was being made, an explosion of smoke engulfed the four and blinded them. After a few seconds to shake off the surprise, Isshin waved his arm and dispersed the smoke cloud with a gust of wind. Is everyone okay? He asked, taking a quick scan of the group. I'm fine Pops. Tatsuki said, coughing out some last bits of smoke. I am fine as well. Rurokayo said as she opened her eyes. When she did, she saw the same thing that froze Isshin and Tatsuki. The assassin's body had burnt to ash, and Orihime was gone. Siriidii. I told you to retrieve the princess. The head assassin under Kumoi said to his subordinate, Orihime laying unconscious between them. Her disguise had her with orange hair, so I would be forgiving in this circumstance considering there were two girls with orange hair. Not so much with how you mixed up a child with a teenager. They were in an abandoned field on the Kasumiyaji grounds, but still private property outside of the Godiai's range. My apologies Lord Hansa. The kidnapper told his superior. However, it seemed like the rumors of her odd abilities were also true. She was actually resurrecting the last assassin that attacked them. Hansa took a moment to digest this information. I am going to be lenient since we can use this girl to deal with that Kurosaki boy. The scarred assassin said, an idea forming in his mind. But, if what you say is true, then you just brought us an invaluable test subject for our Bakoto. Lord Kumoi will be pleased with this then. The unnamed assassin sighed in relief. Just then, a crushing pressure suddenly appeared. The air was forced from their lungs and the air felt more solid than before. The two were suffocating as they tried to process what was happening. They were looking around until Hansa froze. There, standing in the sky with burning black wings and swirling dark rapier was the truest image of a Shinigami that the assassin had ever seen in his life. The assassin fled for his life, feeling a sense of fear he had long since buried climb its way back up and made him run as far from that reaper standing in the sky. The other one was frozen, stuck in place after seeing that piercing golden stare. Almost instantly, that Reaper was standing just a few feet away from him. He instantly recognized this being was the hybrid that Kumoi's benefactors wanted dead, Ichigo Kurosaki. The boy's face was impassive, but the energy he was unleashing was anything but stoic, and his black and gold eyes promised only death. The assassin dropped to his knees as his vision became hazy, cloudy as the hybrid walked toward him. N.no.p. Please. He choked out as he tried to move out of the way of the hybrid. Ichigo ignored the man as he suppressed his Ryatsu upon reaching Oriheim's unconscious form. He gently lifted the girl in a bridal carry, taking care to make sure she was still alive and smiling upon confirmation of such. He began walking away again, a garganta opening before him as the kidnapper took his chance to run. He took one step before a black box engulfed him. Heido number 90, Kurohitsuji. Ichigo said as he left the Soul Society. The Kido faded as an unrecognizable mass of flesh remained before burning away. Central 46 Chambers. That boy needs punishment. One of the judges yelled at Yamamoto. He is your student yet he lacks DSPLN. Invading private property, causing undue panic amongst the populace, we knew he was going to be trouble. Another of the sages said. He cannot be allowed to roam free, even as a member of the Godai. Tell me, members of the Central 46, Genryosai started, are any of you fully aware of the circumstances that led to Ichigo Kurosaki's actions? Yes, a member of his squad was found on the Kasumiyaji grounds. Where is the so-called kidnapper? Another judge asked. Without evidence, that boy is facing criminal charges. That boy has done more for Soul Society than this office ever has. Yamamoto spoke, anger burning in his tone. And currently, there is an investigation on numerous assassination attempts on the Kasumiyaji heiress. Several eyewitness accounts and memory recordings prove someone is after the young princess's life. And that lets that child do whatever he pleases. He trespassed on private dash. He was interrupted with a loud crack as Yamamoto fractured the ground once again and brought the weight of his Ryatsu down on the group. His squad member was kidnapped. She was found unconscious with two mysterious figures on the Kasumiyaji grounds. Rurikayo Kasumiyaji had given him permission to enter her lands, of which we have a recording. My student has done nothing wrong. He yelled, increasing the pressure in the room. He knows he is not above the law. I know that I am not above the law. No one is above the law, something the nobility seems to have forgotten. Your duty is to study and keep the law. If you are incapable of doing that, then I will. He growled at the judges, turning and leaving while the 46 shook in terror. The only man that they could have influenced to keep the hybrid in line had just made it clear that he was on his student's side. The Central 46 began to question just how strong their authority really was now. Illustrated Guide to Soul Reapers. Isshin's note. Ichigo and Oriheim got their new bodies for their disguises and did a quick look over of their new bodies. Older Ichigo looks hoti. Oriheim ummed, looking at Ichigo examining his faux body. Double Ichigo fu. Take a cold shower Oriheim. Ichigo said, trying to avoid looking at Oriheim's jigai and thinking similar thoughts. Just then, he noticed a note. Conveniently placed on his groin like a sensor bar. He pulled it off of himself and read what it said. Do not think about bedroom fun with these. You have a child now. Wait until she's deeply asleep or at a friend's place. That's how you got your sisters. Soon to be Grandpa Isshin. Pretty sure I'm going to actually kill him this time. Growing hate. Squad 14 Main Barracks. I love that kid, he brings me manga. I love that kid, he brings me manga. I love that kid, he brings me manga. Love recited to himself as a calming mantra, trying to avoid being angry with Ichigo for the increase in his workload. The training drills were improving teamwork and cooperation within and among the squads, everything was going smoothly for a change. Then Orihime was kidnapped and Ichigo let loose most of his Ryatsu over the entirety of Soul Society, creating mass panic throughout the Rukon and Siriidii. On top of that civil unrest was the announcement that multiple hollows entered Soul Society and were hiding throughout the mid to lower Rukon districts. Estimations were around 50 in the initial wave and another 100 in a second. Zaraki's squad jumped at the chance for a fight while Unohana's set up multiple emergency clinics with Squad 6 as protection. The oddest thing was that the hollows haven't attacked a single person that they knew of, and seemed to be looking for something. Or someone. I love that kid, I'm punching him as hard as I can next time I see him. Captain Love. A member of the Onmitsukido patrol unit appeared. We found 2 large hollows in the North 54 and East 63. I'll get on it immediately. Love said, acting quickly as he looked to his 3 main officers. Amagai, you're with me for the one in the Eastern District. Kibyun, Ganju, take a unit and take care of the one in the Northern District. Before they left, Ganju and Love shared a glance, reminding them of their secondary task. You have your mission, dismissed. Kasumiyaji Main House. It was another day at the house of the Kasumiyaji, with 2 random guards standing watch over the family's private senkamen. The only oddity in their days was their missing princess, having suddenly disappeared one day with her closest attendants. Matters at the house were still proceeding as normal, thanks to the acting viceroy, but people still wished for the safe return of the young mistress. The doors of the senkamen suddenly began to open, surprising the guards. They weren't expecting anything to happen, especially with an unrecognized voice. So this is the Kasumiyaji house. Ichigo said as he was soon revealed from the light of the dimensional doorway. Seems nice. The guards were unsure of how to act in the presence of a lieutenant, but they knew to bow when she appeared. I hope you enjoy your time here, Ichigo. Rurikayo said happily as she and Orihime came out right beside him. I'll be sure you get the proper treatment you desire. People backing off when I tell them to? Ichigo asked, making Rurikayo nod her head. Ichigo was tempted to yell out his thanks. Rurikayo took notice of the 2 guards staring at them and composed herself. Thank you for your services. Return to your posts please. She said with a cheerful smile and a slight bow, prompting the 2 guards to blush. They returned to attention as Rurikayo led her 2 friends deeper into her home's grounds. It didn't take them long before they encountered a rather unsavory character. Good morning, princess. A wrinkled man with opaque glasses and a lavender robe over his white robes greeted in a gravely voice. Rurikayo immediately glared at the man, not with her usual distaste when she spoke with him many times before, but with fury. After Ichigo's talk with her attendants, Rurikayo was filled in on everything that was happening. When they finished telling her, she chose action over cowardice. Something she could only do because she had the biggest confidence booster. And to you too, young Lord Kurosaki. Ichigo scowled at the man responsible for his latest annoyances, and watched him fidget nervously. The moment was immediately diffused. When the other members of the clan came flocking to Rurikayo. Hello everyone. She greeted, acting as composed as regal as she could. Sorry for worrying you all. Enryu and Kenryu heard great things about some relaxation centers in the world of the living and wanted me to enjoy them. She lied with the cover story they came up with for this meeting. I was unaware that they failed to inform anyone. Nevertheless, you need to conduct yourself more appropriately as Princess of the Dash, Kumoy started saying before feeling as if his heart stopped. The moment passed as quickly as it came with his eyes meeting Ichigo's. The boy was smiling while patting the young princess on the head. Calm down, I've had a long talk with Rurikayo about dealing with this kind of busy life. The girl nodded with a happy smile. It will be my duty to lead the Kasumiyaji as the current head. She spoke with conviction that the old viceroy never thought he'd see in the girl. But I must take care that I can be in the right mind to perform that duty, making sure the stress of the job does not crush me and the Kasumiyaji. I will take care to do my parents proud. Her declaration earned her a small applause, even from Kumoy who was currently seething on the inside. However, my stay here is unfortunately limited. I have an appointment and a promise to keep, which I intend to do. Shall I prepare the carriage then, princess? Komoi asked, eager for any excuse to get away from the hybrid. Rurikayo shook her head. No thank you. It's quite a lovely day, so I'll walk. She took Ichigo and Orihime's hands and led them away from the house and toward her friends. Once he got himself some privacy, Komoi clutched at his heart and began gasping for breath. Damn it. No wonder Hanzo was so rattled. He growled, furious that the bratty princess was now untouchable with that hybrid by her side. Well, there is something else we could try. With Ganju. Alright, you know the rules, boys. Ganju called out as he and Makoto led the group into the inner sections of the North 54 district. You help them, you protect them, we are here to ensure the safety and well-being of all souls. If all goes well, we should be able to double the number of districts we can cover and triple the potential applicants joining. Squad 14 was getting the most funding out of all the squads due to its size and main purpose of peacekeeping within the districts. Love was often offered bribes, which he accepts, and immediately arrests the potential briber. All proceeds go to the squad, which going into schools and renovations and other things that are in short supply in the lower districts. Plenty of people join to try and get the easy life, they stay when they find meaning in their jobs. And sometimes Ganju's fist. He always believed in the Soul Reaper his older brother was, Kyan was always looking to help others. This was his way of honoring his brother after being a jackass for decades. Our main priority is the Hollow. Don't forget that. Kibune reminded them as they reached a shopping plaza in a city settlement. There were groceries and wares, but they didn't look like they would last much longer, and most of the people didn't seem like they had a chance to bathe. Most of the Rukon citizens were looking at them with disdain, something Kibune was throwing right back at them. Ganju and several of the other members were watching with more sympathetic eyes, knowing what it was like in the lower districts. Ganju noticed a small group of kids that were ignoring them and eyeing a fruit stand. A look most Rukon brats would recognize as they've done it themselves at one time or another. He made his way to the stand at the same time the kids were moving. How much? He asked, picking up some still fresh apples and pears and tossing them at the kids. The kids were shocked as they caught what they were about to steal, the vendor just raising an eyebrow at Ganju. 250 can, for a pound. He said, not trying to cheat the Soul Reaper. Ganju dug around in his pockets before throwing some coins at the guy. Here's 300, keep the change. He told the guy before going toward the kids and pulling the oldest looking one along. The rest of the unit just shrugged and followed while the other kids ate the food. What do you think you're doing, you old jackass? The kid yelled out. He was barely taller than Ganju's waist with some freckles, a couple of missing teeth, and brown hair. I'm giving you a job. Ganju said sternly, a little annoyed at being called old. I've met with plenty of street rats and they always have their ears to the ground. He held up a small bag of coins, shaking it some to let the kid know the quantity. Food for your attention, and money for your services. The kid tried to grab the bag before Ganju pulled it out of his reach. What do you want? The kid pouted, clearly upset at having to deal with the Soul Reaper but a little glad that he's letting them keep some measure of dignity by making it a trade. Ganju told him about the hollow in the area and, to the kid's credit, he actually focused on remembering what he's heard. I think I remember hearing about a monster in the northern grasslands of the district. That it noticed the people but it wasn't interested in feeding. Does that help? Surprisingly enough, yes. Kibune said, finally chiming in. It appears even the weak have their uses. Ganju was about to retort when the third seat began running for the northern grasslands. Jackass. The Shiba man muttered before looking the kid in the eyes. You've been a big help, kid. Squad 14 is here to protect the Rukon. Squad 15, with Isshin. The captain finished his packed dinner that his wife made as he reviewed his paperwork. One of which was a complaint and demand by Love about Ichigo's little high-pressured stroll through Seoul society after Orihime was kidnapped. He wanted 100 manga of differing titles as recompense. Nothing specific, just a lot of manga. Sometimes he wondered why he took this job. He was about to head home when Lisa came in. Captain Isshin, Hiyori picked up several unsanctioned Senkamen opening. She told the father quickly, prompting Isshin to sigh in irritation. They appear to be more of the Kasumiyaji assassins as they are heading for the safe house. Those two still haven't recovered from Ichigo's beating. I shall inform Yuryu and Dash. Don't bother Lisa. The returned captain said lazily, stretching his arms out. I'll take care of this round personally. Masaki said I put on a few so I should get some exercise. The Vizard secretary looked at her commanding officer and adjusted her glasses. No reinforcements. That'd be overkill. Just tell Tsukishima to get ready. Isshin ordered as he got out of his body and flashed to the safe house, beating the assassins by a few seconds. When the first few tried their attack, they were met with a swift kick to the face that sent them flying back. I wonder how many times you're going to attempt this before realizing that it just doesn't work. He said while the lead assassin appeared before him. You've got to be kidding me. Hanza groaned out, readying his Bakoto. First that Quincy, then that girl with the weird powers, that monster, and now this. He felt his assassins mass behind him as he kept the captain's attention. What the hell is this squad? Isshin raised his eyebrow and got into an Iajutsu stance. Hanza tensed to charge forward, and Isshin drew his blade in that same instant, stopping him dead in his tracks. From behind, he heard the sounds of dying breaths and falling bodies. He looked over his shoulder to see his entire unit killed in just 3 swings. That monster you're so afraid of happens to be my son. Isshin calmly explained like he was telling a coworker about his kid. Sparing with him is how I managed to keep my skills from getting too rusty. Seems I did get a little slower though. Hanza gaped at the man and poured his power into the Bakoto on his hand. It consumed his arm to his elbow and he held up the mirror, catching the moonlight perfectly. Isshin, hearing the initial reports, closed his clothes just as the flash happened. He expected to feel groggy as the attack tried to make him black out. What he didn't expect was the paralysis. This is new. That was a reject your squad dealt with earlier. Hanza said, confident now that the captain was restrained in an alternate dimension within his Bakoto, the mirror blade Saiga. Isshin opened his eyes to take in the new surroundings, watery rainbow light coming from above with an endless expanse of darkness on all sides. So long as I can feed my erasure into this blade, your consciousness is trapped in here. Frozen in place at my mercy. Isshin to move to test that theory and found himself quite stuck. Except for his Ryatsu. You clearly did not listen earlier. The captain said as his power poured forth. I'm the captain of this squad. I'm one of the big deterrents that are keeping the human world safe. The mirror on the blade began to crack. You just kill old politicians and dirty crooks. You've been out of your league since that little girl came here. Hanza made his Bakoto crawl further up his arm and most of his torso, trying to keep the captain at bay as he charged with the intent to kill the man. Limit release. Isshin whispered and shattered the mirror. The world around them shattered with Tsukishima appearing right behind Hanza. Both Foolbringer and Soul Reaper swung their blades, Isshin's through the Bakoto and Tsukishima through Hanza's neck. At the end of their swings, Isshin moved his palm forward and slammed it into the assassin's gut as the Foolbringer evaded. Recognizing a losing battle, Hanza fled, earning a scoff from Isshin. I think I'd prefer more Arankar. They were fun. With Ganju. The info was good and they found a hollow in the form of an ant with a stinger and a bull's skull and horns. With massive serrated mandibles. Taller than a double-decker bus. And a prehensile tongue. Some of the squad members felt like they were not going to get any sleep for a while. Choosing caution over action, the Shinigami performed reconnaissance to try and form a strategy. True enough, the hollow kept scanning the area, insect antennae waving about wildly, and it released a strange howl. Not out of hunger or rage, more like a dog calling for its master. Now that is one creepy hollow. Ganju said, trying to think of a plan of how to fight this thing. Its behavior is quite odd for a hollow. Kibyun said, drawing his blade. Here's the plan, someone needs to act as bait and distract it while the rest of us attacks the joints. Volunteers? The plan was risky and relied on everyone trusting each other to make sure the bait didn't die. I'll go first. Ganju offered. My fireworks should keep that beast's attention and distract him long enough for you to tie him down. His confidence seemed to bolster the rest of the squads as they got ready for the attack. Third seat Kibyun, you've got the killing blow. Not waiting for a reply, Ganju charged forward while pulling out a couple of concussive smoke bombs. The hollow noticed him pretty quickly and immediately lashed out with its tongue. Using what speed and agility he could muster, he dodged the beast's appendage to try and get within range, only to be caught and pulled towards the hollow's waiting maw. To Ganju's credit, he had enough control over himself to light the fuses on his bombs as he was held to eye level with the monster. Where is he? The hollow demanded, just as Ganju threw the bombs into its face. He didn't even have time to register what the beast said before the explosions blinded it and loosened its grip. Now! Ganju heard Kibyun say as he fell on his back, slowly pushing himself up. The rest of his unit ran forward and used Kido to create ropes that tied up the oversized ant. Legs and horns were caught in coiling spirit ropes as they pulled the hollow towards them, instinctively making it pull back. Taking a chance, Ganju jumped back before running and drawing a circle on the ground with his hand. The smoke fully dissipated just as he finished. Turn to sand. Seppa. He called out, creating a large pit of sand. The Shiba man ignored the drain of his rapier as he pulled out his Zanpakuto, a copy of his original blade except for its name. Erode, Asashika. The blade extended a couple of inches and became grittier. He raised his blade and the sand responded to his will, wrapping around the bull head, as he stabbed the blade down and pulled the hollow down as well, exposing the neck. The fight didn't last much longer as a triple-bladed glaive decapitated the beast, killing the hollow. As the body dissolved, the squad began to relax and hear a chorus of cheers as the townsfolk from earlier followed them. Most of the group immediately flocked to Ganju, adults giving thanks and children praising his coolness, but no one noticed the glare that the third seat was giving to the Shiba man. With love. That was a good job by all of you. Love complimented the squad after their reports were finished. More. Rukon citizens are beginning to trust in our squad, and at the rate we're going, we'll be right back to regular police work. Most of the squad sighed in relief, though Kibyun once again shows a masked irritation. The rest of the unit went about their duties, except for Ganju who stuck behind. The fourth seat was about to say something before Love interrupted. Let me guess, your hollow asked, where is he, didn't it? Why yeah. Ganju replied, a little surprised that Love was already aware. How did you know? Because mine asked the same thing. The wizard answered as he made note of the occurrence for a report to Yamamoto and Urahara. Something like this definitely warrants an investigation. That's very unsettling. And we still don't know what's going on with this Bakoto mess. Ganju said, just before a box hit him in the face and dropping him to the ground. Acting quickly, Love caught the package that was addressed to him. Looks like Urahara is done with his latest project. He noted while Ganju pulled himself back up. He got a Bakoto sample from a dead assassin and made some sensors for them. He unpacked a bronze pocket watch that had a radar face and activated it. One for me because of Makoto, just to confirm our suspicions, and several for Squad 15. The device pinged and noted what they already figured out, Makoto had a Bakoto. The shocking news was a second Bakoto that was with Amagai. Illustrated Guide to Soul Reapers. Rurikayo's Study Time. M. The young noble groaned, sort of regretting her choice to take her role as head of the family more seriously. She forgot how much she hated studying and the boring lessons. Ah. I can't take this anymore. I want to play with Sachi more. I want more of Oriheim's cooking. I want. That's it. She got up and ran out of her room, coming back seconds later pulling along Ichigo. She made him sit down in front of her desk and sat in his lap, wrapping his arms around her. Much better. She hummed before returning to her studies with renewed fervor. What the hell did that accomplish? Ichigo screamed mentally. Nap time. Her day finally settled down, but Rurikayo was exhausted. Attending Sayori's tea party, seeing all her old friends, introducing Ichigo and Oriheim to everyone, trying to convince themselves that Ichigo's talk with Sayori's future husband won't end up with a missing person, it was a long day for the noble. She was making her way to her room when she saw Oriheim basking in the evening sun, sleeping without a care in the world. Giving in to her own tiredness, she laid down next to Oriheim, just in time for the busty girl to roll over and smother the noble with her large BRSTS. Rurikayo immediately became annoyed, whether from jealousy or the lack of oxygen she didn't know. Senna's progress. What the hell am I looking at? Urahara asked, watching a monitor of Senna's mind as she nears resurrection. I think most would describe this as a massive sugar high. Mayuri responded, just as confused by the lack of anything really concrete. All they were getting were memories of her running around, dancing, tightrope walking, and more running. I'm getting flashbacks to little Yachiru. Let's take this as a good sign and move on. Parasite's End. Kasumiyaji Secret Grounds, Assassin's Base. Hanza stormed into the facility, prying off the ruined Saiga and heading to the smithy where the Bakoto were forged and developed. Joining him were three of his most powerful and trusted allies in the assassination unit. Jenga, a scarred mountain of a man with yellow armor and an eye patch over his left eye, Jinnai Doko, a small and lean man with pink skin, spaced-out square teeth, and bald on the top of his head with what hair he does have being blonde, and Ryu Kuzu, a lean man with a black mask covering his nose and mouth, pink armor on his torso over his black bodysuit, a pink scarf around his neck, and a reverse straight pompadour for his brown hair. Where is Master Komoi? Hanza angrily demanded, scaring some of the craftsmen working on the Bakoto. Lady Rurikayo took over as the clan head and has been keeping him busy. One of the blacksmiths responded, only to be thrown out of the way by the assassin as he headed for the most recent of experimental weapons. Master Hanza, stop! Another smith cried out, Nuki ignoring them. Those weapons haven't been tested, they could consume you in an instant. Shut up! Hanza yelled as his three allies followed him, each one heading for a different experimental blade. I have never failed in an assassination and I refuse to let this be the first. I'll kill them, all of them. All of Squad 15 will die by my hand. He shouted, grabbing the latest version of Saiga and letting the living flesh of the Bakoto dig into his arm and permanently fusing with the blade. You think he's lost it? Ryu asked his allies. These Soul Reapers have proven strong if they keep beating him. Jenga answered. At this point, it's a matter of pride. If this turns out to be a suicide mission, then why are we here? Jinnai asked, interested in a challenge but not if he would die without any real reason. He gave us meaning in our lives. Jenga reminded him. We had nothing and he helped us, gave us purpose and direction. We owe him our lives. He went over to the large Guandao blade and merged with it. I'm honoring that. The other two nodded and picked up their new blades, Jinnai with a large one-handed scythe blade with a chain attachment that latched onto his torso and Ryu with a straight sword that attached itself up to his elbow. Now my brothers, let's go. Hanza said, readying for what might be his final assault. Squad 14 Barracks. Amagai, Kibyun. Love called out to his second and third, Ganju already by his side. Ganju heard some interesting news. The Shiba man stepped forward and kept his face impassive, despite the anger he felt toward the traitors. One of my sources recently informed me of an illegal weapons deal going on in one of the old abandoned training grounds, and in one of the seedier alleys of Siriidii. Kibyun seemed excited at the idea of a challenge while Amagai seemed more focused on doing his task. The head captain has made it clear that he wants these weapons disposed of as soon as possible. For the safety of the citizens of Seoul society. Now, Ganju will lead Kibyun to scout the alleyways while Amagai and myself will check the old training grounds. Sir, if I may. Kibyun started, gaining the wizard's attention. What are these illegal weapons? Abominations called. Bakoto. Love answered, making the two stiffen ever so slightly. You have your orders. Move out. World of the living. Hiyori was eating chips and watching the monitors, keeping track of everything important in Karakura town. The hospital, the parks, the area around the base, the homes of the main officers, Karakura High School, all with scanners to pick up hollows, Foolbringers, Quincy, and most recently, Bakoto. Eventually, the Bakoto sensor started going off with several pings coming up. Then more all over the city. Idly, Hiyori ate another potato chip and started typing away, and leaned back again without any sense of urgency. Should I make popcorn? She asked aloud to no one as a large battalion of Kasumiyaji assassins appeared. Nah, it'll be over soon. She sent a message warning of the attack and got ready to watch the battle. Foolbringers, Jericho. The elderly Foolbringer was enjoying some late-night tea, a pastime he was finally able to enjoy again now that things had settled down with the Foolbringers. Not for the squad, but he did some more experiments with his powers and found himself able to take his leisure so long as he was smart. He made his precautions so he was not concerned with the dozens of assassins closing in around him. I'd advise against any violence or talking. He suddenly said before the first assassin could attack. Also, don't stray too far away from me. 100 meters to be precise. Several of them ignored the warning and tried to cut Jericho to bits, getting consumed by the flames of time as a result. I did warn you. He answered as the assassins watched in shock of their allies dying so easily. I have set up multiple contracts that keep you here and me safe. 1. So long as I show no aggression, I cannot be harmed by an outside force for half an hour. 2. So long as I speak honestly with you, you cannot speak for 45 minutes. 3. So long as I stay put, you are all trapped in this 100-meter radius around me for half an hour. 4. So long as others are aware of these contracts, every new person is subjected to them as soon as they enter my range. He paused to take a drink while the assassins fidgeted, trusting that they were now stuck. Though, all of that will make little difference. Since, 5, those that are clearly identified as my enemies will be consumed by the flames of time after 5 minutes. Karakura Hospital. Ryukin took in a drag of his cigarette, letting the burning tobacco calm him down from his latest surgery. His workload lightened up after Masaki and Kane woke up, and Masaki did some help in training their young Quincy, so he didn't have to worry about that. However, a lightened workload didn't mean anything in his chosen profession got any easier. Humans still prove themselves as very fragile, and he was just done dealing with one particularly risky surgery. A girl that was born with a weak heart valve, resulting in a very fragile body. He's going to keep an eye on her progress, but for now, he needed to relax. A group of assassins appeared behind him and were immediately shot down with a barrage of arrows. Thank you, Kane. The Quincy master said, extinguishing his cigarette as his wife came to him, carrying a bucket of ice with a bottle of wine and 2 glasses. I'm in no mood for these weaklings. You've had a rough day. She responded with a quick kiss on his cheek. Time to relax. With the Kurosaki girls. Yuzu, Karen, and Masaki were heading home from some late-night grocery shopping. Ichigo was able to come home a lot because Isshin was doing his son's work on top of his own, and Isshin hasn't been able to spend nearly as much time with his family as he used to. They made it easier by coming to visit him every so often and have the occasional family dinner at a family restaurant, today being reserved for a home-cooked family meal. Everything was going alright, despite sensing the massive influx of disturbed Ryatsu. Putting their faith in Isshin's squad, they ignored the issue and went about their day. How about we have udon tonight? Masaki suggested, earning a cheer of approval from her daughters. Want me to help Mom? Yuzu asked, always ready to help in the kitchen. Masaki beamed at her child. Of course you dash. She stopped when a group of assassins got too close for her liking. She disappeared in a burst of speed, leaving Karen to catch the bag before it fell, and quickly crushed the would-be attackers. Barely 3 seconds after she first moved, she returned to her original position. Of course you can, Yuzu. Karen noticed a small change in her movements that showed she exerted herself. You okay, Mom? She asked, earning a tired sigh from the Quincy. I'm still rusty, it seems. She said, just as the 5 attackers slammed onto the road behind them. Foolbringer, Jackie. The Foolbringer was covered in mud, sludge, and blood as she partook in the fighting. Taking advice from Ichigo and Sato about her over-reliance on speed and power led her to pick up a proper fighting style. She chose capoeira and spent all of her spare time learning the style, doing her damnedest to be able to keep the flow as she increased the speed and power. She swerved and flipped around the attacks of the assassins, all of whom basically replaced their hands with swords as they all wielded Bakoto, and used the force of her spinning and flips to smash her reinforced dirty boots against her opponents. She broke bones and snapped blades, which made her enemies pour their rapier into their Bakoto and consuming their arms and torsos, as they continued to converge on the Foolbringer. She watched as the flesh of the Bakoto spread on her enemies and got a sense to get out of there. Clean boots. She whispered, all of the gunk and mess on her just falling off. Her ultimate defense, born of the happy memories she had with her boots before they were stained in her family's blood, so long as she focuses on those memories then her boots remain clean and herself, untouchable. Her white raiment Fullbring now shined with a clean brilliance as she walked through the assassins. Those still conscious as they attacked her were more and more consumed by their Bakotos, catching aflame and absorbed by the abominations. Within seconds, she was surrounded by corpses and hostless parasites. This is disgusting, she said, trying to hold her food down. Lisa versus Jinnai. Now, let's see. The co-third seat of the squad said, double-checking the statistics of their current situation. She was currently sitting outside of the barracks, stargazing, when the attack came. The Kasumiyaji assassins outnumber us by about 1.5 of our current number, many of whom are losing pretty quickly to our soldiers with the Foolbringer assists. She checked off some points on her tablet designed by Hiyori to be the most advanced soul tracker, second only to her computer system. There are 4 major Bakoto wielders, it's Captain Isshin's family time, Lieutenant Ichigo and Orihime are still in Soul Society, so that leaves Yuryu, Sato, and Tatsuki as our usual top fighters. But that's 3. Well, what do I have here? Jinnai asked loudly, revealing his presence. An officer of this squad 15 I presume? He brandished his Bakoto scythe, making the chain rattle to instill fear into his opponent. Except Lisa wasn't paying attention. Maybe I could get Ichigo to do that thing I've been wanting to try if I actually fought. It has been a while. She was muttering to herself before Jinnai swung his scythe blade at her. Once it got within range, she deftly lifted her blade and blocked the attack with ease. Pulling his Bakoto back, Lisa gently put her tablet down, taking note of several of her squad members' racial signatures getting weaker by the second and some flecks of wetness on her cheek. She wiped her cheek and found blood on her fingers. Maybe you assassins, with your Bakoto, are actually a concern. She began to unsheath her blade. How about I crush you here for your mistreatment of my comrades? Don't look down on me, Soul Reaper. The imp-like man cried out before bringing the spine of his Bakoto blade to his mouth and biting off a chunk, chewing quickly and devouring the metal. The second he swallowed, a dark malevolent energy pulsed from his body. Blades erupted from his body, straight swords from his back and curved sickles from his forearms and shins. Witness my Retsurai, and tremble at your impotence. Jinnai shook with joy with the power coursing through him. Hanza told him that the Bakoto were powerful, and they became so much stronger in recent times, but he didn't expect this. It was intoxicating, he craved it, needed it, but first he needed to defeat the Shinigami before him. Lisa glared at her opponent and immediately had to dodge as he sent a flurry of blades to tear her apart. They were faster than she anticipated as she successfully avoided the blades, but her clothes were torn and she had numerous light scratches. I think it's time someone showed you real strength. She slammed the hilt of her blade and mouth of her scabbard together. Smash, Haguro Tonbo. She spun her Zanpakuto as it extended and grew into her long pole-arm spade. Before Jinai could remark on the massive weapon, Lisa slammed the ball end of her weapon into his gut and angled it so that he'd be sent skyward. He managed to right himself and land on the roof of a tall building, with Lisa calmly walking towards him on the air. DMN Soul Reaper. Jinai cursed and he ate another part of his Bakoto, causing more blades to erupt from his body and turn his skin into metallic scales. He fired another storm of blades at Lisa, prompting her to spin her spear and swing it like a fan. The air pressure deflected all of the blades, making them fly past her harmlessly, and she threw her spear toward the imp of a man. Jinai leaped to the side, avoiding the blade, only to encounter Lisa's foot as she kicked him in the face. After tumbling for a few feet, he roared in pain and anger and began eating more and more of his Bakoto. His teeth became shark-like blades, his scales became metal, and every part of his body had a blade. So this is a Bakoto. Lisa thought as the fleshy attachment on Jinai's stomach dug into his body. They must be destroyed. She summoned her mask and opted to end the fight. Jinai spun toward her like a serrated tornado as Lisa retrieved her Zanpakuto. Just when he got into range she swung her spade blade like an axe, cleaving Jinai in two from the waist. She watched the two pieces of the dead assassin, in horror as the tendrils of the Bakoto reattached the two halves and turned Jinai's body into Reisher before absorbing its former master. Incredible power at the cost of your life and sanity. A sad death for a sad creature. She said before dropping down to the cursed weapon. She saw the thing look at her and attempt to move before she crushed it with her spear. Disgusting abomination. With Ganju. The third and fourth seats of the Rokon squad made their way through the empty alleyways of the Siriidii. Even with the influx of new recruits, the main city of Seoul society was far from crowded as most of the graduates went to either the Rokon squad or the Living World squad, which were in constant need of new recruits. Makoto took point while Ganju stayed in the back as he managed to guide them to a dead end. We've been searching for hours. The bespectacled man said, feeling annoyed at the probable wild goose chase. Are you sure our target would be here? Yeah, he's here. Ganju said, slowly and silently unsheathing his blade. He failed to hide the intent in his voice as Makoto's posture changed, showing that he caught on. Makoto Kibyun, you've been found guilty of wielding the illegal weapon Bakoto. You're under arrest. The traitor turned and gave an arrogant smile to the Rokon noble. And they saw fit to send you? He asked as he unsheathed his blade. I'm actually insulted, but I suppose it fits. A noble of the Shiba clan, yet you are a pathetic dog compared to me. I never liked you. He got into his fighting stance as Ganju returned the scowl. Same here. I thought you were scum the moment I set my eyes on you. Tatsuki vs. Ryu Kuzu. She danced through the many assassins that came after her in the park. They were quick, but training with Yoruchi and Squad 2 gave her plenty of experience on fighting assassins. She didn't want to waste her strength on small fry, but she was also hesitant because of what her Zanpakuto spirit said. Fire and heat hasn't hurt her since she gained her powers, but she was burning in her inner world. She knew she could beat these guys with ease, but she was still hesitant when fighting people trying to kill her. She was still out of their league, but she knew she should be beating them a lot faster than she was. So violent, a voice called out before a heavy mist swept in, and so strong. You must be one of the officers of the squad, are you not? The fog surrounded her and grew thicker by the second, obscuring her vision greatly. I'm Ryu Kuzu, just to let you know the name of the man that killed you. Where is he? Tatsuki thought worriedly, scanning all around her for her opponent. She saw a silhouette in the mist and was about to charge when a dozen others revealed themselves. She got herself ready to fight, but her heart was racing. She thought back to her inner world and the suffocating flames, to when that fat Arrancar was trying to kill her, to her Zanpakuto calling out her weakness. She's fought with allies to her back, fought people trying to capture her, she was still not ready for people trying to kill her. A blade quickly cut her back as she was slow to react to the sudden attack. Why don't you just give up? The assassin taunted as dozens of blades appeared, connected to the mist. This battle was over the moment you were trapped in my Shirajiri's Mugen Kairo. The blades danced around her, striking at random and forcing her on the defensive. She pulled out her blade to the attacks she couldn't evade. But despite her best efforts, it was a battle of attrition she felt like she would lose. Dmn it Tatsuki. She thought in anger, being on the defensive. You're better than this, you know that. She avoided a lethal cut, gaining a nasty gash on her arm. Focus. What would Yoruchi do? What would Ichigo do? She wondered before something clicked, something her Zanpakuto asked her. What should I do? Suddenly she was no longer in that mist and that storm of blades, she was back in that burning field, staring straight at the flaming bird that was her Zanpakuto spirit. Do my flames mean destruction? She asked calmly, watching as her wielder stood up proud and unflinching in the inferno. They protect the people I care about and burn my enemies. She answered, stern and confident. What are you in your group? Ichigo is our leader, Chad our strength, Yuryu is our long-range fighter, Orihime is our support, and me. She started, the fires building up around her. She returned to her present situation as the blades drew closer. I'm our heavy hitter. Her body began to glow brighter and brighter as she channeled her rapier into her limbs. Shunko. She yelled as she exploded, a massive ball of fire expanding from her center and consuming everything around her. The mist quickly faded and Ryu Kuzu was left defenseless as his concentration broke and was consumed by the burning wave. The raging flames died down and she was left in a smoldering field of embers. She soon collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily from exhaustion, and held up her blade to look at the spirit steel. Looks like I need to work on that. Shunko thing a little more. What do you think, Hidori? She felt the blade vibrate in approval as she passed out with a smile on her face. Kuzu was barely hanging on to life, dragging himself toward the unconscious Tatsuki with the intent to kill her. His mission of vengeance ended when a blade removed his head. Get some rest, Tatsuki. Lisa said, finishing the assassin and recovering the fifth seat. Ganju vs. Kibyun. The fight was not going well for the Shiba man. Kibyun proved his skill by being faster and stronger than Ganju, especially with what seemed to be a psychokinetic control of his Zanpakuto Reppu. The most Ganju could do was block and dodge, and his strength was waning. He figured being in a more confined space would give him an advantage and limit the flying ability of the glaive, but it was more agile than he thought and Kibyun was kicking his butt. Literally. Not just using his Zanpakuto but a variety of kicks kept Ganju from mounting a proper defense. He kept moving, and drawing circles on the ground and walls. So, out of curiosity, Ganju started when Makoto returned his Reppu to his hand. What's the end game here? What's the ultimate goal? Kibyun smirked arrogantly as lime green rapier flared around him. Same thing I've always wanted, power. He said before sending Reppu spinning toward Ganju again. I've strived to become the most powerful Soul Reaper at the Academy. The top of every class, excel at every subject, but no one understood my worth. I was always passed up for squads by those so much weaker than myself. The spinning blade clipped Ganju's side as he tried to grasp the handle. When I did finally join a squad, I excelled once again. I killed more hollows than anyone, no matter what got in my way. I was never stripped of being a Soul Reaper, but I never gained that recognition I deserved for my power. His Reppu returned to his hand. When I was part of the expedition unit, I found the Kasumiyaji and attained the power of the Bakoto. He revealed his left hand, already one with the parasitic weapon. I'm guessing that the real reason you Zanpakuto flies? Ganju asked, glaring at the fish eye on the weird thing attached to his hand as the flesh tendrils climbed further up his arm. I guess you aren't completely stupid. Makoto said, readying his weapon for another strike. But you are pathetic, just like that weakling brother of yours. Numerous small explosions went off on Reppu, covering him with sticky mochi and playing havoc with his ear. Ganju didn't even smile as he invoked his strategy. My brother gave his life in a fight of honor, dying only because no one expected such an altered hollow that could possess and disarm soul reapers. Ganju said calmly as his Ryatsu grew stronger and stronger. Anyone could tell you why you never became an officer until the Godiai got desperate. Kibyun poured his rapier into his Bakoto and pried himself free of the trap. And you just stomped on those ideals of a true Shinigami Makoto. I won't forgive you for that. He slammed the hilt of his blade on the ground and cried out. Renka Seppa Sen. Dozens of sand pits and holes formed on the ground and walls, everywhere Ganju drew his spell. Erode, Asashika. Chad vs Jenga. The giant of a man was sitting on a bench, amidst a field of broken Bakoto and dead bodies, hunched over in prayer. After seeing so many consumed by their Bakoto, he thought he'd be able to free some by removing the parasite. He never knew how tight their grips on their hosts were, and the few he freed soon bled out from the missing limbs. He's familiar with the idea of giving one's life to a goal, promising his to help his friends, but he never saw such an instance of pointless sacrifice. The Kasumiyaji assassins should have learned this was a losing fight long ago. Why are they throwing their lives away now? His latest opponent, one of the last two major enemies, made his presence known. Thank you for giving me the time to give due to the dead, Chad said as he stood up to face the man, slightly bigger than he was with a broader stature. Though I must ask why you're all throwing your lives away like this. You must know you're losing. Most of the assassination unit believe that Kumoi would be better as the clan head. Jenga started, wanting to show his resolve to prompt his new opponent to take the fight seriously. Others want to present us as rogues so the Kasumiyaji won't be completely ruined after this comes crumbling down. For Hanza, he's never failed a mission and it's a matter of pride now for him. Even if it means his death, he'll try to kill someone close to Ichigo Kurosaki, or any member of this squad. My brothers and I were random thugs that he gave purpose to. But personally, he brandished the guandao attached to his arm. I want to have power and to test that power. Hanza gave me that, so I'll fight for him. Chad kept his eyes on the man as he pushed himself to his feet. I won't pretend to understand your friend, but I do understand you. He activated both arms of his fullbring and got ready himself. But that doesn't mean that you'll win, or that you have a chance here. Chad shot forward with his bringer light while Jenga stabbed into the ground. All around the two of them shot up green energy, turning into stone walls and branching off to form a crude labyrinth. It didn't slow down Sato as he delivered a powered sidekick into Jenga's chest and sent him flying. He broke through a couple walls before becoming embedded in one and sinking into it. Figures, they've upgraded. You hit harder than I expected. Jenga's voice echoed from all around him. And you're right. My Kakuyoku is improved to allow me to create my walls however I wish, so long as they are stable. He said as more energy surrounded Chad, attempting to trap him in a stone prison. Also, he shot out for behind Chad. I merge with my walls. He stabbed at the Foolbringer's back, but he twisted just enough to only have a large tear in his shirt. That was the attack he saw coming. Another blade was coming straight for his head. He barely avoided decapitation and got a deep cut in his cheek. There was no time to breath as more stabs came at him. He kept his shield arm at pace with the piercing strikes, trying to buy time until he could find the perfect chance to get his opponent out of those walls. Suddenly Jenga came at him with an overhead strike which Chad blocked, but a smirk on the assassin's face alerted him to a sinister plan. Coming at Sato was a spear of energy, too close for him to throw off Jenga and block. It was times like this he was glad for his training. Brazos dobles, giganti. He yelled out, turning his left arm into a shield, exactly like his right. He figured his right arm was to defend while his left was for attack, but he knew that would only go so far. He pushed himself to be able to change sword and shield, even having both arms be swords or shields. With his new shield, he deflected the energy and broke free of the stone. Taking advantage on Jenga's shock, he grabbed the blade and yanked him out of his walls. He then threw Jenga through the walls and back out into the open. The impact knocked the wind out of him and he was having trouble pulling himself back up, even with the energy he was pouring into his Bakoto. He was about to get back up when a foot pinned him to the ground. He saw his opponent and tried one last swing, giving every last ounce of himself to Kakuyoku. Brazo izquierda del diablo. Chad said, reverting his left arm back to his offensive power. Using it, he caught and shattered the blade of the Bakoto, leaving his opponent helpless. I know you'll never stop, so this is for your own sake. I'll make it quick. He grabbed Jenga's face and charged his power again. La muerte. He whispered, before destroying the assassin's head and leaving a skull crater. Chad rose to his full height again and offered a silent prayer for the soul of the recently dead. Ganju vs Kibyun. The battleground changed from calm to chaotic, Kibyun's flying Reppu and Ganju's Asashika clashing for supremacy. The edge the Bakoto wielder had was the last as Ganju manipulated the sands around them to his will with a swing and wave of his blade. The former third seat sent his blade spinning toward Ganju, who blocked it with a sand wall. The sparks flying until it returned to Kibyun, most of his arm was engulfed by the Bakoto. They paused for a moment to catch their breaths, Kibyun panting heavily while Ganju was hunched over. For all of your abilities, you're still no match for me. Kibyun said mockingly. But since you seem to think to know why, what distinguishes me from a so-called actual Soul Reaper? Ganju actually chuckled, gasping for air while laughing. I said it was obvious, didn't I? The noble looked and the man glaring at him. It's in the job description of a Shinigami, protecting innocent souls. You said it yourself that you were always interested in power for its own sake, never for helping anyone. A true Soul Reaper fights for others, gains power to protect their allies, and is ready to give their life for those that can't defend themselves. He held up his blade, a gritty metallic bar slightly longer than his sealed cleaver. Asashika gives me the ability to manipulate sands to my will. Awesome ability with the cost of taxing my rapier heavily. I use this power to help my allies, you just cut down anyone in your way. He yelled before stabbing toward Kibyun, sending several streams of sand toward the traitor. He blocked the torrent of sand and used his telekinetic control over his Reppu to bring him to the sky. And still so foolish. He yelled out, high above Ganju and seemingly out of his range. Why tell me your power when I can counteract it? He readied his blade for the next strike. If that's a true Soul Reaper, then I'm glad to be in a different league. A conceited BSTRD to the very end. Ganju said before stabbing his blade downward. At the same instant, Reppu's form exploded into a shifting mass of metal particles, stabbing into Kibyun's chest. Losing control, he dropped to the ground like a rock as more of the metal sand spread inside him. Grinding and polishing blades works by rubbing it against fine-grained stones. Like whetstones or durable sandstone. What do you think happened every time my sand collided with your Reppu? Kibyun glared at Ganju as he coughed up blood. Tiny grains of your blade came off and under my control. Like I said, sand. He pointed Asashika to Kibyun and made one more swing, perforating his chest with the remains of the metal sand in his being. Never mock my family, especially my brother, you wannabe Soul Reaper. He turned and left the man to die of his wounds, ignoring his cries as the Bakoto devoured him. Yuryu vs Hanza. The Quincy kept careful watch on every major conflict from his vantage point atop the safe house. He sensed how the assassins began dropping much more drastically as the stronger members of the squad defeated the main Bakoto wielders, leaving only one notable fighter left. The same assassin that faced off against Captain Isshin, and he was coming straight for him. You took your sweet time. Yuryu said condescendingly, unconcerned with his opponent. All of your allies are dropping like flies. He looked at Hansa and saw what the man became. The Bakoto was already wrapped around his upper body, leaving only his head and legs free of the tentacles, sweating and wincing as if he was in pain. And you want victory so badly you're killing yourself for power. Hansa ignored him as he growled out a demand. Where is your captain? He yelled, glowing with lilac-colored energy. If this is my end, it'll be by his hand. Yuryu calmly stood up and pulled out a seal Schneider. Today is his time with his family. The Quincy answered as he activated his blade. Besides, you disappointed him too much in that last fight when you ran. Without any warning, Hansa attacked Yuryu to no avail as the Quincy blocked the attack. And seeing as I'll likely become the next captain of the squad, I should be more than a match for you. He forced Hansa back and started gathering rapier. Don't mock me. Hansa flashed his paralysis light, but Yuryu circled behind him. He swung behind him, creating a wave of energy as he tried to cut the Quincy, at the same time as Yuryu cut across his back. He cried out in pain. He felt his Saiga start moving him according to his will. He willingly shattered the mirror on his blade and shot the shards toward Yuryu, while unleashing a massive blast of energy from the hole. He was hoping to distract the Quincy while using the ultimate power of Saiga, the nightmare illusion, to crush him with his worst terrors. I believe you're done. He heard from above. He looked up to see his opponent with 5 arrows that he shot around him, each one a silver rod that Ernst rapier, held in place around him with spirit threads. He was about to move before an arrow destroyed the nucleus of his weapon, making the Bakoto wither away. He tried to move but his legs were dead. He severed my spinal cord with that slash. He thought in terror as energy from each one of the rods bound him in place. I normally wouldn't be opposed to dragging this out, giving you a good fight. Yuryu said as he floated in front of Hansa, next to one of his seal Schneiders. But, about 20 of my squad members are in need of major surgery and healing, and I'm only one of 2 qualified for those as the rest are medics of varying skill and our best healer is currently in Soul Society. He took out a Jinto capsule and got ready to pour the liquid rapier onto the blade. So take this as punishment for inconveniencing me and my father. Sprenger. He let a drop fall before disappearing. The last of Hansa was consumed in a massive explosion of light. Such a pain. The Quincy groaned as his gear returned to his hand and he pulled out his phone. This is 3rd Seed Ishida, gather what wounded you can and bring them to Karakura Hospital. We'll take care of the worst cases there. He finished the message to the squad before calling his father. Dad, we have critically injured Soul Reapers in need of surgery. Love versus Amagai. We're here. Love said. The captain and lieutenant made their way to an old training field, where Love said their lead for the arms dealer was. Love suddenly stopped and turned to face his lieutenant, his features the most serious they've been in a long time. I'm not gonna bother being coy with you Amagai, I know you have a Bakoto. Amagai eyes widened a bit before going stone-faced. And here I thought I kept up my ruse fairly well. He responded, feigning that he was unsheathing his blade and Bakoto when he was reaching for the papers he kept in his robes. You almost fooled me, but there was always something about you I didn't trust. Love continued before flashing in front of Amagai. Hado number 33, Sokatsui. He cast his Kido spell and engulfed Amagai in the pale fire. The traitor appeared behind Love, covered in small burns that were most prominent where his papers were. If it wasn't for Squad 12 getting a Bakoto sample and making a tracker for them, you'd probably have gotten away with none the wiser. Amagai scoffed as he pulled out his Zanpakuto and his tuning fork Bakoto blade. Though I gotta ask, why? What's your goal in all this? My goal is revenge. Amagai answered, ready to use the nullification power of his Bakoto. Against Genryusai Yamamoto, for Shinetsu Kisaragi's death. The name registered with Love, but he wasn't sure where he remembered it from. He was a loyal member of the Godai, served under Yamamoto, and his loyalty was repaid with his death. It was then Love recognized the name, the man that first investigated the Bakoto on behalf of Yamamoto. For his sake, to avenge my father, I will kill everyone involved with the Bakoto. He yelled out. Yamamoto, Komoi, the whole of the Kasumiyaji clan, I will not stop until they're dead. You think the old man is involved with the Kasumiyaji? Love asked with a raised eyebrow. With the Bakoto? The Kasumiyaji made many suspicious and questionable moves, but Yamamoto refused to do anything, even after this so-called revolution that Soul Society is going through. And why else would he kill his subordinate? He asked, demanding answers from his captain. A small matter of adhering to the law that said he couldn't interfere with the affairs of the nobility, for starters. The wizard responded. He also didn't want to become a tyrant, though his patience had reaching its limit with the nobility. As for why your father died, I doubt you'd believe me, so it'd be best to bring you to the old man in person. He said while unsheathing his blade. But you've been a naughty little bstrd, disrupting the peace like this with your little vengeance mission. You need a timeout, kid. Slam, Tenguma dash. Before he could finish, Amagai tapped his tuning blade against the hilt of his Zanpakuto and Love paused. What was that? My Bakoto is Komoi's masterpiece, able to cancel out other Zanpakuto in the area. Amagai answered with a confident smirk. Except for mine. Sever, Rika. He called out, turning his katana into a long white blade topped with a hook and a few shell-like pipes for his hilt. I have nothing against you, Captain Love. Honestly, I respect you. But you don't stand a chance against me now, so stand dash. You said you only cancelled my Zanpakuto, right? Love asked, earning a nod from Amagai. The next instant he was slugged so hard across the face he thought his neck was going to snap and sent spiraling through the air. Too bad for you, there's no defense against the fist of love. He yelled out, shamelessly quoting one of his favorite manga. Amagai bounced and rolled on the ground until he finally stopped himself, his vision already hazy from the punch. Let me school you on a few things, Amagai. The wizard said, flashing in front of Amagain and pulling him up by his throat. 1. Bankai doesn't automatically make you a captain, as only an idiot would deem that as enough. You should train to avoid using Bankai, become strong without relying on it. 2. Just because you cancelled my Zanpakuto, doesn't mean you cancelled my fists. He yelled before slamming his fist into Amagai's gut, sending him flying again. Once he managed to get up, he shook himself clear and focused on his fight. Ban dash. He readied himself to use his final release when Love's sword turned into a giant kanabo club with spikes instead of studs. He thought they were out of range of his Bakoto, so he chimed the blade again, with no results. Suddenly, Love was right in front of him. And 3. I'm a wizard boy. He said, just before bringing the club down on the man. Yamamoto's office. The head captain was reading over the Dming evidence and report from Tsukishima, already aware of the suicide mission against Squad. Ichigo and Orihime were alerted, but Ichigo stated that he wasn't worried and the squad was ready for most anything practical for Soul Society. He was reading the report to determine who to send into the Kasumiyaji grounds and clean house. His musing was cut short when Love entered the room, dragging an unconscious and beaten Amagai who was bound tight with a Kido spell. With zero tact, Love grabbed Yamamoto's cup of tea and splashed it in Amagai's face. Wake up! He yelled, smacking the traitorous lieutenant across the face. Then Love realized what he did. Head captain, I can expel dash. Quiet. He said firmly and looked at Amagai, who was glaring at him. I assume there's a reason for this. Since it was the end, Amagai figured he had nothing to lose and spoke his mind. This whole Kasumiyaji conspiracy is my doing. He admitted. I promised Komoi a place at the top of the nobility if he played along. Give me a Bakoto and stir up enough trouble among the Godai to act unnoticed. All so I could kill you and the Kasumiyaji for the creation of the Bakoto and the man you murdered. My father, Shinetsu Kisaragi. He finished with a growl, waiting for a reaction from the man he knew was responsible for his father's death. Yamamoto said nothing as he stood up and went to a pile of files under the list of Kia. He pulled out one folder and tossed it in front of Amagai. Your knowledge seems to be lacking, boy, he said before freeing Amagai of his restraints. I admit to killing your father, but you are mistaken if you thought it was out of malicious intent. Should you read that, you will know why I killed your father, but it will bring you pain, he warned before sitting back down. Hate coursing through Amagai's veins demand that he try to kill Yamamoto, but he had no weapons, and curiosity demand that he look through that file. He took a deep breath and opened the file, proving Yamamoto correct.